Good morning, everybody. I'm Andrew Jackson with the American Go Association, and I'm joined today with Michael Redmond, 9-dan professional from the Nihon Kiin, and Torre Greipel from the DeepMind team.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here. So I guess we should start with a question to you here. Could you tell us a bit about how you came to join the AlphaGo team on DeepMind?
Yeah, that was actually a nice occasion. Must have been maybe about 2 years ago. I had my first day at work at DeepMind, always very exciting, surrounded by new colleagues. And David Silver, who you had here before, kindly invited me to play a little exhibition match inside of DeepMind against the first neural network that would later develop into AlphaGo. And I sat down, I thought, you know, how hard can it be? It's just a neural network. And, you know, I'm a weak amateur player, maybe 1-dan roughly. But so I sat down, we started playing, and over time I saw my position decline, and I thought, what's going on here? How can this neural network possibly play Go so well? And that was the beginning. People got to know me as the guy who lost against the neural network. But at least my colleagues knew me then, and it was a fun first day at DeepMind.
Almost like a hazing ritual there. Really.
Indeed.
So that was just like it was the profile network, or the beginning of that.
Exactly. That was just a neural network that had been trained on professional games, and which was would later become the policy network within AlphaGo.
I always make that mistake. Sorry about that.
Right on. Well, I guess we should talk a bit about what we're doing today. We'll be doing PairGo first this morning, and then TeamGo this afternoon. So maybe we should talk a bit about PairGo. Could you tell us a bit about the format of PairGo, where it came from, and why this is an interesting...
So we're very excited about this particular game mode because it gives an opportunity for AlphaGo to play side by side with the professional players. And we believe that that's actually a beautiful model how AI is going to partner with humans going forward in solving difficult problems.
Sure.
And so the idea is that there's 2 teams. Each team is made up of AlphaGo and a professional player. And they will then take turns playing the moves. The human player on the black team will start off, then the human player on the white team will play, then AlphaGo on the black team will play, and then AlphaGo on the white team will play, and then the cycle starts from the beginning. And so the players take turns, and I think it's very exciting. It'll be very exciting to see how they interact, because they are a team, and so if AlphaGo doesn't understand the variation that the professional player wants to play, or the professional player doesn't get what AlphaGo wants to play, that could be difficult. But if they are well aligned and they have the same idea about the position, then I think it could lead to very exciting gameplay.
Definitely the difficulty in PairGo is following your partner's lead and understanding when to let your partner lead and when to follow. It's almost like a dance.
And of course, it is a lot of collaboration between the 2 partners. And actually, PairGo is, the idea of TeamGo or PairGo has been around in a long time, because professionals sometimes did it in the past. But it's quite recently that some Japanese people called Mr. and Mrs. Taki came up with the idea that it would be a great tool to promote Go. And so they invented the PairGo Association. They started the PairGo Association, and they thought it would promote Go, and it actually did, because always the weaker player of the pair can learn a lot from the stronger player.
Right.
And so, and also, even the stronger player is learning something, because the stronger player has to adjust to play in a fashion that the weak player can understand. So it actually works that way even better if there's a difference in strength.
I see.
Of course, when both players are very strong, sometimes it's actually more difficult because they both have distinct styles. But so there's a lot of adjustment and collaboration happening there in PairGo. So it really suits the feeling of this event, I think.
I mean, I can totally confirm how much fun this is, because, of course, we had to test the setup within the team. And so we had a little PairGo session the other day. And the situation for us, of course, is extreme. You mentioned the difference in the playing strength.
Yes.
And so we are all just maybe weak or average amateur players. And so when we play side by side with AlphaGo, there is this huge difference in skill. The way I thought of it was that we were just stumbling from blunder to blunder with our human moves, but then AlphaGo was picking us up, so to speak, and trying to play some sense into the position. But then, of course, after that, we would play again and probably spoil any long-term deep plan that AlphaGo may have developed.
AlphaGo is trying to lift you up, and you insist on just falling back down.
Well, fortunately, it doesn't get upset.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Maybe you could tell us a bit about AlphaGo's partners today, Gu Li and Lian Xiao.
All right. Gu Li and
champions.
Lian Xiao are both top Chinese players, top players in the world, and they're actually world famous in Go. But also they actually played AlphaGo in the Master Series a few times each. It was interesting to see how that turned out because Gu Li, who is a fairly well-balanced game, he's in that way he's sort of similar to Kuei also, but he's a fairly well-balanced game, and he's also a good fighter. But in the games that Gu Li played against AlphaGo, it was relatively peaceful, and like he was. Since AlphaGo won all 60 games, obviously Gu Li lost all its games, but it was more like he was being gradually pushed out of the ring instead of being knocked out.
Right.
Whereas Lian Xiao is actually a very strong fighting player, and that's the main part of his game. And so actually you could say that Gu Li is more like in style, he's more like the AlphaGo that beat Lee Sedol.
I see.
Which is a bit more careful and balanced. And Master, which is getting, in the Master Series, AlphaGo is getting a bit more adventurous and able to cope with the more complicated situations. And so I think the Master Series games, or AlphaGo is more close to Lian Xiao, who's a very adventurous player.
Right.
And he got into this big fight every time with AlphaGo, all these complicated situations.
Right.
Yeah, and usually the games ended pretty quickly.
Right. Was not able to actually
and it was much more
in those
drastic result. But of course, they're both top players, and so it'd be interesting to see, like on the surface of it, Gu Li was having better results, you might say, in that he was maybe keeping in the game longer. But I have the feeling that Lian Xiao might be closer to the style of AlphaGo as AlphaGo is now. So it'll be interesting to see who cooperates with AlphaGo better in this PairGo game.
Do you think this will be an educational experience for both players?
PairGo is always an educational, especially for if we assume that AlphaGo might be a bit stronger, then it will certainly be an educational experience for humans.
Do you think this will be a good way to use AlphaGo to increase professional ability?
Well, is it okay for me to keep on talking here? Because I have a lot of ideas about how people can learn from AlphaGo. And what I've always wanted to do is to see the moves that the policy network is coming up with, which is, you could say it's the intuition that a human would have is in a way equal to that. It's the same kind of thing. So seeing the moves that the policy network comes out with, and then the values that the value network attaches to them.
Sure.
So the winning percentages and stuff like that would be very, very valuable for any professional player, because then the positional judgment of AlphaGo, I find it to be very good, and it's getting better as AlphaGo gets stronger. Right. So we can learn from that. And some of the moves that will be, well, some of the moves that we see on the board are astounding and different. But if we're seeing maybe up to about 5 moves that the policy network is thinking of considering in some cases. In the more complicated positions, I'm sure that there's more than one move in some cases. And so seeing those moves just as possibilities would be something for us to work on and play with, and then we'd look at the percentages and we'd get something from that too.
Now, I think you'll have to confirm for us that just like in human PairGo, today Gu Li and Lian Xiao will have no insight into what AlphaGo is thinking. They are left on their own to intuit.
That's correct. So I think we're trying to model this exactly after the traditional PairGo protocol, and so there will be no communication between the two partners within the team. But one thing I was wondering about from our experience when we were playing with this it seemed that the order in which players play these moves is actually crucial. At least it was, because the skill difference between us and AlphaGo when we played was so huge. So is that usually a factor? Is it important in which order the players get to play?
Sometimes it makes a difference.
Sometimes.
But I think we're running out of time.
Yeah,
right
we'll have
now.
to see how how that goes today.
Yeah.
It's an intriguing idea, the idea of
Yes,
a Pergo
yes.
where you could peek inside your partner's
right.
brain. That sounds great. Anyway, stay tuned. We'll start in 5 minutes with the match of Pergo, Gu Li and AlphaGo versus Lian Xiao and AlphaGo. Stay tuned.
We would like to invite the players. I would like to ask the players to turn off the mobile phones. The audience, the start, please switch your mobile phone to the silent mode. And we are going to apply Chinese Go rules for this match, and the black will give 7.5 minutes. Each player will have 1 hour and 60 seconds countdown for one time, lost by time. Even if the play sequence is wrong, we will still make it effective play, and we will not change the original order. Now let's do the stone guessing. Please exchange. Now I'd like to announce paired go match begins.
Good.
I guess we're off to the races here. It looks like Guli has ended up with black. And with a mighty clack, there's the first move of the game.
And we haven't seen it yet, but it's somewhere in the upper right corner. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, a start point.
We're off to the races. This is going to be a much quicker game today.
Look, white played a 3-3-point.
Heard the referee. Yeah, it was very fast. Lian Xiao apparently listening to what AlphaGo had to say from the game yesterday.
Yes. So that was the human players playing the first two moves, and now it's AlphaGo who's going to be playing the third one.
Probably with the same steady, deliberate pace that we
we have
saw
to
in
wait
previous
for
games. 30 to 45 seconds.
Yeah.
It was incredibly consistent. Somebody had made a chart of AlphaGo's time used. Wow. Very consistent the whole day through yesterday.
Okay, this is starting to look like it could resemble an opening that happened over and over again in AlphaGo's games when it was playing the Master Series 6 months ago.
Right.
It all depends on where white chooses to play in the lower left corner. Well, usually we expect white to play in the corner area.
It has indeed played.
Right.
3-4 point.
And so this is being played in that series, except that the upper left corner was usually a start point, yes.
Right.
And Guli played the Kakari.
Almost immediately.
This is not where AlphaGo played in that Master Series.
Where did AlphaGo tend to
Well, AlphaGo usually played the corner enclosure here.
its own enclosure?
And depending on how white answered, usually this is maybe the most orthodox move, then black would play here, and white would play some pincer. And like this kind of opening happened. If white plays here, this would be happening over and over again.
Right.
And then if white played the Kakari first, and then played here, then the follow-up after this would be, it was this way every time. The tie
higher
shot.
pincher.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so this happened in at least 3 games that I remember of the 60 games. And without this exchange, it was always this one. And so I had a lot of fun trying to explain that, because it does, having a stone here does make some difference in some of the ladder variations.
Some of the ladder variations.
And so I was trying to explain how that could have happened. But of course, it's, this is actually, playing the approach move here first is actually more common in human Go. And here we have this Kosumitsuke, the the kick, as we say in English,
Right.
which is quite common. It's a move that, I mean, it's very unusual originally, but this was seen in the AlphaGo Master Series.
As a way for it to emphasize.
AlphaGo was playing it in almost a very similar position as this one we have on the lower side. It's a position where I would be considering actually playing this move, which is very similar to, it's the move that AlphaGo likes so much.
Likes.
So I wonder why AlphaGo doesn't play it.
Right. With this as low, it kind of would make a bit of sense.
Yeah, well, that's hard to say, but instead, AlphaGo was choosing this move fairly consistently. Like there's only a few, 2 or 3 games in which it played this kick, but in this position it was playing the kick. White extended, and now black presses. And so that's the idea behind this, in that, well, fortunately for white, white played the high extension. If we have this one and we have the normal Joseki, we can see that white is being forced into a rather low position on the lower side. And already we're seeing this is an unusual
Interesting
move.
choice.
It's actually thought to be kind of a trick move usually. But,
Really?
in this case, I don't think that's how white is using it. White had a choice. Usually white would either crawl or push through the cut.
Right.
With a stone here, sometimes you can push through the cut, but since it's a bit far away, maybe he thought that fight would be difficult for white. And I know I could go into that fight. It would be a lot of complication, and we'd lose track of the game. So
We
I'm
have
not going
a
to do it.
very quick-paced
So
game
black is
today.
going to push through.
Right.
At this point, I'm sort of expecting black to pull back at the star point there. Oh, there we go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because black does have 2 cutting points here to look to. But it's better to play the star point first. And for instance, if white will extend, then black can choose which side
You
to
can
cut.
still
it's
cut
either
on either
way
side.
works to a certain extent.
Right.
It's hard to say actually which cut is better for black. And if white instead connects here, then white does have a rather low position. So white extended, and now black has a choice of cutting on which side. And as the Go proverb says, when your opponent cuts on the second line like this, you capture the cutting stone.
Right.
And so if black had cut on this side, white would have captured that stone too.
Right. We can actually see which of the players is making their respective moves, and it is Lian Xiao who has made this one. Similarly, AlphaGo drew back on the second line as well. So.
All right. And so now black will cut again and take. Well, this at the level of the players, of course, including AlphaGo, but the human players too, it's really very hard to see the difference between the player making. It doesn't really. It's almost as if it's one person playing the game.
Certainly. But it is interesting which of the players has that choice. I think we will.
Oh yes, of course. As long as you can keep track of it, it will be interesting. And of course, that's the operators sitting right next to the players. So it's interesting to see that those 2 people are sort of representing the AI.
Indeed. With a
AlphaGo.
happy coincidence, it seems that they almost match each other. Ties versus
Oh yes,
no
the ties match. Yeah. And that wasn't planned, I guess, because they did have to trade
They had to
places.
switch.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. Turned out
So
that
it worked out.
Okay, so this ladder here.
It's a ladder. Now white has an opportunity to play a ladder break.
And this is an AlphaGo's turn, so do we expect some sort of
Usually AlphaGo,
ladder breaker?
likes it. AlphaGo, I don't think I really remember AlphaGo playing a ladder breaking move.
Usually it has already played them by the time you have the ladder.
Yes. But it would be normal for white to be playing a ladder breaking move. Like, this is a pretty big ladder. It's a pretty important ladder. If white can escape here, this really will make a lot of damage against the black stones. So one way to play would be a very strong ladder break. And you know, when I do this, it's going to be very difficult for me to follow the position. But if black does extend, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a valid ladder break. But instead, white played the more cautious. Now this is going to take less of a local loss. Like even if black answers here, the more common approach is this one. But even this one, if white follows it up, in this case, it would be with a move somewhere around here or here.
I see.
It can still work on the right side too. Whereas this move, it's likely that locally it's going to be a loss for white. And so this is a more balanced move. And who did that move? Was it the computer?
It was AlphaGo.
It was AlphaGo. So AlphaGo is playing the more, refusing to take a loss there.
If this is assuming I'm interpreting their time cards right. No, it was Lian Xiao who played that move.
Yes.
And AlphaGo is now considering how to reply to this one.
Well, after this, white will probably play a double kakari here. This double approach to the upper right corner is considered one of the most effective double approaches you can have. Like usually you have this kind of an approach, and the double approach will be something like this. In this case, black has can play here, can play here, can play here. Has a lot of ways to move out, and it's not much of an attack. Whereas in this case, when black moves out and white jumps into the corner like this, and if we say black plays here and white plays here, this stone here is actually in a very effective point. It's in a key point in black's shape, and so this is considered to be a more effective way for white to play a double approach and jump into the corner.
Certainly.
Of course, that's just assuming that black moves out here. There's also the possibility that black protects the corner first, which is a completely different story.
Sure.
But actually, white didn't do that. White played the low kakari.
Which was AlphaGo.
That was AlphaGo.
That was an AlphaGo.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so black plays the attachment on top, white plays the hane.
One of those additional choices that we talked about from a low kakari instead of the high.
Yes. And in this case, it was the high kakari first, of course. And now usually white will extend. There's some variations for this move, so this is going to be interesting because white can jump into the 3-3 point, or white can play an attachment here. But the most common move would be to play the extension here.
Is the diagonal move possible?
In this case, it's probably not so
Probably
good.
not so good.
That would usually play in some special cases with the low kakaris. So white did extend, and this is forced. Black has to play. This is what we call the bamboo joint. And usually white will slide into the corner now. That would be the most normal move.
And then we expect.
And then locally, black would be playing here. But whose turn will this turn out to be?
It looks like that would be AlphaGo's turn.
It will be interesting to see whether AlphaGo chooses this move or maybe some other move on the right side, because But as I was saying, it would be normal for white to slide into the corner, but this is a very interesting move.
It seems like it's a very large point as well.
It's a very large point in that there is a follow-up move to it, which is here. This being the weakness of black's shape in the lower right corner, and if black pushes through, white can cut here.
Right.
And crawl. And with a stone here, a friendly stone here to help white, that makes it possible. And so now we see black confusing the issue, because locally it would be natural for black to be playing this extension on the right side to protect against that weakness.
Right.
After which white would now play here. And what I was trying to say when I said the normal move would be the slide here is that actually white can play down here, and with this extension white has a base on the right side.
And black is without a base.
Black's corner is still not a fully alive shape. So this is the alternative to white playing the slide.
Right.
And it works a lot better with this exchange in. So that's the meaning of white's move. And instead of just answering normally,
black is parrying by jumping into the bottom.
And it's interesting in this game because there's a very short time limit. And so it generally makes the game much more exciting because the players, when in doubt, the players will play the more exciting variations.
The more complicated.
The more complicated moves. Right. Just because it's more natural to be relying on their reading ability, since they are top pros, than their ability to judge the game. And of course, that's true of human players, but it's probably not so true of AlphaGo.
Sure.
Because AlphaGo has pretty good positional judgment.
As we've seen.
Yes, as we've seen, yes.
Lian Xiao doesn't actually
play here. Now, if white plays here, then black would play here. And usually you expect white to connect here, and black gets to connect underneath. So what is the meaning of this move? The meaning is that if black answers here, white will cover, and then against this move, white has the opportunity to cut underneath, making a hanging connection, and then cover here, squeezing the black root. Black can escape to the left side, but white will have a good shape on the outside.
Much more resilient.
And still have this weak point to aim at. So this would maybe not be so bad. So black ignores this and switches to the left side. So this is really, it's moving very quickly and it's exciting.
I'll say.
And it's going to be very hard to follow follow the game, of course, because the players are top level and they're not submitting to the other players' plan.
Right.
And so it makes the game very, very complicated.
Both players seem also to be keeping the brisk pace that AlphaGo has traditionally set.
Yes, yes.
That constant pace.
Mm-hmm.
But Guli...
Well, since they have only 1 hour apiece, they sort of want to save some time for later in the game.
Indeed.
When it's going to be getting more and more confusing.
Sure.
And Black has not played yet. One move that sort of springs to mind is this, which would it would stop White from making this squeeze play here, which I was talking about before. Mm-hmm. This kind of squeeze play will give White a good shape on the outside, and so the first move that comes to mind would be to play something like this to
forestall
stop
that. Yeah. Indeed, that's where Guli has decided.
Mm-hmm.
And Lian Xiao now. This Hane underneath was ignored. What is the severe follow-up that he's aiming?
One way to do it is to play the attachment here, and Black would probably just sacrifice. If Black pushes through, White cuts, and if Black connects now, this is probably a dangerous fight for Black because the corner is very close to being dead, and Black has weak group on the outside too, so this looks like it's playable for White. But Black might just decide to sacrifice the 1 stone here, in which case we would have something like this happening. And a trade. So Black's gaining something on the left side, gaining something on this side, but losing the corner.
And White will have Sente.
White will have Sente, but of course, with these forcing moves, forcing White to make a living shape in the corner, Black does have a very strong shape here. So this would be maybe an even result. Just my offhand judgment. And also there's the idea that maybe Black could try to make that even better by playing underneath first. In which case, Black would have the option of leaving this position and playing something on this side.
I see.
And so instead of, you could call this attachment here a kind of a gambit to set up capturing this stone. Instead, White just played the Atari here.
Directly.
And so this, in this case, it's less clear what will happen after White plays the Hane here. The Black did connect. So if Black does play here, then we're back in the variation that I was showing the first time. And it could happen. But because White has played this exchange, it becomes easier for Black to sort of take the territory here and make that kind of trade, which could happen. So it will be interesting to see how Black handles that.
Right. Now, of course, the 2 players, Guli, Lian Xiao, one of them has to answer the other team's AlphaGo, and one of them will be answered by AlphaGo.
Yes.
Which of those seats would you rather be in? Would you rather have your moves answered by AlphaGo, or would you rather have the opportunity to answer AlphaGo? It's a tough question.
All right. Well, you know, that's a tough question. The advantage or disadvantage will change depending on how the game turns out. Sometimes, if you think that there's a very strong player in the group, which that might be AlphaGo maybe, then you can play a forcing move that forces the opponent to play a mundane move.
Force the stronger player
to play some move that anyone would play anyway.
Right.
And then the weaker player of that team has to make the decisions. So that's a strategy that has been used in PairGo when there's a big difference in strength. And I don't think the difference in this game is big enough. And also because the players are world-class players, they don't really, their pride would not allow them to do that kind of thing.
Professional pride would
so
not
in which
allow
case
it.
I would be probably happier answering AlphaGo's moves.
I see.
Because it would just be so interesting to see what AlphaGo is throwing at me.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so this fight is, this exchange here is continuing. White escapes with this stone. After that, Black is going to have to live in the corner. So I'm expecting this kind of thing to happen. At this point, Black is just connected. So White will probably extend. Black can probably play this exchange here. Maybe, maybe not. This is a fine point. Maybe Black will just cover here. And locally, this is a kind of a tsumego problem. And so the question is this alive or dead?
A classic one, I think.
It's a classic one.
That's right.
If Black plays the normal move. Now, if we just ignore all the weakness that White has on both sides, then this is a dead shape.
The small pig's mouth, I think.
Right. This is a dead shape because white can kill it. And this is supposed to be like a problem that a shodan can solve. And shodans who have seen it before can solve it.
We hope that they are.
Yeah,
there.
and then if you've seen it, you're seeing it for the first time, then if you can solve it, you're probably more like a 5-down or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's actually pretty hard to find this Tessuji.
Sure.
But actually, a lot of people have just seen it so many times that if they're a shodan, they can remember it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But of course, there is a way for black to make a ko by extending here. And there's two ways for white to handle that. One would be to play here, and here, and here. And this would be a ko for black's life. Otherwise, and it looks like black's taking some time to think about the move, so that's fortunate for me. The other way would be to play this placement, in which case black will play here, and we get this kind of ko.
Right.
And this kind of ko is actually better for white, although when black wins the ko, this is a very nice black territory. But the fact is then when white wins the ko, it would be like this. And all of these stones on the outside are very safe now because black has so few liberties.
Right.
So just to compare it once more with the other ko, in this ko, when white wins the ko, I'm getting into a fine point, I suppose. It might be a bit complicated.
I think it's
when white wins the ko, then we have a black shape that still has a lot of liberties, especially if black gets the. So in this position, the semi-eye between this black group and this white group here, if black can, I've played a lot of moves for white, so at some point we might assume that black has played on the outside.
Sure.
Black would win this semi-eye.
Right.
So if white is going to continue trying to kill this group, white would start here.
Sure.
And so that's why I'm saying it's a fine point whether black plays this move or not. Because if black does play it now, black will be creating a dead shape,
Right.
which is not a ko anymore. But this dead shape is probably good enough. This would be a very complicated fight to win, but it might be simpler if I say black tries to live once. This shape, black would win the fight to capture. So black would win the semi-eye in this case.
The big guy in the corner being enough liberties.
And if black plays here immediately, then this becomes a much more high-level semi-eye. And I'm not going to confuse everyone, including myself, by trying to do that. It'd be kind of a ko position.
Sure.
So I'm sort of expecting, is it the human or is it
It's
AlphaGo?
actually white is, Lian Xiao is pondering whether to make that first extension.
Oh, white has not played the extension
Not
yet?
played the extension. What do you suppose he's thinking?
The other idea would be to maybe play here to go after these stones immediately.
Directly.
And this would give black the opportunity to make a trade. And so evaluating this kind of trade is maybe what's taking time here, because black would be giving up the whole corner. But again, there would be some potential for black to still use these stones. For instance, if black fills the outside, then this follow-up move here would be forcing against white. That means that it would be relatively easy for black to block off the center later.
It looks like a very powerful center position.
When black blocks off the center, black would worry about white counterattacking here. But the fact that this is forcing against the corner makes it a lot easier for black. And so with this strong move, and this being basically it's mi with, for instance, if white plays here, black would be able to continue on the right side. Black has a great advantage in the right side too. So I think this trade looks like it would be playable for black.
Right.
But this is what white is considering maybe. Just because this is a very important point in the corner, taking this point would refuse black the chance to make a living shape.
Right.
And then, of course, if white is really trying to get the ultimately good result, and we don't really know if this is going to work, but if white does something like this, white is trying to kill the corner and keep the connection here, both at the same time.
Could that be possible?
Well, you often see especially Chinese players just love to make it complicated, and they often have the reading ability to make it work. So this is the kind of move that you might see a Chinese player play actually.
Because if it
more
can
often
work.
than it's one of the strong points that has made the Chinese Go community so strong. Their ability to read out this kind of, and their willingness to try it out. Which is maybe less common in the country in which I played professionally,
I see.
Japan. And those players are a bit more cautious, I think.
So he does seem laser focused on that part of the board, so we can certainly assume.
Yes. Well, I can sort of guarantee that at this point, White's probably not going to play in the upper left area. It is going to be a move in this area.
It is not going to be a Tanuki.
Right.
We feel fairly
Although Go
confident.
does give you a lot of choices, there are some positions like this where you sort of have to keep to the same part of the board.
The temperature is too hot.
Yeah.
Right. Excellent. Well, this is the longest pause that we've had so far. This is obviously a moment of deep contemplation. What would you expect to happen after that connection?
After the connection? Well, yeah, that's a tough question, you know.
I know
I was trying to dodge it. Well, it means that White is sort of trying to kill this black group. So Black would start with covering here, and White would probably be obliged to come here. And when Black covers here, now the question is, how strongly can White fight here? Like, it's clear that White can connect underneath with this move, but it's a bit painful. And when Black plays here, there's an added squeeze here.
Right.
So now it's going to be much more difficult for White to kill the corner.
Right.
Like, let's have Black play this move first, too. Now, if White plays here, usually this would be a dead shape, either here or here. But with this forcing move here, it's going to be a ko at least, and it has a lot of liberties, which means that if White goes after it now, these stones will die first.
Right, with that cut that we saw on the bottom.
And so there's a lot of added value for Black here when White has to connect on the first line.
Sure.
So what White wants to do is White wants to cut.
Right.
Now, if Black chases that stone immediately, it's a good thing we have so much time so we can do all these variations.
Yes, well, I wouldn't
now
have
this
asked
is
otherwise.
really great shape for Black on this side, but we can see that these stones here are getting in trouble.
Sure.
And there's no hope for these 4 stones. So that means that these 4 stones are in trouble too.
Right.
Although they're not 100% dead, maybe they're in trouble.
There might be still some ko-aji.
That would, even if Black manages to handle the corner, losing these stones is really big, and it would mean that White would be able to fight on the right side too.
I see.
So this would be bad. So the question is, what happens if Black extends? Now, if White plays any move chasing the center or chasing these 2 stones, Black will be able to win the semi-I here.
Against those.
Because this is the Tessuji. Like playing here, White would still have 3 liberties and would win the semi-I.
Right.
But if Black plays here and White covers, then Black can play the Tari here. And now White takes and Black, just for the Q players, this is probably good.
Right.
And when White tries to extend his liberties, Black can play the Tari first.
It doesn't change the number.
And now White's dead.
Still 2.
So going back to this move, White will want to play 1 hane here. And this actually helps White to extend his liberties, because when this happens, now if Black plays here, this becomes the vital point, which gives White an eye. And there's no way that Black can get rid of this eye, because
Without
Black runs
losing
out
his
of
own
liberties first.
himself.
And so then we have Black crawling, maybe. And this gets really, really complicated. So this is what they have to use so much time to
This
read
is
out.
what he is thinking
because
about
this
right
is
now.
going to continue, and I'm going to fill up this whole area of the board.
Right.
And if I make a mistake, it will be meaningless.
Sure.
So I better stop here.
We can
Yeah.
stop right here.
Yeah.
Certainly, Lian Xiao is renowned for his reading abilities. World
He's a
champion.
very strong reading ability player. So he gets into this very complicated situation. And he did when he was playing those games against AlphaGo in the Master Series.
Right.
It turns out AlphaGo outread him in every game. Well, obviously, AlphaGo won all 60 games.
Sure, if he had outread AlphaGo, it would be
And so
a different story.
it was very interesting to see that happen, because just about everyone was afraid of Lian Xiao's reading ability. And to see it not working was quite an experience. So White has played this move. This move is quite similar to
that move.
I don't know why White chose that instead of crawling. This is a very similar move. White is just going after the corner immediately. So if Black covers here, White will probably continue with this move. And if Black covers here, it would make sense for White to continue with this move.
Right.
And now when Black plays here, this isn't really helping White when White tries to cut. But White can actually go straight after this Black group. And in this fight to capture, in this semi-I, this exchange here, which happened a long time ago, is actually extending White's liberties. So this White group here looks like it only has 2 liberties. But because of this exchange on the second line here, black has to start with some move on the first line that does not actually fill a liberty. So white's going to win by 1 move here.
Right.
And black is going to sacrifice the corner. So this is another trade, but we can see if black is actually, black probably doesn't want to play this exchange. Oh, so we've come this far. And again, if black plays this exchange, that will not change the fact that black is going to lose by 1 move. So black probably wants to play this way.
Directly.
Yes. And white can either go directly after the corner. Actually, white can probably play once here too, but it would still be some kind of a squeeze for black.
I see.
So let's say white just plays here, and we can have this kind of result. Quite similar to the variation I was showing at first where black sacrifices the corner. So it's maybe a slight difference. It seems about the same to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it is look like it is going to result in black getting a fierce position on the right.
Looks like black, yes.
But you said white would be able to fight on the right-hand side because white's shape will be stable.
I'm sorry, that was a different variation.
Oh, a different variation. Oh, excuse me.
Just going back to this, if white does try to cut, black will play an Atari here. And so there is a question of whether or not black plays this exchange. I've just realized that. Because in this case, now if black plays this exchange, white has an opportunity to be playing maybe something on this side, here, and switching again to the outside fight, something like this. So it could be a complete change of plan if black leaves this move to later.
Right.
So white might be turning around and doing this, which we didn't think white was going to do, just because black changed the order of moves here.
Sure.
So there's still a question of, oh, so black played this move first.
Right.
So there was the question at this point, will black immediately cover here or play here first? If black covers here, it could be the variation I was just showing where white switches to the outside.
It seems like there's a great deal of flexibility in this position about...
Usually you do have a game plan, but that has to change depending on how your opponent plays. Like,
Sure.
White could still play here. This would be another trade.
Trading the bottom.
Yeah, but since black plays this move, I'm sort of inclined to go after the corner in this case.
I see.
But this is again a point where the game, white has 2 choices, and usually you have to try to foresee which choice your opponent wants to make, and then choose the route that makes that least effective.
Right. You don't try to take the choice away. You just
Right,
want to make that choice not
Yes.
the one that they will have wanted in hindsight.
And like when you make it less effective.
Right.
For instance, in this case, when white wins the semi here, white captures these stones. There is some difference on this side in that it's less effective when black tries to shut off the center here because white has such a solid connection here.
Right.
And so one might hesitate to play this move, but black is getting something back on this side. So that's the reasoning for playing this move. Without this move, it might be better for black not to have that exchange, losing a bit on this side, but getting more potential to shut off the center because these stones are still on the board.
Sure.
And so this move would be forcing for
That's
black.
still a forcing
And
cut.
so there's this dilemma here in that if black starts from this side, then white's going to put more emphasis on the right side of the board and allow black to live in the corner.
Right.
Whereas if black plays from this side, black's losing something potentially on this side. And still we see that white is still trying to decide between playing something on the right side now or playing the connection on the second line.
Sure. And he seems to have settled in for a good think here as well.
It seems to be that white can choose either way, and it's a very difficult. When both moves seem reasonably good, it's very difficult to make the choice because
the hardest.
It all has to do with the local reading. The players have probably figured it out now, but the overall position and the positional judgment is very difficult. Like it's among top players. You can have all this complicated stuff happening, and after they've made the trade,
Right.
it's still a very close game.
When the dust settles, it's still a 2-point margin.
And so they have to decide which side is winning by 1.5 points or something like that. And so it's very difficult to judge. And actually, that's one point where I think AlphaGo could be a very useful tool, like I was saying, because it has good positional judgment.
Sure.
And in positions that are still confusing for us, actually AlphaGo can give us a number which, with experience with AlphaGo, if we got to play with it and play not actually just games, but play with the numbers and play with the variations and the policy network, then we would get an idea of what positions it is really good at judging and what positions that we might want to take with a grain of salt.
Sure. Reducing it all to a number has, some
just getting a lot of
as
familiarity with AlphaGo would help us in that way also. And so we would be able to make great use of the positional judgment of AlphaGo, which I think is just getting better and better all the time.
Sure.
And that's what I would call its strong point. It's good at fighting now too, but I think really the positional judgment in a position like this, in which the difference in score, which is what humans count, right? We try to judge who has more territory, and then we look at the thickness, and we try to evaluate that, and we get a number of points, a hypothetical number of points that each player has.
Right.
And that's our judgment of the position. And in an early position like this, it's very hard to be accurate.
So fluid, right?
Yeah, there's all these areas that could be white territory or black territory. Only very small parts of the board, like that lower left corner there, that we can give a concrete figure to.
Right. And I suppose that in this case, the challenge for the players is to sort of intuit AlphaGo's clues. We talked about how this is a position where where both sides have a lot of ways to choose back and forth. Do they want the inside, the outside, the corner, the influence?
Right. And the advantage or disadvantage is very slight. I think this could have been an interesting game too. It would just be very different.
Right. And I suppose, so the challenge for the players today is to figure out if AlphaGo is trying to lead it toward one side or the other, having used the value network farther down the search tree.
At this level, I think that they probably are relying more on their own judgment, because trying to guess what your partner is trying to do, in the human-human peer-go interactions that I've experienced,
very difficult.
It's very difficult, and usually it's misleading. Okay, white played the hane here. This is the common Tessuji that white uses to win the semi, but actually this wins the semi too. So it's just a way of, this would leave 3 liberties open, although it's the Tessuji, as they say that 1-2 point is the key point in the corner. So it's the Tessuji to win the semi, but this is actually filling one of the liberties. So in some cases it's better. So if black covers here, this is an Atari, but it would be bad for white to connect because then black would have a living shape. So white plays the Atari here and extends, and next move can play another Atari to finish black off. So this is one way to win the semi. So black played here. This is another Tessuji, a way for black to extend its liberties. And if white connects now, actually white's going to lose the semi because black can play a hane or whatever. And this is what they call the special property of the corner, and that if this was somewhere in the side of the board, white would be able to play an Atari here. But because this is the 1-1 point, white needs to fill here on the left before taking it. And so white ignored that and played the Atari here. And black had the opportunity to take 1 stone here. And white managed to... So this is very similar to the variations we were talking about earlier, only that the way white did it, white got to take these stones off of the board.
Completely.
Yes. So that's the difference here. And it gives white a much better shape, so we can say that however many moves black plays on the outside, it will have no effect on white at all, which was not always true in the other variations we were looking at. And so even though black has captured 1 stone here, if we imagine that white gets a lot of moves on the outside, then eventually this kind of move could be a strong...
destabilizing
move, yes. So although this is a strong black group for the time being, we have to remember that it's not 100%, just because this white group next to it is very, very solid. It's like a concrete wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. So
So now it's black's turn, black pushed out into the center. Now this is a very good Aji move. Without this move, white would be able to play here, and this would be putting a lot of pressure on the lower side black group, and so black would not be able to play very strongly here. So this sort of finishes off the fight on the lower side, gives black a very good position, which seems to have something close to 30 points of territory.
Okay.
And now you can see how this kind of move where traditionally, usually you would see black playing here to fix the ladder shape. Having a stone in the center of the board is something that has been played by human pros before, but it's really a move that AlphaGo used every time, and so people are more comfortable with it. People used to say that this move, since it gave white opportunities to play different forcing moves from various points, some players didn't like it because they thought it left bad aji.
Sure.
But since AlphaGo was playing it with great success in the 60-game series, people have been feeling more comfortable with this kind of move. And you can see how it's working well to make a kind of a wall for the territory, a boundary.
A tall box.
Yeah, so this is looking like it could be something like 30 points. You do have to remember that in some cases white will be sliding in on the side here. That would be a minor point. But also white could do stuff like this to cause more trouble and escape with this stone. So this would be breaking the ladder here. And if white can make, like if white has some stone close to it on the left side, then this could be causing some trouble for black. So this is something that, and if black captures here, then there's more potential for white to reduce the lower side black territory. And so although I'm calling it something close to 30 points, when stuff like this happens, then that number can change.
It's a little less.
So it's a minor point, and it doesn't really have any effect on the game at this point, but later in the game it could become more important.
Right.
And so black invaded. Let's see, where did white played the sliding move anyway, and black invaded here. Now, in the old Joseki books, they say that when black does not have a stone in the middle of the side, then this is the standard move. And this is a move that I've been doubting recently.
Really?
This is why I was saying I was interested to see where AlphaGo would play. And so I'm sort of very happy to see that AlphaGo chose a more aggressive move. The meaning being that although this was a very solid move, there is some potential for white to make Savaki by covering here. And even though white extends once, with the cut here and stuff on the top, there's potential for white to eventually sacrifice maybe these two stones that white has just created here to make a good shape on the right side, to make a living shape.
I see.
And so this is a kind of a standard Savaki procedure that white can sometimes use to trash the right side potential black territory. So it makes me sort of doubt this move, although I didn't really know what else black would do. So it's really interesting to see AlphaGo playing here. So white answered elsewhere.
Right, white answered on the left side.
On the left side, yeah.
And
so white is leaving the right side here. We can see that black has this huge moyo, potential moyo, and then black played the star point.
AlphaGo turns to the star point.
This is standard to reduce a structure that is centered on a 3-3 point position. It's standard for black to play the star point.
Sure.
So when white has a 3-3 point like that in the upper left corner, it's standard for black to approach from the star point. And we've seen that AlphaGo likes to jump into 3-3 after a star point too. So these 2 points are interestingly opposites, and they're both like they're the best move against each other in some cases.
I see.
Yes.
And so in this case, AlphaGo is more than happy to take the 4-4 point
Right.
there.
And so black jumps. This is a point where black had the choice between this jump and extending here. So the standard Joseki, if black extends, is to play for white to play here. Then usually black will be some jump here. Although sometimes you see black switching to the right side with something like this. I mean the upper side, actually.
In this case,
this would be feasible. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Because black has the follow-up move here, which sort of hits a weak point in this white group. So this is a move that black might look forward to.
I see.
Yeah. So that's why black might want to move to the. And of course, if white plays this move on the right side, now this is putting just a little bit. Like if black continues to play here, then gradually black is putting pressure on the white group, although it's not going to die.
Right.
Yes.
But it is maybe enlarging
and threatening this zone too.
Right.
And so instead of that, black played the jump. Now the difference between the extension and the jump is that the jump is a much lighter shape. It's much more difficult for white to get a good way to threaten these stones.
Right.
And so white plays here. And the drawback is that when white does this, when white plays here, oh, this is really was this AlphaGo that played here?
It was.
Yes. This is a move that I don't think a human player would choose after invading here. Because it seems like black has used too many stones on the right side. Like if after playing here, black would want to play one more move somewhere to surround this area.
On a larger scale.
Playing here, and then again, black would want to try to be more aggressive, and just adding a stone here is a very calm and slow move. It sort of takes me by surprise. So I would still want to be, but of course there is some bad aji here, because this move would be threatening to connect here, or to start something on the right side like this.
Wow.
So there's some meaning to it, but it's very, very slow looking move.
Do you think it means AlphaGo, the black AlphaGo may
maybe
think it's
the
ahead?
black AlphaGo is happy with the position. Black does have a good block of territory here, and there's potential for this to be a big network. But of course, we have to remember that white can move out a little bit with this.
Sure.
The idea is that in some cases, black can still try to net
Cover.
white in. And so white did play in the center of the board, somewhere around here.
A very gentle reduction.
And after this, black can attack directly, or black can move back to the upper left area. Okay, upper side. So with this move, this is kind of a vital point against white's shape here, because if white pushes out here, black will be able to play the hane on top, and cut here or play the double hane. In either case, there's a weakness in white's shape here,
Right.
which means that this stone is effective in that way. And of course, if white has to play like this, this would be an inefficient shape, which you don't see top pros playing very much. And so, in effect, this move is making it more difficult for white to make a connection here, and doing an indirect offensive against the white stone in the center of the board.
Sure.
Like chasing this kind of stone directly, it doesn't usually work, because white is playing a point where white is sort of, if we draw a line between the two boundaries of black stones, this is sort of close to the line.
Sure.
And the proper, when you're entering an area of your opponent's thickness, or a moyo, you do want to sort of imagine a line between the outside stones. That, or maybe you might think they're forming a boundary to surround that territory, or moyo. So you would put a stone somewhere around here. But then I think then you have to read out the position, and the fact that white is sort of taking one step inside has to do with the fact that there is a potential connection to this side.
Sure.
And the fact that this stone is not 100% dead yet, and all these factors that are changing the way white enters black's moyo.
I'm very impressed with AlphaGo's intuition here to be able, those are some very fuzzy concepts.
Very, very fuzzy, yes.
And yet it managed to replicate them
Yes.
just about perfectly there.
And it's different with every game position. Like
You
in a
can't make a
position
hard
like
and fast
this,
rule.
one line difference makes a huge
difference.
impact. It changes the way the game can, and you have to have good positional judgment to choose the right one.
Sure.
Because if you're going too far out, then sometimes your opponent can just surround the territory and have enough territory. Whereas if you go too deep, then you might just be dying and increasing your opponent's territory. So you have to choose a very fine line, and so one line difference makes a world of difference here. And it has to include a correct judgment of how the game is going. So who is winning or what.
Right. So it looks like Lian Xiao will have to arrive at a similar conclusion to AlphaGo to understand AlphaGo's plan there.
Oh yes, well, once white has played this move, the most difficult part of it is the positional judgment is already chosen, of course. Yeah. But when black plays here again, this move is not a direct attack. Like if black did something like this, then the interchange here would be sort of forced. White would be forced to keep on playing here until this stone was alive.
Sure.
But when black plays away like this, making a more indirect offensive against the white stone,
Right.
White has to choose again whether white wants to be careful here and avoid getting into trouble in the center,
And
or maybe does white,
something on the top.
if white does that, then of course black will be switching maybe to the left side or some other part, and this would be a profitable exchange as far as territory is concerned. So does white want to play some profitable move like this one in the upper left, in which case this stone would add to the offensive against white stone here when black does something like this, and so white has to figure out whether this is going to be okay for white or not.
Is there a local follow-up for this move against the upper right-hand corner, or is
It's not very severe. Like black still can, sometimes black can cut.
Cut directly.
But that will be taking a lot of doing. Like, first of all, there's the fact that this probably involves a ladder if black plays here, white plays here, and the ladder is probably good for black. So if white will probably connect, black can start crawling on the second line. And so usually crawling on the second line is really bad. And so it's not something that black will be doing fairly soon. When we look at this position, it's hard to judge how many liberties black is going to have, but it's relatively easy to judge how many white will have. So we'll say white has, after black plays her, white has 6 liberties. So black has to make 7 liberties before black plays this move. It takes a lot of crawling. And so although this move is sometimes going to work, black has to be able to crawl twice more.
Before he can
we don't know even if that's going to, like if white's going to extend it on the 3rd line, eventually black's going to kill these stones. And even that might not be good because white's getting a lot on the outside.
This may add up to more on the outside.
Right, and then sometimes it's going to be a disaster for black because sometimes white can just cover here and black won't have enough liberties to win the fight. So this would be a drastic move that black could use. Otherwise, we actually see black has played a move in the game. White did play this careful move to protect against the indirect offensive here, and black played here. And this is the normal way to handle it. And if white plays here, then black can play here next. And we can see that this white group is, although it's not going to die, later on, let's just have this hypothetical position here. When black plays here and plays the hane, white can make a life, but it's going to be a very small life. Like this is one way that white can live. This is what we call a seki. And white will have, we will end with this position, which is a position where both sides cannot play. Like if black plays, it's going to just turn into white territory. If white plays, it's going to turn into a dead shape. So we leave this, and it's called a seki. And so it's 0 points of white's territory. It's 0 points whether you're doing it Chinese rules or Japanese rules or whatever. So it's 0 points anyway. There's some of these special shapes where the rule set changes it, but in this case, it's going to be 0 points.
A lot of stones for no points.
Although it's alive, it's a bit painful. So that's why white played this move, which looks a bit vulgar locally. Although it looks vulgar, it does create the capture here next. And so that means that white now is sort of ensured of having something close to 10 points in that corner. So now black is going after the right side territory.
AlphaGo playing the attachment and deciding to.
And so AlphaGo is black is apparently thinking that this black territory is big enough. So why don't we just count it? I'm going to call this. I'm going to change my estimate of this black territory to something more like 20 points.
20. Just
because there's these white stones sort of approaching it.
Okay.
And so this, let's see. This is pretty close to 40 points if black keeps on surrounding it here.
Okay.
At some point, black could stop, but for the time being, I'm going to be calling it about 60 points of black territory. This is about 15 points here and 7 points here. So these small territories that are well-defined are very easy to count, while these big territories that still have holes in them are much more difficult. Like, we don't really know what's going to happen when white does something like this. And it could just be another big, complicated thing that happens here. And the whole territory disappears and something dies on the other side or something like that. We don't really know. But this territory looks like it is going to be pretty close to 40 points. So definitely more than 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 40 and 20 makes
about 60. White has 15, 22. And I'm going to call this about 10 points. So more than 30 points. White still needs more than 20 points, some 25 points or so.
So from this undefined area, white will need to claw out 20 points.
And locally, it looks pretty easy for white to make that. But we do have to remember that this center group is not completely alive yet. I would assume that the game is still sort of in the balance. It's hard to say which is leading.
All right.
Like if white plays there, I would expect black to answer somehow like this. So locally, just playing like this already gives white something like the amount of territory that white needs.
Almost all it needs.
Yeah. And so then black will switch to an attack maybe on the center, or moves like this would be reducing white and creating some more black territory. So this could easily change from 30 to 40 points if black continues with stuff like this. This black territory could quickly expand.
Right.
And so white might be thinking right now of instead of immediately moving to the left or left, white would really like to sort of reduce this territory, potential territory here first.
Helping that center.
Like, for instance, if white could play something like this and something like this, just setting up this move here, threatening to come in a bit more into the black territory.
Right.
So like if white continues to play something like this, we can see the whole black territory, or even something like this to
Aim at the
make use of that one stone there.
Right.
We can see the whole territory disappearing, and eventually there's potential for white to actually make trouble for these black stones. And so the whole area here can be changing if white manages to get in. Right. But of course, if black answers that, then this is going to be a profitable exchange for white. So there is the idea that white might want to do something like this before switching to the left side. But of course, the left side is the one wide open area
that white
board.
needs to make his 30 points. Otherwise, he'll be left with just the
and so this is a
32
very
count
adventurous move here. And again, it has to do with the fact that white has this move, which is sort of creating a potential connection. And black played the extension here. Now, this is kind of a good shape move, because if white plays on the same point, these black stones are a bit in danger. So this is the good shape move. And white then played here. So this is a relatively cautious move, but it's getting rid of the weakness here, because now if black cuts, white can play from the outside and push from this side to capture that black group. So this move, while threatening the lower side, it also protects this stone.
In a way that this does not
that doesn't
protect
do
that
it.
cut.
Right, yeah. So this is more effective in getting rid of the cut. And it means that white can extend here to reduce black on the right side.
I see.
Or maybe white's even thinking of jumping, which would be a bit more
Adventurous.
a bit more,
still,
yeah. And still, even if black cuts here, white can still extend. This still looks like it's going to be difficult for black to escape with that.
With that cutting stone,
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, the game's getting exciting here.
Very much.
You can see that by the fact that I can't sit down anymore. So it's okay. Yeah.
Oh,
And so, yeah, obviously, you know, when a player plays a forcing move like this, if you're going to answer all of your opponent's forcing moves, which happens when a pro teaches an amateur quite often, usually the player doing all the forcing moves just pushes the other player around,
right,
and gets an advantage from that. So in top professional playing, we often see the players refusing to answer as the opponent indicates.
Right, you don't want to cooperate with your opponent.
And so with this exchange, we see that black is trying to set up the cut here. So there's the question, will black cut immediately? Which looks like it might not actually, maybe it does work. It works to a certain extent. Or will black extend here?
Oh, it looks like AlphaGo is, this is almost conservative. Perhaps this is still in keeping with the idea that
a very solid move.
Black thinks it has surrounded
This would be much more dangerous, and it would at least allow white to make some kind of a squeeze. Like immediately, the variation that immediately comes to mind would be white playing here and extending, in which case black can play here and push, threatening both the pushing through here and taking in a ladder. But at the very least, white can play here to get all of these forcing moves, sacrificing the two stones, and getting a more effective move on the lower side, which would be probably okay for white, because then after black takes here, this is a ladder.
Sure.
But, white can play this kind of move, threatening this. And after the lower side disappears, black does have to worry about this move, which would cut these stones off.
Destabilizing.
And so it would be, while getting a thick shape in the center, white would also be taking the offensive on the lower part of the board.
All right.
And so the value of this move is that while it does shut off the center, the right side, it's also sort of creating a connection to these stones. When we get this position, these stones are more well connected, so when white does try to jump into the lower side,
there's less danger.
There's less danger for black, yes. And there's also the fact that after black connects this stone with this kind of move or this kind of move, there's some weakness here that white has to deal with, usually with something like this. And so compared to cutting immediately, even if black does capture two stones here, the territory is actually, this territory might actually be a better territory for black with the open space here.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's excellent. I see over here, I see Hajin Lee, Stephanie Yu. Would you guys like to come join us? Bring us some insights from the lands unknown to us. Hello, hello. Nice to see you.
I'll
Nice
just
to
add
see
a
you
few
too.
notes.
Stephanie Yin, one-time professional. Hajin Lee, former professional player. Great to have you with us.
Yes.
Good morning.
What's
And the game
mood
is
out there?
progressing quite quickly. Do you have any
Oh.
insights from the game room, the
Yeah.
study room?
We didn't have a chance to
Oh,
go
you
to
didn't
the
have a
study
chance.
room.
Right.
Maybe
This
we should.
game is very intense and exciting.
Going to very
Intense,
quickly.
yeah, moving very quickly. Like just as we talk, we have a few more
Yeah,
moves added
maybe
to the
we
board.
should cede the
we
floor
should
here.
give it to you and let you comment on them because it's getting to be exciting up
Quite
on the left
exciting.
side here.
All right.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Yin, founder of New York Go Association and the New York Institute of Go.
My name is Hajin Lee. I'm a former Secretary General of the International Go Federation.
Okay, so what do you think about the game, Hajin?
So right now the game is getting super exciting, and
Yeah,
then
I
I think
agree.
we will have to be catching up pretty quickly.
Mhm.
But let's recap the game so far. In the beginning, we saw this unusual white jump.
Right. It's very, yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
and then it led to blacks capturing this one stone. And then over here, we also saw this less usual approach, because usually when you have a white stone here, white often approach on the high side also.
Right.
Yes, but we saw AlphaGo choosing this knight move, and then it felt like Ren Xiao seemed a little bit surprised by this choice. And then most importantly, in this corner, there was this big exchange.
Right. It's very first fight in the very beginning, right?
Yes, what did you think about this trade-off between white's corner territory and black's outside influence?
Personally, I
Yes.
like black.
Yeah, actually, me too. I think so. The white has only about 15 points inside, but the black's thickness over here and here, I think that was worth a lot more than white's territory.
Right, and those two white stones are damaged by trading this variation.
Yes, but then it was still a little early to say the game was like really good for black, because oftentimes translating this thickness to the concrete territory is also challenging.
Right. Okay, so let's continue the game.
Yes, so let's see. So white has been reducing the center, and then the fight moved to the upper side. And I believe white attached over there, and black exchanged this one over here.
Okay.
Yes.
And capture.
Yes, that was center move. And now black has to respond to this attach move, which is not easy at first glance. The first intuitive answer would be this one. And then if white comes through like this,
Black will cut.
yes, after black's cut, you can see that there is this two ways to capture white. So after this, black can get these two stones,
Okay.
right?
Because the honey won't work, there's a ladder here, right?
That's right, yes. This is a very famous shape that you can use to capture your opponent's stones. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And
And
if
also
white-
there's a
yes.
net on the top.
right, if white plays this side, then black can capture these two stones.
I see.
Right. But the problem of this move would be that white might honey
Honey.
here first.
If black block here, there's an Atari on the top to connect either here or here.
That's right, yes. Black will need to choose this side, because letting white connect this side would be too good for white.
I agree.
So that's why this move might not be a good idea for black.
So black played honey move on the top.
Yes,
Try to enclose the
Yes.
entire group.
right. We saw very similar hane in the first match between AlphaGo and Koje, where black could choose this one, but played like the outside hane first, so that if white goes out, and then black plays here, this exchange helps black.
Right, to make a white group heavier.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
So over here, white has a few choices. White cannot ignore this side at this point because this is too urgent.
Right.
So white will need to continue. And one easy way for white to save these two stones is to play over here.
Interesting. So I'm
Yes.
assuming white wants to connect by Atari here. So for black, I have to block there.
Yes. Then white can play here. Then black will need to connect.
And then I can eventually connect.
That's right, yes.
Oh, interesting.
So there is this one, and if black comes over here, white can cut this one, and then connect on this side.
Right.
So white has this possibility, but just saving these two stones is may not be good enough for white. Because as we saw, black made this huge territory over here, and this is quite concrete now. There isn't much way for white to reduce further.
But it is possible for white to reduce the territory over bottom.
That's right. The bottom territory is still undecided.
So now I think the fight is more intense and important. So let's see.
Yes.
So for example, if white plays here, what about
Yes.
black plays here? And then Atari.
Yes.
And can I play some move like this?
Right. So black could connect to this side.
But those three stones are
And then
kind of
white
in
can
danger.
connect here.
Oh, it's going to be very difficult.
Yes. So this seems to be complicated fight. White will cut over here.
And it's going to be a
Then
very
maybe cut this
complicated capture race, right?
Right, yes. If white only focuses on reducing these liberties over here, this is not going to work for white because black can come directly to this side, and white has only 2 and black has 3. But I think white can consider
Cut in
cutting
the middle.
this side without exchanging all these.
Because your white is saving these moves for the ladder
Yes.
black group here.
Right, right.
If I extend it here, there will be a ladder here to capture the group.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
Yes. And also black cannot save this group very easily.
Right, because if I would tar here, white can escape by
Yes,
sente.
they come out, right,
I
yes.
see. Okay. Let's
Yes. In the actual game, white came out and then cut here. Yes.
Okay.
So I think it means just saving these 2 stones was not quite enough. So
For
white
white,
is
yes.
continuing to fight here.
So now I think it gives black 2 choices. Either extend to here to save that stone,
Right.
or protect the cutting point here.
That's right, yes.
Does this move work?
That will lead to very complicated fight. And it will be a little bit nervous for black. I mean, very risky. Because this fight can lead to a big loss to black.
Right. And this group, the liberty of this group is very intense
Right.
for black.
Yes. But I think black could still consider this option because at this point, white's response seems to be difficult.
Because with blocking here won't work. You will have a ladder.
Yes. Over here, white won't have any chance to cut because of this move.
It looks like black is in danger, but black can get white first.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see.
So at this point, that means white will need to exchange this one. But if black makes tiger mouth, after this, I'm not sure if white has good follow-up.
It seems white doesn't have enough liberties to fight.
Right, yes.
So that's why black chose to protect the cutting point here instead of extend it there. Right?
Actually, when black played here, if black played here, I think instead of doing that, white may have tried over there, because cutting right away doesn't seem to work.
Right, but white probably can choose some moves here to extend the liberty first and then cut.
That's right, exactly, yes. And then this group would be still cut off because black cannot just capture this one stone. The ladder doesn't work because of this white group, and the net also doesn't work. These two stones are not strong enough to do that.
Right.
And also because the pattern was that black has been playing rather safe. So I think this is consistent with that pattern.
Okay, I see. Okay.
And over here, instead of capturing this one stone, white extended. And this move shows some confidence that even if black comes out, white can still save these 4 stones.
By playing.
Yes, probably by exploiting this weakness or
the move
using
you showed before. I see.
Yes. But actually, when white is cutting this black group off, this connection would be very last resort, because in the way of connecting, white can lose these 2 stones.
White has to sacrifice those 2 stones.
Yes, yes. And that wouldn't be very good result for white. So I think white is probably thinking more like this.
I see, attacking those 2 stones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
He did.
And over here, black can't cut this one right away. Yes, can you show us? Yes.
It's because of the ladder here, right? So I can very easily get black group in the center.
That's right. Yes. These white stones over here are helping this fight. Oh, this white stone was over here. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. So that makes some difference with this
because
fight.
the cut and the ladders here, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So that made this move more obvious.
Right.
So at this point, black will have to find a way to continue this fight, because if black loses these 2 stones, white will become too strong. And also, black will need to take care of this group. The best way to take care of this group would be to capture these 2 stones, if that's possible.
So what do you think about the next move black is going to play?
That's a very difficult question.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yes. So this move doesn't work. To save these 2 stones, oftentimes you think about this diagonal move first.
And then probably white will try to surround here.
Right, yes. And then after that, black could atari this one. And white will probably block. This will lead to a call. Yes, and then black could continue, but then this is
kind of difficult for black, isn't it?
Yes. And also because white will have these moves over here as well.
And those 3 black stones is not 100% connected.
Right, yes.
With the right group there.
Yes.
Okay. Guli actually pushed here.
So this diagonal move seems to be a little bit weak, considering all this attach move and all. So black played here, and then AlphaGo. I think it was AlphaGo, right? AlphaGo played here.
Interesting.
Yes. You know what? This move seems like a really brilliant move.
I agree. And white has to escape.
Yes.
Right.
So if white comes out here, black will get get to go out, and then white might still need to come back here. So the point of this move is that if black just comes out like this, because black doesn't want to let white surround this group like this, then white can come about here and then get these 3 stones.
I see.
So basically, black is setting this 2 exchange
By
so that black can also save these 3 stones.
I see. So the idea behind of this move is black is trying to find a sente move to settle 2 groups at the same time.
That's right, yes.
Okay, I got it. I see.
Yes. Also, this is just a better shape to go out than this one, mostly because the follow-up would be much stronger for black shape than like this one. Because after that, it's more difficult to attack this 1 stone.
I see. Interesting. Okay. This is what the game went.
So one thing I'm noticing in this game is that because AlphaGo is playing with human players, we are seeing like more like different moves.
Yeah, different styles.
Yes, yes. And over here, black would either come out or cut here. My first intuition would be to come out like this, because after this, black will still need to do this eventually.
And then that exchange move would be unnecessary for black.
Right, yes.
Okay. And it seems that both of players forgot about that fight over there.
Yes,
then.
I mean, because this is so urgent over here.
It looks more complicated than before.
Yes, yes. And more than these 3 stones, this stone seems important.
Right, because if black is able to save those 3 stones, the center group of white is kind of in danger now.
That's right, exactly, yes.
I see. So now, Guli and black AlphaGo is leading for the time.
Yes.
So Guli has 30 minutes left, and Alicia only has 15 minutes left. You know what? Actually, Guli is very good at faster games.
I see.
We have a A-League tournament in China,
Yes.
and 4 boards, and 3 slow games,
Yes.
and only 1 fast game. So
Yes.
most of the time, Guli plays the faster game.
I see. In the Chinese A-League, how
Yeah.
much time do players have for the fast game?
I believe it's 30 seconds, 10 times by Yumi.
Wow, so
It's-
every move has to be within 30 seconds,
30
basically.
Yes, there's no basic time.
And does it agree well in that fast setting in the Chinese A-League?
Sorry?
Does it agree perform well?
Yes.
Yes. So that means Guri will have some advantage in terms of this time setting.
I agree.
Yes.
Okay, white extended.
Yes. So, yes. So black just came out, and then white extended.
So,
Yes. And over here, black could consider tenuking because this group is out of like immediate danger zone. But continuing over here would be also a good choice because by itself it's just a good place to go. Yes. This move here is also a very nice place because when white connects over here, white is not only saving this stone but also making some territory. And with this one, I believe black can also get some sente moves in the corner.
in the corner to reduce the territory.
Yes.
So the group in the corner is already alive.
Yes, it is alive.
Because if black goes here, there's a 1 eye on the top, and there's a huge eye in the corner.
That's right, yes. So the corner is not in danger, but it has much less territory now. And in the actual game, white extended here, It's a very nice place and also big point. And especially when you consider black can get some sente moves, that gives some strength of black group over here, which can lead to connection to these 3 stones. So that move was a kind of prevention.
And somehow protecting the cutting points here.
Yes. So after that, these 3 stones are quite surrounded. Still there is this room for ko. But as we saw, black played here to save these 3 stones first.
It looks like a sente move.
Yes.
Because connecting here looks very big for black.
Right. If white does, for example, if white plays here, black would save this 1 stone. And after that, it's very tricky for white to make a good shape.
Yes. So what do you think? Maybe a...
Yes, we can try this one. And black can do this.
Capture, does the capture work?
Yes, black can
it looks very difficult for white.
come out, yes.
Extend.
Yes, so there is still danger for black as well, but there is just a ko. This white shape is very thin.
So maybe jumping here will work too for black. Okay,
So the easy answer for white would be to answer here, but I think it might be a good timing for white to make some probing moves in the center first, so that white might get sente, or at least get this one in sente.
that would be great.
So
And then, yes, go ahead.
please.
And then all of the 3 stones on the top will completely dead.
That's right, yes. Another thing white can consider is to push here, I think. And that's because if black answers this way, which is common answer, white can look at this option.
Oh, and then those 3 stones are
Yes,
in danger now.
right. We might need this one first. Yes, and this one is sente because if black doesn't respond, white can capture these 3 stones.
Yeah, by attacking here, right?
Yes.
And then honey.
Right. So when black needs to answer, white can get these 3 stones.
We actually showed this similar shape in our previous game.
Yes,
yesterday.
I think that was the second match.
Yes.
Koje and AlphaGo. Right.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, but white played here instead.
Similar
And then black.
idea.
Yes. Black responded. Now white will need to answer here. It will be difficult to ignore this spot.
So if I were white, I will probably just play here. Let's see
Yes.
so
That
now
would be my guess as well.
Oh, yes, actually, let's shall play it here.
Oh, yes. So played here, and now it's black's turn. Now, mostly urgent places are reserved. This became white's territory, but black got really nice potential on that side and got sente.
It looks like the fight temporarily settled. And now I'm assuming both players will concentrate on this side.
Yes. So this would be a good place to go now for black. Yes. So in today's game, the countdown is 60 seconds.
Only once, right?
That's right.
Oh.
So when the white team goes into the countdown, they will have to be playing in 1 minute every time.
It sounds very intense.
Yes, yes. So actually seeing this game reminds me of my experience of playing AlphaGo with Jo Hoon-hyun Naindan.
Wow.
He is a legendary Korean Go player. And we played this exhibition AlphaGo match at the 25th anniversary of World Amateur AlphaGo Championship.
Wow.
And then I was like so excited to be paired with Cho Hoon-yeon Naindan that I was so nervous.
Oh.
And then I couldn't really be myself because I was so conscious about like what he would think about my moves.
Yeah, it normally happens in the pair go. You always want to understand your opponent's style. I mean, sorry, your partner's styles.
Right, right. Do you also have your pair go experience that you want to share with us?
And I actually played some of pair go, but it's not an official tournament.
Yes.
So every year we have a US Go Congress.
Right.
And the pair go tournament is one of the most exciting tournament for
That's
everyone.
right. Yes.
But the funny thing is, we have to give the handicap to our opponent if we have a very huge gap between two players.
Right.
So sometimes I have to pair with my partner who is like a 15 kill
Yes.
or one done. So like if I play against some people are very similar level, but we have to give them like 5 stones.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Pair go is really good in that way that like strong player and weak player can like play together and then you can like collaborate
Right.
and learn from each other. So in the actual game, black exchanged this push and then jumped into the white's territory, white's area. And this move is also looking at connecting this one later. Not right away because there is this wedge move.
Right now, is it working? It's not working, right?
Right, yes.
Because you mentioned the
Yes.
wedge move here,
Yes.
and then Atari, and
Yes, another
a
wedge move.
Oh,
So because of these two wedge moves, the connecting over here doesn't work right away, but any black moves around here would make that connection work. So
Okay.
when black jumped here, white
Played.
went in very deep.
Wow, that looks very exciting.
Yes. So this move over here is looking at saving this one stone. That's one thing. And another thing is that because white can like peep over here, and then white has also some sente moves around here. So I think potentially white is trying to bully these 3 stones into like reducing this black's potential area.
I see. Okay, so
Yes.
black responded here.
Right. And this move is also interestingly making the ladder work.
So this is kind of a like ladder breaker, and black played another ladder breaker.
That's right. Yes. Yes.
see.
Sometimes we call these moves ladder maker
Oh,
because
ladder
it
maker.
makes ladder.
I see.
Yes. And white came here, and then Hane. And over here, the common response would be to
Double
double Hane.
Hane.
Yes. But actually, at this point, I think black could also consider this one.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it because there are some sentes move for white if
Yes.
black double hunted?
Right. One thing is that connecting this side to this side is not worth very much. It's only a few points. Another thing is that when black tries to connect, white is getting some sente moves around here. For example, black would need to connect here. Yes.
And
And
maybe
then when
tiger's
white
mouth.
makes a tari,
So now it gives black a headache.
Yes, it did-
either connect here or
yes. Right.
cut there.
Like this, white can easily connect this one move.
And now I guess black has to,
Right. This would be, yes,
or
very
I don't
thin
know.
shape for black. Right,
Yeah,
right.
it's kind of
There is-
difficult for black to choose.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Right. So if black extended over here, this tiger mouse wouldn't necessarily be sente because this blocking over here is not nearly as nice as the other block we saw here. Yes. So I thought this might be a way, but black chose this one. Yes. Yes. Locally, this is usually the best response.
Right. Try to protect your territory as big as possible.
Right, yes. So maybe we can do a quick counting just to see where we are. So over here, we have 15 points. And this one has about 7 points, white.
22 points in total.
22. And over here, what would you say, maybe about 5 points?
5 points, 27?
Yes, 27. And in the corner, we could say about 10
points?
12. Because if white had to connect, that would be about 15 points. But then if black comes first, it would be a little less than 10 points.
Okay, so let's say 10 points.
Right, yes.
Okay.
And then over
so
here...
we're 27 plus 27, right?
So 37.
Oh, yeah, plus that one, 37.
Yes, yes. And this would be the largest white territory. And it seems like about 28, 30. Approximately 30.
30, okay.
Yes.
So 37, 67.
Yes, so white has about 67 points.
What about black?
So black's territory over here, yes.
So there's a cutting point here. It looks
right.
like it.
Does this cutting point work? It doesn't seem to be working.
Why
it
don't we
doesn't
show
work.
us?
Yes. Yes. Over here, black can block this side.
It normally works when there's no stones around in this area, right?
That's right. It's easy to assume that this doesn't work because of this. One stone would become a tari when white cuts. But in this specific case, because black is so strong outside, this one works for black. Black would atari here.
I have to connect.
Yes, and then maybe this hane would be better because this one, white can...
there's a atari move here.
Yes,
I see.
white can cut this one and then
push.
come out.
I see.
Yes, but if black hane is here, then...
White only has 2 liberties.
It doesn't really work. So after these exchanges, there is no way white can save this group.
Because it only has 2 liberties, and it's going to be in tari.
Yes, right.
I see.
So the cut doesn't work, and this side here is also connected.
And then white played extension move here, extended here.
Yes. So this one is also looking at these some sente moves around here. So it will be difficult for black to try to cut this one.
So I guess if white plays here directly, and black won't respond here instead of a
right, yes.
hane here.
This would be a better choice for black, right?
Because it's already connected. Those 2 stones are still safe.
That's right, yes.
I see.
Yes.
So that's why I guess white played here before these exchange moves.
Yes. And over here, black wouldn't want to lose these 3 stones for sure. So the first move that we'd think about is to block here.
And then is the ladder working for white now?
Not quite, because now there are 3 liberties already. So black will need to connect this side, and then white will be connecting, or maybe this way. Oh, that would be better, much better.
It looks like a sente move.
Yes.
By connecting here.
Yes. So actually, this seems to be a little bit troublesome for black, because black will need to connect that one.
Take care of this group.
Yes, and there's
the
this hane, right? Yes.
I see.
So black pushed over here, and white can, I think white can exchange this one quickly at sente. Yes.
Maybe tiger's mouse.
Yes,
better
probably.
For connecting purpose.
Right. If we assume this is all going to be black's territory, this would be better. But since we don't know that yet, we want to play a move that would help a little bit more in fights.
And then
Yes. And then white comes out, black can Atari.
because pushing won't work, right?
Yes.
There's a connecting move, and
Mm-hmm.
either I'm gonna connect or push here.
That's right, yes.
So
Right.
it looks like
But
we're
yes,
in trouble now.
yes. It seems like that Atari would make this white group cut off. And that would mean white should do something else.
Maybe Atari Tiger Smile here.
Yes, let's try that one.
So if black still chooses the same strategy, it won't
Yes.
work right now because
Yes, this is going to be so satisfying for white.
yes, everything is gonna die.
Yes.
So
Oh gosh. Yes. So that would be the end of the game.
right.
So, so if black doesn't exchange this Atari but just cut here, we will see a big exchange where white will Atari here, and then
then
yes, and then
Atari
Atari
here.
that, and black can come out. White
And
will
it's-
take this one, and then black can come back here.
To take care of that group.
That's right. Yes,
Next move.
right. Should be able to live inside. Black has wide enough space inside. But this would be a quite good gain for white because all that black's territory is gone, and white has the center to
Moves
also
over
come in.
So black has the 4 liberties, and there's no way for white to increase the liberties here, right?
Right, right. Yes, white cannot do that. But just reducing this side would be good enough for white.
I see. So white destroyed the territory here by Sente and didn't lose anything. Yeah, it lost. White lost four stones here, but still have a chance to reduce black's territory.
Yes, right. So let's see. When white tries to connect, black's goal wouldn't be to cut these 3 stones, but rather get a good shape in Sente so that black can come back and fix this shape. So for example, at this point, black could consider something like this move. And then if white connects, black could come back here.
Right.
There is some weakness over here.
Some agis, I
Yes,
think.
yes.
Or maybe white can push one more. I don't know if it works. Or here, right?
Right. So it's quite complicated over here. Another thing we should keep in mind is this connection over here, because the moment it works for black, this whole white group would be in danger.
Right.
Also, at the same time, there is this cutting point and there is this cutting point. So white will need to keep an eye on that as well.
Looks white is going to run off the basic time now. In 2
Yes.
minutes.
Right. So white played here, and that is a bit surprising at this point because this fight seems so urgent.
And then it's a no gate.
Right. And here, black has only one option. Black would. Oh, black blocked it this way. So I expected black to block this way because this territory is quite big. But black played here, and white will need to.
So let's see
connect.
whether AlphaGo will respond that Atari move.
Oh.
AlphaGo seems to disagree.
Oh, this is like really interesting because
Yes.
when human pairs play together, sometimes the weak player would play some forcing move, and then the strong player would go to the important place.
Yes.
And what we saw looks exactly like that. And I didn't expect to see this kind of collaboration, especially because I thought AlphaGo wouldn't understand PairGo.
Interesting.
Right, yes. It is very exciting.
So AlphaGo cut it here.
So black could do this only because white didn't exchange this one before. But I'm suspecting white couldn't exchange this one because black wouldn't answer this one.
You mean before the
Yes.
the white move?
Right. So
Okay.
I'm wondering if white didn't exchange this one because black would rather do this,
Okay.
something like, and then just give up this one stone and attack this white's group.
I see.
Because after that, black could like peep here. So when white
So
needs
connecting,
to,
right. So now connecting won't work because
Yes.
black will
Right,
be able
right.
to connect here. The wedge
Yes.
is not no longer exists.
Yes. And at this point, we can see that it will be very difficult to find two eyes for this white group.
And also there are two cutting points for white.
Yes. So white didn't have the chance to exchange this connection. And without this exchange, now if white tries here, instead of connecting this one,
Black will Atari here.
that's right.
It's
yes.
too late for white.
Okay,
And white is trying to, I guess white is trying to increase the liberties.
yes.
And then white is able to connect later.
Right. If black answers this way, then there is this connection. Black will probably hane here. If white cuts, then black can easily capture the 3 stones. There is the exchange over here. Let's see.
Right.
So white couldn't cut here. White came out. And still, if black comes back, white can connect this one.
Right. But I have a question.
Yes.
Does this move work for? So connecting here, like you said, is not going to work for white because there's squeezing move here or
That's right.
Atari move here.
Yes.
Is this move going to work?
Let's see. So white will need to come out.
Because still the connecting move is not going to work for white.
Right.
Can I reduce the liberty like this?
And then white will need to come out.
Honey?
Then now white
Oh,
can
yeah,
cut this
probably
one in
so.
Sente. Right? If black comes back, white can cut here.
Is the Atari move work?
Right, that's a very good question.
And then
Yes.
now we'll be able to save those 2 stones because there's no ladder anymore.
That's
That
right,
will be
yes.
eventually connect.
And then with this, white has 2 liberties and black has 3. So this fight works for black. Excuse me.
That's okay. So black did push
Yes.
and captured now.
Right.
Oh,
So this one is similar in a way because if white cuts here, as we mentioned, black would Atari this one. Right? And white will have to connect and black will hane and then do this. So over here there is an interesting shape where if white tries to increase the liberty, then can you show us?
Okay, I would love to. So connecting here will give white more liberties here.
Right.
But I think black could Atari here.
Yes.
And then there are 3 liberties for white, 3 liberties for black, but black plays first.
That's right, yes. So this doesn't help.
Okay. There's a cut
So
here.
white cut.
So I think white is pretty much in danger now for the entire
right,
group.
yes. So white cut and black played here. White will come out and black will Atari and it wouldn't work for white.
Yes.
Yes. So there is no other way for white.
So now Lin Xiao is kind of leaning back.
Leaning back. What would that mean?
I don't know actually, but when
Yes.
you're or something like you're relaxing, either you're leading the game or you're ready to
Let it go.
yeah, kind of.
Yes. Yes. So in this game, there were a few moves that I really admired. So the first move was, I think, this invasion over here when white came in. Because when we see this kind of weakness, the first instinct is to protect the weakness. But before going into that, this probing move, it was like asking white to decide how white would respond.
I see. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Black did Atari.
Yes. Right. Yes. And then another move that I really liked was this Hane over
it's
here.
very solid.
Right, yes. I think it's a very typical AlphaGo strong move.
When
Yes.
and well, AlphaGo thinks the game is good.
Right. Also, I think this is kind of similar in a way with the cutting move that we saw in the first match
Yes.
against Koje, because that was not center and it looked slow, but it really gave white the strength outside. This move gave black the strong position in this side.
Yes. Okay. White
Yes.
connected. Let's go back to the game
And then black did Hane. Stephanie, did you have any favorite move in this game?
I think you covered everything. Here, the invasion move and the very solid move here.
Right?
Yes. I think there's a kicking move somehow in
This one.
this corner, right? Yeah, it's all of the stones are because usually it's in our human players game. You don't see that move very often.
That's right. Yes, you learn to kick only when you have stones around here already, right? Yes. So that's something we are learning from AlphaGo as a new possibility.
I see. Yes. Okay. Oh, white Atari on the top instead.
Oh yes, because this Hane wouldn't work.
But I
so-
don't think it's gonna work for white either.
That's right. Yes.
Because black can connect here.
That's
increase
right.
The liberties.
Yes.
There
Right.
are 5 for black and 4 for white.
That's right. If there were no black stone over here, this would have worked.
Right.
But
Okay. So
yes, white came here.
sacrifice to those six stones.
Yes.
Do you think
Right.
it's enough for white?
I'm a little curious why black responded from this side instead of that one. Probably there was some variations where white could try on this side that mattered.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, there are only 20 seconds left for Lin Xiao and
Right, yes. And then another thing is that Lian Xiao opened up the game on 3 points, thinking that this is a new trend with like AlphaGo and Koje. But in this particular game, that was actually a bad choice. I mean, eventually, because when black had such a strong position all around, the start point became really good place for black.
right.
Yeah, so that was also an interesting turnout. So now white is trying to make something happen on this side.
Exchange first.
And this one is also looking at the cut over here. Yes. Or white could also jump and connect. Either way, this would be a big gain for white.
Right.
So black attached here, and white played here. Here, I wonder if black can extend here. This would be a risky choice.
there's an obvious cutting point.
That's right. And this is also sente. Black will need to connect. And white can exchange this Atari and connect here. Actually, this could totally change the game.
Yes.
So black shouldn't try this one.
As long as white is alive here, black, this group and that group will be in danger.
So this was a very good move over here, the one space jump.
I was very curious why didn't black just simply protect the cutting point here?
Right, let's see.
Maybe.
Yes, black could do this, and white would have saved this stone over here. And black will need to block and that. So
Is
it
this alive?
seems like it is alive, yes.
Because there's a
Right.
sente here.
Normally this space is not wide enough to live, but as you mentioned, there is the sente over here, where black has to connect.
If black pushes here, there's a Atari move here.
Right.
So that black has to
Yes.
either connect or cut. I think
Right.
both are okay. And then
Yes.
white will eventually make that eye.
Right, yes. So when white connects here, it seems like this white shape is already alive. So at this point, I wonder if black has to give all these up. That would be a big loss. Black could consider this one.
And then
white
white will
would
cut there.
here. This exchange would be very bad. So that means maybe black should have just came back here. Or something like this one.
Sort of a protected cutting point here and
Yes. Right.
connect.
Yes, or that one.
Interesting.
Yes. Right. White's trying here without this exchange, it wouldn't have worked because of black's this move.
Yeah, there's no enough space for white to live.
Right, yes. So black can just come
Or
in.
just
yes.
extend it back.
Right, yes. So this one space jump was the perfect move.
No, I think a Guli is
Yes.
not in the trouble,
Spending
but
time, yes.
yeah, thinking about he actually connected.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh, I get it. So that is,
goated?
yes.
Oh,
So I
okay.
think that means Guli is thinking about giving up that one stone. Yes, maybe here. That seems like a better choice, actually.
I see.
Right. Because compared to black's...
No, go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Apparently, they
Yes.
like to
Right, right.
protect
If-
everything.
If black chose this sequence, that would have been better than just doing this and letting white cut.
Right,
Right. But in
because
any
the territory here is very small compared with
that's
this
right.
stone.
Yeah, this
Giving
is a
up.
better point, right?
Yes. So this is a Guli plate, and this is AlphaGo plate.
Right.
Okay.
And that would lead to ko here. So let's see. White would connect. Black will go under. White will cut. Black will take this one. And this ko is huge because if white wins the ko, black will lose this entire group.
All of a sudden, that was so
Yes.
surprised.
I know. We thought the game was almost
end.
Yes, almost at an end. Especially when white lost these stones because it seemed like a big gain for black. But this code would totally make the game balanced again.
Yes. But since the code is very big,
Yes.
is there any code thread?
So let's see what are some big enough code threads for white.
Somewhere in the center.
Right. For example, this code thread wouldn't be big enough, for sure, because black would take this one, and when white comes in, black can still protect some part of this area. And together with these territories over here, black seems to have more than enough to win this game. What about over here? This would be big enough. Right, yes. Over here. And if black chooses to connect here, then white has another code thread. So, so there is certainly one code thread over there. And instead of this cut, white started code this way, but it's still similar code. And the fact that if white wins, black dies is still the same. So it seems to me that white's only code thread is here.
Right, and there's some self-code thread for black. Right?
That is true, yes. So black will do this, and then white will take. And then another thing I want to point out is that you always use the biggest code thread for the last one.
Right. Which means that your opponent couldn't ignore that code thread.
That's right, yes. In the second match against Koje, Koje used the code thread which was the uttering the two stones. Do you remember?
Which
in the second match, Koje made the code thread of uttering.
Right.
That was not the largest code thread on the board, but because AlphaGo has some self-code threads, Koje was actually using the code threads from the relatively small ones, not the biggest one.
Okay, let's.
So because this was the only code thread, but black had connecting the self-code threads, so white came here instead, and then black, yes, took the code. So I guess this would be almost the last fighting point of
on
this
the
game.
board, yes.
And we have people over there. We will invite Andrew and Michael up to the stage.
Hello.
Hi again.
Hello.
Very exciting, isn't it?
Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Yes.
What a co-fight there. And now this is the final battle, I believe you were saying?
Yes. Did you see this code coming, Michael?
I think white was aiming at that left side all the time. But because the center group was so weak, I have an idea that all of this that white did on the lower side, which was losing a lot of points there, was actually just to solidify white in the center. So there's some reason to it. And so I was thinking white was just messing up, but it turns out maybe white had a whole plan to start that on the left side. Because after the lower side, white had to do something to, but actually the territory is closer than I thought it was.
Yes.
And so if white can gain something on the right side now, I think the game will be very close at least, or maybe even good for white.
That's right.
So it all depends on this fight on the right side.
Right. If white manages to destroy all this territory, that would be huge difference.
It would be a big difference, yes.
Right. Okay. So we look forward to continuing seeing.
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah. So as we speak, the game moves forward. So black answered the Turi and white connects. Now there's all sorts of things that can happen here. One of them being that white can cut these black stones off. Potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah, there's some weakness in white's shape too, so it depends on that. If white plays here, white will have a living shape.
Oh, that's enough to live.
If black plays here, and then plays something inside black's territory. Oh, black has already played this one. Now, if black plays something conservative like this, not only does white have what looks like it could be a forcing move here, white also has the potential connection underneath. So the question is this really forcing or not? Because if black answers it, then white will be able to trash the whole territory. I think my snap judgment is this is going to be good enough for white. Although white lost some territory here, the whole idea of making a living shape and actually a fairly big territory here that like
this is 10
more
points.
than 10 points.
Yeah.
White lost the opportunity to cut here and reduce black's territory on the left side. So white has lost points here, but it's getting a huge amount back. And white lost points here, but got something back in the center. And this center white group was actually in danger for a good part of the game. So it's important that white got more than 10 points to live in the center. And if white can, like there's a huge difference between escaping first and then allowing black to squeeze from this side. So if white can get this one extra move in here, and we're still waiting for black's next move.
That's right.
Again, there's the choice of pushing here. I think this looks a bit dangerous for black. At least white can play forcing moves like this against the blacks. And black's connection in the center there
is a little tenuous.
It's not really, not really safe. So this is the first move that comes to mind. And what happens if black plays on this side?
If it resists.
Now that's really, this is going to be a professional
life and death
level,
problem.
And death problem with a potential semi, because these stones are not really. We can see the possibility of this kind of move popping up, and to isolate. Although black is so big that I usually black will win this semi.
They say big dragons never die.
But of course, if white has an eye here, white's going to have a lot of moves, liberties also.
Right.
So it could be a very exciting conclusion. I think the game was in the balance for almost throughout the game. Like white gained a lot here.
Right.
White had various ways to get rid of this black territory.
Right.
When white was doing this, but white had to worry about the center stones.
Right.
So the way white did it is white sort of forced black to capture these stones while protecting the center.
Right. And in exchange now it's totally stable and has 10 points.
And then if nothing happened after that, black would have had a slight advantage in territory. But white was actually planning to jump into this territory. This was a very dangerous fight for black too, because if white lives here, then automatically the black group dies.
Right.
But black could not back down from that because the territorial difference was actually fairly small. So black played the strongest way to make a ko. And I can't see anything better than the ko there for black. The actual reading of it is very difficult, but as far as I can tell, most of the variations I was looking at were white was living actually. I think black did fairly well to get a ko out of it.
I see.
And like white had this one very big ko threat here, as Hajin was saying, but one ko threat isn't really enough.
Right.
So white started with the ko threat less likely to be forcing. So black has played this move.
Right.
And
now the question is,
if white jumps here, white will be able to connect. Let's just show how that happens.
Sure.
But then black will be able to play this move just to create, it's not mandatory, but black could play this kind of thing to set up a squeeze here. And we can see that next move, white is sort of out of good moves locally, but black can actually play this kind of thing to get a complete squeeze. So everything is going to be forcing here.
Completely seal off.
And this is actually going to be a pretty big territory. I'd have to make a calculation now, but I think this is going to be enough for black.
I see.
Yeah, so this is going to be, locally, this is a pretty good result for black. Black's territorial boundary was along this line. So we can see a block here of about 15 points maybe that white gained. So, but that wasn't a gain unconditionally, because white is actually enlarged black's territory on this side.
I see.
And to make this invasion possible, white had to give some profit to black here too. So I don't think 15 points is good enough.
Okay.
So I think white really wants to push out into the black territory.
But it looks like Lian Xiao, who was making that judgment, elected not to.
So maybe I should recalculate that. But it's interesting that black didn't push through at least once here, because after this, connecting here is a pretty big move. Okay, so this is also a big move. It threatens to save those stones.
Right.
That's pretty big. Again, with black, I would be, yes, I would want to play this move. I'm glad that they played that. That makes my life much simpler. We're back to the variation that I was expecting. And, there's no reason that black cannot just play all of these forcing moves. It's not necessary to play them, but it would really make it easier for me if they simplify the position
To
like
count
this.
the board, right?
Because this is really big in that black can capture the whole group with this.
Right.
And so white's going to answer this. There's really almost no territorial difference here. Like it's an even exchange, but this is something black can do to make it just easier to count this territory. Like this is 15 points here, then 10 more points here if we're counting this as territory. So it's 27 points.
Okay.
And this was a big move here because it prevents white from making the whole side territory
Connecting.
with that move, yes. So this is big and it threatens the corner. So this is going to be forcing. So I was saying this is 27. This is 12 points in the capture here, then 14, 16, 18, 20. So it's about, it's more than 20 points. It's almost 25 points. After playing a few forcing moves, black is going to move back here to capture this group. I was saying this was more than 20 points, and this was 27. So let's say they add up to about 50. So this is 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. This is at least 25 points. So 75. And that's probably not very accurate, but I'll leave it there. This is with this forcing move for white, which is also usually going to be a forcing. In the end game, it's going to be a forcing move for black.
Right.
So that's a difference
Double
of a few
sente.
points. Because the Hanetsugi there is going to be forcing too.
Sure.
So that's pretty big. So this is has turned into an 8-point territory,
Okay.
where I was calling it 7 points before.
Okay.
You notice that? Yeah. So this
An
is
extra
15 points still. So it's 23. This is the good part of not playing this co-threat is that it's better actually for white to be playing a co-threat from this side. So this is still in the vicinity of 12 points.
Right.
White does have a forcing move here that white wants to play fairly quickly. So this, we'll call that 12 points. So that's 20, 35.
Right.
And then so it's.
Keep up here.
So this is about 31, and there's a few points here. So just maybe we'll call that whole thing about 35 points. So that's 60 points for white. And I was saying that black had 75, so that would be good for black.
Okay.
But that's my first judgment. How did the game proceed?
White ignored this
Okay,
move up
so
here
now it's
to
completely
connect.
different. Okay,
Ignored that move to
connected
connect.
once,
Black
and this
answered.
answered,
And then white is pushed.
and we don't actually have this exchange. So
We
I'll
don't
take it
actually
out.
have that
Yeah.
whole set of
It
exchanges.
doesn't really make much difference.
I mean, we could assume that'll
So now
happen,
this
I
is a
guess.
completely different calculation. So you know, see how it's sometimes it's sort of pointless to be doing this. And now I'm sort of worried about that white group in the upper left corner. For instance, what happens if black crawls?
Just crawls. Well, I would want to block.
You would want to block.
would-
Now if
first
black
instinct.
plays here,
I would have a dead shape, I believe.
no, not.
Not yet?
Well, if you block, you do. Yes.
Yes.
If you block, you have a dead shape.
Sure.
But actually, white can play here.
Ah.
This is forcing, and white can play here.
And
this move, while making an eye here, white's also stopping black from sliding.
making the
like
monkey
that
jump.
would be the move that killed it, but it doesn't work now.
Because of this stone here.
Yeah.
Right.
And so that would be alive, but black could play here. And let's see, what is this? I guess this is going to be alive too, because white can force with this. And after that, white can force with this move. And
now
then play the hane.
this is the same position we looked at earlier, only with the hane, it makes a...
It looks like it's going to be alive.
Right.
Yeah, if black plays that way, it's easy. That's the easy way.
Right.
Yeah. I was thinking of something a bit more confusing, but I'll just leave it. Yeah. Maybe the players will show it to us. Yeah.
So the crawl doesn't
The
seem
crawl
sufficient
doesn't work.
to kill it.
And if black doesn't crawl again, since white can play this move, and when black pulls back here, black has an imperfect connection, so black really has to answer this way. Sliding doesn't seem to be very good because this would just make it not work. So it's either crawling or playing this move, which is also
Directly.
a key point. Maybe this is better. Oh, but black crawled. Sorry about
Crawled.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
So this looks to me like it's going to be a live shape, maybe. Although the fact that black has all of these strong positions here, like these ponnukis,
Potentially there's...
sometimes in similar problems, you see that this kind of thing will change the equation. So, like in this position, it was easy when black covered here. But it's more complicated, for instance, if let's have black have this exchange in first, just to keep some degree of simpleness in. It's more complicated if black, for instance, plays the throw in first
Sure.
and just forgets this exchange.
Right.
In which case, if white takes it, then this becomes the key point. And what do you think?
I think I would
You'd
need
be
to think
worried,
about it
wouldn't
for a
you?
while.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
But the fact, actually, the fact that white has some extra liberties here means that maybe it's okay, but I'd be sort of worried about this kind of thing.
This is no longer that recognizable
but then, of
position.
course, it's not recognizable. Right. And then stuff like this can happen, which is probably going to be a living shape.
Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be okay. It might be squeezed a lot by black, though. But the fact that white got Sente to save these stones on the left side is actually a pretty big move. And it means that I have to make all my calculations once more.
Sure.
Yes. So white played this move first. This is going to be forcing black. Crawling here looks like it's not going to work because white pushes through here. And since these stones can be sacrificed, white just cuts on the lower side.
Just to focus
and can
on
kill the
these.
4 stones in the corner. So this is not going to be good for black. So black has to save these stones. And let's see, this actually might even work.
It's the simplest way to make sure of this eye.
Making one eye,
right.
Yeah. And the fact that there's this cutting point here, although it's not an immediate threat, it means that when black does stuff like this, black will eventually have to, move back to save this stone because of the weakness here, white can eventually chase this stone down and capture it.
Right. There's no way.
Yeah. There's too many places that black has to connect. And so that's the value of this move that white has just played. So white seems to have a choice here of playing on the second line to live or playing on the third line to make one eye first and then live.
Right. This maybe would be a little less territory overall. Or either way, we're getting away with only 2 points.
This looks more familiar to me. I'd still feel happier with this move.
Okay.
This is a shape where, with all this thickness here, like in usual shapes, you can always count that this move is always going to be answered here and stuff like that. But that's not true in this position.
Right.
And
so much
that
strength.
makes some very subtle changes that can sometimes trick strong players.
I see.
Yeah, so I'm sort of worried about that kind of thing. This isn't just another way for black to connect the stones. And it has potentially more profit on this side.
Right.
Like, first of all, there's a weakness to it that is this move and this move.
Sure.
But it's not that it does add to the squeeze that white gets.
Right.
On the left.
But of
white
course,
is losing stuff on the right.
the Hane and connection.
There's all sorts of, like, black can take these 2 stones with Sente, which is pretty big because it changes the status of these stones. They're connected anyway, but it makes them stronger. It makes a difference. And there's some potential squeeze against these 3 stones too. So filling all these liberties is something white doesn't really want to do. And
maybe
so if we assume a move like this, I keep on talking, don't I? A move like this or a move like this, then this is more effective than this one because there's the Hane here and it can reduce white. Yeah.
I was going to say that maybe because white didn't try to bite off anymore here, black is happier to answer here and maybe leave these 2 stones. Available.
Well, it's the fact that white jumped here. I forget whether it was the human or
Lian Xiao.
Okay, maybe he's feeling that the game is not so bad. Although my calculation when black took these stones seemed to indicate that black was ahead.
Sure.
But that's far in the past now that white has saved these stones, and I haven't really had time. I've been so busy looking at that position in the upper left that I haven't had time to calculate the score. Maybe I should try to make a rough estimate here. So this is 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I'm going to call this about 25 points. It's a little less maybe than 25. And I was calling this 27 points.
Right.
And let's see if I was really correct in that. It looks about 27 points. Like there's still some uncertainty here. For instance, white can play here and capture this stone, which is a pretty big move. And that would add to this the potential to capture this stone again. And so this is a pretty big move that, and it makes a big difference when black plays it too, because then black can expand the territory here. And so there's this big move here which will change everything. But for the time being, I'm going to call this 27 points.
24.
That's kind of a minimum, close to the minimum.
So 51?
It could get lower.
Okay.
Yeah, but so this is going to be still about, these 2 add to about 50 points. Now this territory, it's somewhere close to 10 points because black still has, but it's less than 10 points. Black has the potential to play here, which is another pretty big move, which will potentially involve a ko.
Oh.
and because black can throw in here.
Oh.
And then capture this.
And now
and
white
because
can't
black
connect
is capturing this on the way, it means that the code doesn't affect black's life and death.
at all.
No.
So white risks everything.
And
Would-
white is going to lose
right.
these stones if white loses the ko, because of course white cannot play here. Black
Right,
throws
right,
in.
right. Just
And so there's this ko that could happen, but in actual play you rarely see white answering this, because this would be a big gain for black locally.
right.
So when black does that, white will probably play elsewhere. Then there's going to be this ko, and it's just these 4 stones with maybe something else extra left.
Sure.
And so it's not, for instance, it might not even be as big as this move. So
Mm-hmm.
there are big moves that are comparable to this in size to this move. So we saw white covered, black played in here, and white played the hane, and black covered
Blocked
here.
and
And
white.
we see that white
pushed.
has played this one.
Right.
So white's going to take some loss on the upper side
Mm-hmm.
central area to play this, to push through here and make the corner happier shape. And maybe white's just going to throw in here, throwing in or playing the sagari or playing this sagari. White it's actually
Many
a
choices.
choice that is hard to choose,
Hmm.
but like playing the sagari here even works. This might be better on the right side.
Better territory.
And just having this exchange in, it changes the status of white in the corner.
Because any of those are
Yeah,
sent.
because now black will connect, and white can just connect this stone. And now that's actually where it was looking like it was maybe 2 or 3 points, just a bare life. This is looking more like 5 or 6 points. So
Okay.
changing the status of these stones, giving white this forcing move here,
Right.
has increased white's territory.
Okay. So we were at 50, and then this was
Let's see, now it's a bit less than I would think. So it's 3, 5, 7, 8 points. So, and then
58.
black has some extra, so we'll call it 12 points,
okay.
62 points.
62.
And so I'll call that a 5-point white territory.
Still
This is
15.
15, so that's 20. This is 8 for the time being, but it gets bigger when white plays the
If white can
tari
make
and then
an
plays
eye.
down here. White has 14 points there, so this
So
either
8 to
8 or
14.
14.
So do we call it 11?
Just counting white, it would average to 11, but we have to remember that when black plays this move, there's an added value for
oh,
black.
so
So it's really
complicated than 11.
We could do a complicated calculation and get some other figure.
Okay.
Well, let's just look at the white territory and call it 11 then. So that's, where was I? I was saying this is 5
5,
with
15,
this 20,
20.
31. So that makes this about 43. And we'll say that black takes this,
Gets these 2
and
points.
this will be this kind of exchange. Oh no, I guess that kind of exchange. Maybe actually black will play here.
Wow.
Okay, white played. This is quite similar. It's more or less the same thing.
Sure,
I
sure.
think. It's going to be different, but it's not going to be a big difference in territory at all.
Okay.
But is this okay for white? I'm not.
It
I guess
looks
it's okay.
scary.
Yeah, I guess it's okay. So this is going to be like this, and black plays here. If white plays here, then black has to connect, and white looks like white can win the semi with this move.
I see. Just
And
an eye versus no eye.
it's an eye against no eye, yeah. So if black just plays here, white can play here.
Yeah.
There's no way black can fill this liberty here.
Right.
So yes, white is going to win this semi. So we'll just call it a white territory like this. So I'd gotten to 20, 31, 40, 43 points, I guess. And if we're calling this territory, that's 31 points.
So 74.
Something like 7. It looks like white has more territory then, doesn't it? So this is
Ahead
this
on the
was
board.
50, 60. Black was in the low 60s.
Right.
Yeah. So it looks like white is ahead. For such a large margin, it's well, it was so complicated. It took me a long time to catch up to to actually counting it.
And apparently Black AlphaGo asked to resign, but Guli chose to continue. This is Pergo. Actually, in human Pergo, the only communication permitted between the two partners is to ask your partner if you think that you
If
should
can
resign. That's right.
Otherwise, you can ask if it's your turn in rotation to
Right,
play.
that's the only other
But
communication.
I think AlphaGo has that
Yeah, I think it's got that
right,
part
right,
under
yeah.
control. That's right.
So AlphaGo is asked to resign once, and that agrees with my calculation of the score. But this is a position where, like, the shape move seems to be white playing here, and this would be a disaster for white because if black plays here,
Now it's not one eye versus no eye. Oh.
now black's going to win by one move. And so, like, this is the move that sort of pops to mind, and that's why I was I was showing a bit of anxiety here, because for a moment I was thinking this move, and it was going to be a win for black. So this is the move that wins the semi-eye, which is important. Maybe Guli wants to, actually Guli is black?
Is black.
Yeah, so maybe Guli wants to see white play this move before he's ready to resign.
This is in fact what happened here. There is.
Okay. So black's still playing. So black connected here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really like to see like some kind of emotional reaction from AlphaGo when it tries to resign about 3 times and Guli still will not. I'd really like to see the screen turn red or something.
What I tell you 3 times is true. Sort of. That's right.
Yeah.
Maybe next year, right?
So
the
white
next
took
version.
here. Yeah, I guess this is okay. And so there's still the cut here that black has to worry about. So black can defend against the cut or push through maybe once here.
Before blocking?
Before protecting against the cut, yes.
And is it better to protect against the cut that way instead of just...
There's, I think this is usually better. There is a potential loss after white plays here and can still look to reduce the black territory in some ways. But the actual, this is a more material, realizable profit that black has on this side.
Sure.
So filling the 1 liberty here makes this more solid Vicente.
Right.
And when black plays here, there's a profit in the center too. So I would tend to, it really depends on how you read out the rest of the game. Because if you know that white is going to play here anyway, then it would be better to choose this one.
Right.
But if you know that black is going to play here next, then it would be always better to play this one. And whether or not white is going to play here or not will probably change depending on which one you choose. And so it's a very complicated, you have to read out the variations, sort of like a Monte Carlo search. And at this point of the game, a top professional will be able to read to the end. If they have time.
Right.
But they don't have time.
Right.
And so there is some kind of judgment and guesswork in the game. And looking at the entire board, there are very few parts of the board that have a lot to do.
Right.
Except, as I was saying, there's this ko that can happen on the left side.
It's the last sort of
which
undecided
would,
area.
And then it would be involving the entire board because they would be playing co-threats. And suddenly the game would become much more complicated.
Would this whole sequence up here that we were looking at
earlier
earlier
sequence would be
serve as co-threats?
used as co-threats.
Right.
Like if black was sure of winning, which is not the case right now, black would be playing this sequence just to simplify things and would not be thinking about playing that ko. But when black feels that he is behind, he wants to set up this ko at some point. And, oh yes, this is another way to defend, which is a good compromise, because it's taking a more immediate profit on the right side here. And the cut here is no longer clearly sente. Since it's ko, it's going to take longer for black to win this thing. So this is less effective than it was before. So there is some potential that white will be able to play this kind of thing and save this with sente. But when white does that, I'm just being lazy and not taking these stones off.
Right.
Because we'll have to put them back on again.
Right.
When white does that, the fact that these stones are taken off the board in actual play,
it
means that there's a weakness here and a weakness here. And it turns out it's not sente for white after all.
Right.
And so that means that black is not really so worried about this move that white has here, and is taking some more. Again, it's a kind of a compromise. Like this would be the best result for black. Instead, black is taking less profit here, but a more stable shape.
Okay.
And at some point, black wants to play that thing. Oh, looks like they finished.
Seems like.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Nope.
White just played this. And force black to take these.
So now we
I'm
can
sorry.
take these off.
I thought they were going to start doing something else, but that was not correct.
Right.
So they are still playing, and so pretty soon it's going to be a really big move for white to play this exchange Oh, sorry, black has already played that one.
Oh, quite right.
And it's going to be a big move for white to play down there. Oh, but instead of doing that, white first played
Just
here.
connected.
Now, this is why I wanted to play that exchange for black, because now when black plays here,
Now it's too late.
now maybe black can play elsewhere, but if black plays the local move, that means that at some point white has a potential small gain of 1 or 2 points on the side here. So it would have been, I think it calculates to be something like a 1-point gain for black to fix the shape here. But black was leaving this as co-threats.
Right.
And so this move is reducing black's co-threats while threatening to play the
Gain of
end
1
game
point.
move here. And we can see there's a bit of bad odds on the left side too.
Right.
And so this is a very, if white would usually just, like if I was white, I would be scared of that ko there.
And just
And I would want to simplify the
take
game.
the Aji off.
But white is just taking a little bit extra profit, showing that, was this the human player?
No, I believe that was AlphaGo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in either case, it's a very sharp move.
I wonder also if this isn't just suggests that black waited too long to start the ko.
It's really
to
like
play
it's
those
a trade-off,
exchanges,
because
I
if
mean.
black did play that whole sequence, the potential of making a ko position there would be much
It
smaller.
would be much harder for
Like
him
it's
to do
something like 3 or 4 ko threats disappearing when
Right.
black does that. Wow, look at that. Black doesn't really have any hope to make a nakade shape here. But basically, black's just trying to test how white reacts here. It doesn't really look like it's going to work because white can just connect here and still. This is too much space to make a nakade shape.
Right. A big eye.
A
that is
big
only
eye.
One eye.
Big eye is usually up to 6 stones. And that's called the flower 6 in Japan. It's the hanaroku. And that's sort of the exception, because usually you have up to 5 stone nakades, 5 stones inside your opponent's territory, in a shape sort of like this, in which there's no room left.
Right.
And then even if your opponent captures these 5 stones, it's going to be a dead shape. So when we have, and then the 6-point shape is this one with everything filled around it. And even if white takes it, black can go in the center and kill this.
We call it a rabbit 6.
You call it a rabbit 6.
Rabbit
Okay.
6 with the 2
In a way-
ears.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wow. They call it the flower 6 in
Flower
Japan.
6.
And this is just too much space to make any of those shapes. Like it would be, if we could kill it with all of this, it would be the bulging 9 or something like that.
It would have the AlphaGo 9.
Yeah. And instead, white played here. Again, this is squeezing just to reduce. It's not a very big difference, but like in this shape, if black plays here, although this is going to live, white's going to have to play all these stones inside here to capture and take these stones off the board. So this would just be the 5 stones making 10 points for white.
Right.
Whereas when white squeezes like this first, and we're going to get something like this shape, if black continues locally, then white will just have to play the tari here and capture these stones. And this is going to be more like 12 points.
Okay.
And so although I was just saying white could just play here, it looks like this move, by squeezing black and speeding up the process of capturing those stones,
Right.
is looking like it's making more territory.
Right. Which is basically what happened. Right.
The game is a game of territory.
It looks like AlphaGo has asked to resign again. And Guli has...
He agreed this time. I really wanted to see him disagree 3 times.
We'll wait
So
for the
actually,
referee.
it's the
and AlphaGo wins by resignation.
鼓励满面笑容，看不出是一个失败者啊，非常有风度。啊，这个地方果然是胜负关键，两个人复盘就从这里开始。对，我们来看他复盘了。这个是围棋特有的一个特质，就是叫这个过程叫做复盘。这个现在也被应用到各个领域了。对了。啊，虎在这里，他虎在这个地方明显，认为应该虎在这里，明显好一点吧？现在的悬念呢，就是这步靠究竟是摆错了呢，还是AlphaGo就是要下这里呢？没错，这是一个悬念。但是要说黑棋的这个失败呢，就从这步靠开始。现在的下围棋啊，也就是这么一个特点。它这个复盘啊，现在出结果了，黑方比赛结果。配对赛比赛结果， 这是一个标标准准的、非常规范的、符合程序的成绩表。好，那么各位棋友，我跟王磊今天为大家的解说
Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back, Go fans. I'm Andrew Jackson with the American Go Association, joined today Michael Redmond, 9-dan professional from the Nihon Kian, and also Fan Hui, 2-dan professional of the China Qiyuan. Fan Hui, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
This is the second exhibition match today, the Team Go match. 5-player all-star team trying to take on AlphaGo. And I guess maybe we should start by asking you, Fan Hui, why is DeepMind interested in showing us Team Go today? Why are we choosing this format?
Because I think Team Go is this very interesting format. Of course, Team Go have some advantage for the Go player because you know normally when you play, you think all the sequence in your mind. You cannot put stone on the board to make the search. But during the Team Go, you can maybe with another Go player play the stone on the board to know what happened to make the search to be clear. So this is very good advantage. Another thing, it's you know normally with the 5 Go player have some different style.
Different opinions.
Yeah, someone is very good for opening. Someone is very good for middle game. Someone can be very good for end game. So if we can use all power here, the team can be very, very strong.
They could be very strong. So could you tell us about those 5 players? Are there some of them that are stronger or less strong?
Look like the 5 player is Chen Yaoye, Zhou Ruiyang, Tang Weixing, Shi Yue,
and Mi Yuting.
Right? Yeah. I remember like Shi Yue, it's very, very strong.
Very strong.
To fight.
Yeah.
I remember for one moment during the maybe 1 month or 2 months, all his game, he killed one big group.
Right. A dragon died every game.
It's really funny game.
Yeah.
And look like Zhou Ruiyang is very famous for this moment because he played very good opening. This is why in China we gave name like Alpha Yang. Zhou Ruiyang played very good for opening. And I think maybe Mi Yuting is very good for end game. So I see, Chen Yaoye is very strong for the UC, for the end game.
His end game is
so
very
if they can make the team good organization together, I think it will be amazing.
So the challenge today is for the players themselves to find a way to organize themselves to let their best strengths come through. Do you know anything about how they've done that organization? Is there a captain? Are they going to delegate? Or are we going to have to sort of see how that works?
I think it's a very good point too. So I talked many good things about the team. Of course, sometimes have also some bad things. If they don't make the big organization look like we never agree with everyone, how we can play?
It would be difficult.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. So they need to find a good solution for the team. How we can agree to the game? How organize it?
Right.
This is a very interesting challenge
Very
in the
interesting
game.
challenge. Okay. Anything of Mi Yuting or Tang Weixing styles?
Tang Weixing style is very special. We can talk.
Yeah?
Because Tang Weixing have very special feeling during the game. It's we cannot talk Tang Weixing. I think especially for the middle game, some special moment, maybe decisive moment, Tang Weixing can give very good counsel. I think.
Have some brilliance come out.
Yeah.
All right. That sounds excellent. All right.
I do have a kind of a
Yes,
slightly personal question. Fan Hui, since you're such a special person, you're the one professional on the DeepMind team, and it's because of you that they have, I think, because of you, they've been able to develop the AI to this degree.
To this high level, right.
Because they needed the professional input. And I think that being a member of the DeepMind team, it must have changed your life a great deal.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hear how you think it changed your life.
You're a movie star now.
Oh, thank you. It's another thing. Yeah, I'm professional Go player. For me, the company like DeepMind, for me before it's very far. But after my game with AlphaGo and joined the team and work with AlphaGo team and with DeepMind, I feel very, very good. Because for me, the first thing, the more important thing is respect. I feel it's not just they don't know the Go, so they don't try to respect the Go community. It knows this. It's all the moment, all decision to try to thinking, understand the Go community and respect the Go community.
Certainly.
This is very, very nice. I really like it. It is why I'm very enjoying the moment work with the DeepMind, it's AlphaGo team.
Sure. I also am very grateful for the opportunity. I think the fact that we have these commentary advantages and the ability to produce this sorts of videos is because of the respect.
Special. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Deep
so
Mind to be here.
I'm very lucky, you know. I think that all professional Go players in the world is Fan Hui is so lucky.
Yeah, we're all jealous of you. Yeah.
All right.
And another thing I think is a game today with the team, we talk about top 5 Go player and with AlphaGo. But I think when you're thinking about, it's not only AlphaGo play with 5 top player, because AlphaGo is not just AlphaGo, it's all AlphaGo team.
Right. Right.
It's our team to build, to
the
create
whole team that made
AlphaGo.
it, right.
So we can talk even the AlphaGo team play with top player team.
You could even say there's a part of you that's playing against these players.
Yeah,
today.
I mean the team
A little
tournament,
fun. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm enjoying
Yeah,
this game
that's,
too. So it's very
that's
nice.
special too. Yes.
All right. Well, that sounds great. Stay tuned, and we'll see the match starting in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. We're going to begin the group match soon. Now I would like to invite the players to enter the matching room. Now I'd like to announce the rules. Please, all the people on site, switch your mobile phones to the silent mode. We're going to apply the Chinese Go rules. The black will give 7.5 points, and also each side have 2 hours 30 minutes, and bill me, or that is 60 seconds countdown for 3 times. Now let's do the stone guessing. Now I'd like to announce the match begins.
All right, it looks like the game is about to get underway. Dr. Aja Huang again placing the stones for AlphaGo. I'm Andrew Jackson of the American Go Association. I'm joined today by Michael Redmond, 9-dan professional from
Hello,
the
happy to be here.
Nihon. Great to have you. So it looks like things are getting underway, and it's we'll be trying to see on our screen there how the team Go will conduct their deliberations, what they'll be choosing. It looks like there's a whole table behind them there.
And they look pretty happy to be in the back there.
They do look pretty happy to be in the background. Maybe it's too close to AlphaGo. The power is too much. Anyway, opening up with the star point, and we will wait the requisite 45 seconds for AlphaGo's first move. We just had Fan Hui on the stage, telling us a bit about the background of the players. They're, of course, all world-class players. It is an incredible array of professionals back there, each of with their own unique strengths. Thank you. And I suppose the question today will be if they are able to use them all effectively, or if those strengths will perhaps run into each other in their efforts to get out on the go board.
And depending on how they organize it, both cases can happen.
Sure.
In fact, it's actually probably very difficult for top professionals to coordinate very well. So they have had apparently time to prepare.
So they have prepared a strategy.
So apparently they have a plan. And it looks like they're already discussing the game.
Right.
Although I sort of, at this point, there's just too much possibilities for them to really have a distinct game plan.
Right. Well, they are also waiting for AlphaGo's 45 seconds.
If I was a member of the team, I would be interested in talking about comparing this to games that AlphaGo has played in the past.
Sure.
And so sort of making guesses about what might be happening.
Sure. We've seen this a lot from the Master Series, I believe, where AlphaGo takes the 2 star points.
Oh, yes. Well, with white, AlphaGo does usually take 2 star points or a star point and a 3-4 point. With black, actually, AlphaGo likes to play this opening and then play some large corner. Sometimes, actually, when it's a star point, AlphaGo will play the high one, though. So it'll be interesting if they try to mimic this move, because it has, immediately after the 60-game series, the Master Series we're calling it, this game started popping up in professional games, like only a few days afterwards.
It got a lot more attention,
it became
for sure.
very popular. Like there were only 1 or 2 top pros in the world who would play this move. And when they did play it, it looked like it would be very difficult to make it work. And then AlphaGo played it.
Right.
And it started to look really easy. Okay, so black didn't do that.
That is one of AlphaGo's defining characteristics.
AlphaGo is good at making it look easy.
Makes it look easy.
Yeah, and so it makes the human players want to try it out because it's working so well.
So I know 2 of those professional players, one of them, May, who I believe we've seen here in attendance this week. And also Mok Jin-sok, I think the Korean player.
He plays it sometimes.
Played it sometimes as well. They do appear to be.
Okay, so this is AlphaGo's favorite Kakari, and actually, It is a bit different. This kind of opening with AlphaGo as white was actually fairly common, and black would play a double kakari, and white would always have this move in reserve, but would start with doing something like this. And this kind of opening happened a few times. So I think it was Tan Xiao, maybe, who had the experience of playing, or maybe it was Mi Yuting, I forget. I don't really remember correctly, but the player's name. But this kind of thing happened a few times.
In the Master
and
Series.
AlphaGo, and Guli also played this with black. And it was one of the games where AlphaGo really pushed black into an over-concentrated position and reminded me of Hoimbo Dosaku, who was a player about 400 years ago, who was revolutionary in the way he changed the Go theory.
Right.
And changed the way we played Go, and he was basically the root of modern Go.
Modern Go.
And so people changed the way they played the Go drastically after Go Seigen showed new opening theory. And so there are some similarities to what AlphaGo does and he does, but of course this is in a much more modern day. So black played the double kakari. Locally, white has 3 ways to move out into the center. Usually you want to move out into the center. Yes. And if white is just going to play lightly, and usually when white has a pincer somewhere, like on the start point on the left side, then white will want to build on that, so white would play an attachment somewhere. Yes, that works, yeah. But when white doesn't have a pincer, yes, he's playing it already, but actually what humans thought was that when you don't have a pincer, white doesn't really want to try to build there, so white would play here and allow black to play the 3-3 point, and then white would usually just play elsewhere instead of building a wall. And again, building a wall like this is sort of counting on the fact that white needs a stone on the left side.
Right. You'd
So
want
it doesn't really work without that stone. So this is what humans had been doing for several years before AlphaGo did this anyway. So this was the unusual move until AlphaGo started playing it.
And the idea had previously been not to attach against a weak stone?
Well, when white attaches locally, this is a very strong fighting position for white. But since black has 1 extra stone, like there's 3 stones each right now in this black's move, so white has the initiative. And so when black, for instance, extends and plays here, and when black plays here, for the moment, white is sort of on the defensive on this fight. But it turns out this is still playable for white, because after white settles that group, that's the usual joseki. When this happens, eventually some extension on the lower side and some extension on the left side. These 2 points become miai, so white's going to get one or the other.
Right, black can't get both.
Yeah. So after white weathers this first offensive by black, then next white can take the offensive against black. And so this is just one of the possible variations. Otherwise, black can play into the 3-3 point or play an attachment at 3-16. No, not that one. That
the
one,
other
yes.
one. This would be more of a trick play, I suppose.
Or maybe just a bad move. Yeah.
Or maybe that. So you mentioned Dosaku, who lived 400 years ago, and we're still seeing some echoes to that play. Before we came on stage here, you were mentioning that there have been team games played in antiquity in the ancient era of Go as well. How did that seem to work out? It seems like the records there, of course, they didn't make video recordings. So.
Well, I think the team Go's that they played in that era were more of a form of entertainment mainly, because they were not that serious games. It was an era when there was a lot of rivalry between 4 schools of Go, and they usually played, when they played each other, the games were very competitive.
Sure.
But these team Go games, the result was usually not very important. Sometimes they didn't even go on to the end. But the idea was that they would, they were probably entertaining some lord or something. And the players would actually talk about how they were feeling about their partner's moves. And since they already were very close to top pros nowadays, the strength was very high, even hundreds of years ago. They would have their distinctive styles. So like there were people who played a very defensive, territory-based style, and then there were the people who really had a lot of flair, and they would like to make it more interesting.
Right.
And so they would talk without pulling back at all about how they were dissatisfied with the way the other people were playing it. And it was a very, looking at these is very entertaining.
Sounds like it could get kind of personal there.
Oh yes, well they were rivals. They
Right.
were rivals in their professional careers, so it was, and they had such different playing styles that it was very difficult to make it work together.
Right. Well, so far the team seems to be fairly united, as we can
Yes,
see on the
yes.
camera feed. A lot of
Well,
smiles.
Yeah, a lot of smiles. They're not worried about it yet.
Yet. We'll see how well
the
that
game hasn't
maintains.
really come to a point where the different game styles could potentially clash.
Right.
So as the game becomes more complicated, they will start to have different opinions. And sometimes it will just be a matter, you might say, of taste, because
Sure.
there are certain points where we just don't really know. And so usually a player will be making a guess from experience. And so it's quite similar to AlphaGo's policy network.
Sure. Each one
but
of us with
everyone
our
has a slightly different one, so
Right.
we have different values. Okay, well, so here comes AlphaGo's favorite move.
AlphaGo's press.
Yes. And of course, there's a cut there in white shape. That white shape is not finished yet.
Right. It seems rather severe.
Yes, but it doesn't kill the white corner. And more important than that is the fact that black is in a lack of liberty, so white will probably
Lack of liberties.
cut here. And directly black has no weight. Well,
I
black
can't capture
coming
it this
above
way.
does not work, so black would be coming underneath. And so white will extend and black will curl once. And white extends again. And black should be able to attack the corner fairly effectively with the
Which is
Hanetsugi.
the Hane.
Yeah. But this is not completely dead yet, and white covers and black connects. So it looks like it might be dead, but actually solidly connects, yes. And if white plays here and here, now again we have life and death problem.
A famous one,
A
actually.
famous one. Oh yeah, so you recognize it. That's
Well,
good.
I recognize the last one. I recognize it, but I don't remember this one.
You don't
so
remember the correct
no
answer.
quizzes, please.
Yeah, so black plays here.
Right.
And white will probably, if white extends there, black will jump on the first line, and white will bump against it, and then black will play here. And this will be a ko, like if white connects, black throws in to make a ko. And so there's that move that's left over, and of course the outside shape is not
Finished either.
finished yet. So that's one thing white can do. The question is, will white try to save it immediately, is a question I have. Otherwise, we could take away that cut and say maybe white's going to just play something like this on the side to make a living shape. And black would answer on the left side.
By
Yes,
protecting
like
over
that,
here?
or yes, something like that would be normal. And we see that there are some white stones floating around the center that are not very strong.
And they're not. Are they big right now?
Well, at the moment that white has played this pressing move, this corner is probably bigger. So that's why black is answering that, and let's try to catch up with the game.
Sure. Again, the time controls on this one are a little bit more measured than this morning's game. 2.5 hours each side, with, I assume, another 60 seconds 5 times of overtime.
Well, when the players, or the 5 players of the team are conversing, I think they do need some extra time.
They will need more time.
Like my first judgment would be that 2.5 hours is not enough for them.
How much would be enough?
Well, I just don't know. I think with experience of playing the game, I think people would know. But
this is the first
it's
time
just
it's
so
been tried.
difficult for top professionals to communicate with each other, because we're not really used. Well, I sort of tried to include myself there, but they are not used to communicating like that. It's sort of alien to them to be talking about the game that they're playing at the time they're playing it. Like it's normal for us to talk about the game afterwards.
Is it fair to say that each professional sort of has arrived at their own understanding of Go, and that sitting down to collaborate with another professional is not necessarily going? You may be starting from some fairly.
And they know that too.
Yeah.
They know that they have different styles, and like there are some players who would like to complicate the fighting part of the game, or other players who would like to just take territory and keep it relatively simple. And as Fang Hui was mentioning, there are some players who like to keep the game long and are very good at the end game.
Right.
And then there's, he was saying Tan Xiao was someone who had a special moment in the game where he had some very special abilities.
Tang Wei-Xing's insight in some complicated positions has been very effective.
And then there's the people who have a good opening, and a person with a good opening will tend to take a lead early in the game naturally, and then will try to keep the rest of the game simple in order to retain that lead. So the person who's used to having a lead in the early parts of the game is not usually a very fighting style player. So there's a difference in styles and difference in their winning patterns.
Right.
So people have their patterns that have worked for them in the past, and when they're different, it's very difficult for them to agree on what the right move is.
Agree, yeah, exactly. Well, my strategy
and they know
will work
that.
better.
So sometimes, like some players would have the tendency just to sit back and listen, and knowing that the other person doesn't want to play the move that I play, maybe just listen and see what happens.
See what they think.
And go ahead and play your move. And so I think we might be seeing, if we have the opportunity to look closely at the players, we might see some of them just sitting back for a bit,
having a more passive role,
waiting for their own turn to add something, maybe later in the game or something like that.
Seems like a very unique experience of teamwork here as well.
Yes.
So this seems to be a move that they're giving a lot of thought to.
Yes. Well, if we're looking at this position in the lower left corner, pushing through here and cutting is it's bad shape on both sides. Although it is a severe cut, it's bad shape on this side when white plays the tari here and gives black a bad shape.
Triangle. I'd rather move this now.
Yes, right, exactly. And so it's bad shape there, and it's bad shape on this side because of the weakness here. Because black cannot capture that stone.
Right.
And so since it's bad shapes on both sides, black sort of has the tendency, if we're ignoring this stone here, black wants to play here and induce white to play something like this so that black can naturally get rid of this cutting point. And now the cut here eventually becomes a stronger. And in reverse, when white protects against the cutting point, this stone is not a very efficient stone.
Right.
Like it's not really doing anything apart from connecting.
You could almost have it this way
Right.
without having made that exchange.
Well, I hope that helped some people
I
understand.
don't know. Maybe.
Well, anyway, it's not really putting any pressure on black. So looking at the left part of this, this is the shape, inducing, well, white probably will not choose this one, but inducing something like this, like if white chooses this way, then maybe black would play here. And the same effect of getting rid of the cutting move is there. If white plays here, it would be a bit more complicated. And so, yeah, I would be sort of confused at this point, so I'm not going to talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah, because I'm sure
it would
people
get
would
very
be confused.
complicated.
Yeah. But this kind of move or this kind of move would be normal, and then it would give black the freedom to play to the left. There is a negative aspect to this in that since white is low here, playing here in the knight's move and forcing black to connect is a very satisfying exchange for white.
It's sort of building
it works
a bay.
very well with the position of this move.
Right.
And so just looking at the right side, that's why I was emphasizing the fact that looking to the left side, this is the good move. But looking at the right side, black really wants to play this one, which is much more effective towards this stone.
Right.
Like it allows black to play a lot of pressing moves, which will strengthen these black stones and reduce the white territory that is developing here.
Presses white down.
And then it reduces the value of this wall that white's created here. So there's a lot of value in playing here towards the right, but it doesn't have as much effect on the left side there. Yeah, well, the cut is still there, but
it hasn't made black's shape any more efficient.
Because there's more space here, it gives white the opportunity to start from the other side and, for instance, do something like this, and there's still an opening here for white to get out.
I see.
And so they chose a completely different move.
The attachment on top.
Yeah. Now, black is trying to, here what black is trying to do is, compared to this move, this is more speedy. It's more quickly trying to build a good shape.
Right.
So, for instance, if white plays here and connects, then white can capture this stone. And since this area was looking like it would be a white territory anyway, the idea here is to play a lot of forcing moves. Well,
This one?
maybe not
Maybe
those
not
yet.
that one immediately.
But because black has these forcing moves, it allows black to put more pressure on white on the left.
Right.
Yeah, and actually now since this is not Sente anymore, it means it's a much more cramped life for white. And
Right.
like white, to ensure complete life, white would have to play something like this, which becomes a bit painful. It would be a much smaller life,
Right.
which white doesn't want to do. And so black's trying to make a kind of a sacrifice here on the lower side to improve the offensive on the left side.
Okay. With the idea that it will attack this group as a whole.
And so white started with the Atari here.
And this is...
And extended. This is going to be quite similar to what was happening before. White extends, and black will connect.
Black to connect.
And white will cover here. So black loses these 2 stones, but that's part of the plan.
Right.
And
Play
so
this
black plays an
at
Atari
this
there.
point.
And the next move is, again, now this is a point where you sort of pause and try to find a good next move.
Sure.
This time it will not be a one-space jump. This is a bit too tight now.
Can play something
Because black has
more-
all these extra stones. Black
more
can play
ambitious,
further
maybe.
away, something like this maybe.
Will he play from this side and not from this side?
Black sort of wants to play from this side, and again to sort of invite white to be moving out,
And
so that black can play something, yes, something like that. Yeah, this looks like a good move.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Of course, if this way, then black extends. This is really,
This is that exchange
this is
you
sort
said.
of pushing from behind.
Right.
It really helps black more than it does white. So
Black's happy to
so
have
this
that.
looks like it's the better move. And if black plays here anyway, then white would play here,
And
which
now-
has more effect on black on the right, in
Right.
the center here.
I see. I see, I see. And the concern is if black plays here directly, that white will take a
Well,
vital
black
point
can
in
also
black's
play
shape.
something like this, but once black plays this move, we know for sure that white is not going to choose this move next.
Right.
So black would prefer to have white play this move so that black knows he's going to play here.
Inducing white
Yeah.
to make him make the move he wanted
But
to
on
make.
the other hand, if black plays some loose move like this, then we know that now white can play a forcing move here.
Sure.
And then there's a slight waste in having both of these stones on the board. And so that's why black wants to start from the center, which eventually black would have to play anyway, and have white play first, so that
So this
black
is-
can change his style depending on how white plays.
So this is like a delicate dance where each
Right.
side is trying to make the other person's moves inefficient
Right.
or less effective.
And this happens throughout any Go game.
Every Go
Yeah.
game is about
Yes,
this
yes.
dance. of
Go
trying
is a
to-
lot about efficiency of stones, because all of these stones are equal to start with. They're equal
Sure.
in value, and so there's nothing like a knight or a bishop or a queen like
Right.
you have in chess. And so the value of the stone is decided by how it works in the overall position. And so that depends a lot on where you place it, but also how it works with the rest of the stones.
Sure. If we both play the same number of moves and mine are more efficient,
Right, then you're going to win.
I'm going to win.
Yeah.
That's right.
And so eventually, although Go is a game, we say Go is a game of territory, it's actually very important to make the moves work efficiently. And so that's something that strong players think about more than they do about territory, especially in the early parts of the game.
It's not territory or
Yeah.
thickness, it's efficiency.
Of course,
that
as the game develops and we come close to further along to the late part of the game, then it becomes more clear what the direct result of a move will be, and that we can sometimes actually read out to the end of the game.
Calculate that efficiency very
Yeah.
directly.
And so then we will have a more direct territorial meaning to the move. And just to get back to the game position,
It seems
they
like
haven't come this far.
they haven't yet connected.
They haven't
what
yet
else could they be
connected.
deciding about?
And that would be sort of an automatic move for me.
Are they thinking that there's perhaps some aji in the
Well,
turn,
on this
or-
side, black can play something like this and play something like this to get a good profit there.
Switching theaters
And this
entirely.
would be a trade.
Right.
And black would be trying to build from these stones maybe to eventually attack these white stones.
As a whole.
But AlphaGo actually is a player who sees this white group as a very strong group, partly because white can press from above here to move out into the center, and because black does have a very low shape here on the third line, and also because sometimes white can play here to grab the corner. And how that happens is, for instance, if black plays here, there's a weakness here, in that white can threaten to cut here, and thus catch the stone in the ladder. So this would make it very easy for white to handle the weak group here. And because white has this this move here, which would make a life in the corner,
Sure.
and also has this move on the top, which will move out into the center, AlphaGo has had no trouble. In the Master Series, there were a number of games where AlphaGo just left this group alone, and there was no way for the opponent to attack it efficiently. And so it's actually a fairly strong group, and so white would just continue playing on this side, for instance, and these stones would constitute two weak groups, which black might have trouble handling.
Now running out seems very challenging.
It's a bit more challenging.
I'm not suggesting
I'm not
this is
saying
a
that black's
plausible
not going
move
to
at
do it,
all.
but yes. So that's why I would hesitate to choose this variation, but I can't think of any other variation that they might be thinking of.
Sure. Sure. And I hope we can get a shot of their board as they discuss it, because I know as we were observing in the Chinese study room yesterday, I guess 2 days ago, no, yesterday.
Yes.
While we maybe aren't able to speak Chinese fluently, we are often able to follow what they're thinking about by just looking at the moves that they're suggesting.
Well, of course, yes. As a professional, I can follow, and some of the variations are very close to what I would think myself.
Right.
And but of course, it's very fast.
Sure.
So the stones are virtually flying.
Right.
As they make these variations.
As you can see them on the screen.
They're doing it very slowly right now, in that I think they're allowing each other to have time to speak.
Sure.
But in the study room, they're much more excited about it. In fact, in the Kweche games, they were so excited that there were about 3 or 4 people talking at the same time.
Very animated.
And they had 3 boards that were doing the same study. And they were all talking out loud, and it was very exciting. And they were all putting stones down on the board and sort of crowded around the board.
That's right.
And it was, like Stephanie was saying, it's something like 100 dons, and I think she was underestimating.
At least 100 dons in the room. That's right. Well, we're looking at, I think,
very exciting. So
45
you can see that
here.
Since they know that they're on the camera, I think they're actually a bit more subdued than they usually are.
Well, I believe they've also been training, as we said. They presumably have a plan.
They have a plan.
They obviously had a designated captain to make these moves.
Right.
And I would be surprised if they hadn't also had at least some practice in Team Go.
They should have done practice. I think I heard that they did some practice.
That said, Tang Wei Xing there looking a little bashful almost, as they're still trying to come up with the move. How do you weigh the pros and cons? Do you think that they're going much farther in individual variation and evaluating it, or do you think they're sort of arguing in more the generalities of going after the group on the right as a whole versus sacrificing and balancing an attack on the left?
Well, I just showed the 2 variations here. I can't really think of something effective in between. They seem to be doing it in a lot more detail than I would expect. So maybe they're thinking of something else.
Right.
For instance, like some kind of move like this, which would be hopefully threatening both this and covering here, which would also be effective.
Sure.
Now, if this move works as a double threat, it would be quite effective. But my gut feeling is that it looks a bit
thin on one side or the other.
I would have my doubts.
Right.
Partly because the corner white group can live eventually.
Can live, even if it has to be a...
And so giving up this much on the right side seems to be too much. But the fact that they're spending so much time on this seems to indicate that they're going to think of something that's out of the ordinary. And it could be partly an idea that they want to try to find a type of game that will be difficult for AlphaGo to handle. Just like Kweche was doing in Game 2.
Game 2, yes.
Very interesting. He creating all those unstable groups.
Right.
It would have been very confusing for most human players.
Sure. As a human player, I was very confused. It's a good thing you were here.
Yes.
That's right.
And so they might be, if they are trying to do that kind of thing, they would be not thinking of this move, which is relatively simple.
Straightforward. Almost unbranching from there.
Okay, I think we even have a view of, and you can see that they are thinking
Oh,
It looks like they are thinking of this move, which is kind of a double threat. Like if white plays here, black would probably be thinking of just ignoring that and going after these two stones here because black can. And well, this is going to be really, really complicated. And white will play. White cannot break through there very successfully. No, that would be self-destructive. So white would play here, threatening the ladder, and black would have to break the ladder with this stone. It does break the ladder, but then white would create the ladder again with this move, and black would have to come back here, and then white would do something like this. And I don't really know what's going on here.
Seems pretty complicated.
Maybe black would break the ladder again with this kind of stuff, or maybe play this one. This one looks like it could be good. In which case, then black could extend here, and this would become a forcing move.
Right.
So if black can avoid the cut here, then it looks like black has some potential to win the semi.
To win a capturing race against these
but that's only if white plays straightforward. Like if this way, then black can win the semi with this kind of thing.
Sure.
But however, what happens if white plays this attachment underneath? That's a completely different story. And so there's all these variations that will go on for another 10 or so moves.
Right.
And they're very hard to evaluate, and there's also very complicated reading going on here.
There's a small point we can make if you're following along at home. You may notice they're playing with the Chinese-style stones, which are flat on one side.
They're flat on one side.
And one of the advantages to it being flat on one side is that you can see moves that they're suggesting as candidate moves. They play them upside down.
They play them upside down with the flat side up.
Flat side up, so that it's clear for you to tell that that is
that's
under
saying,
discussion.
what about this move?
Right. What about this? What about this?
And if they play it the flat side down, then basically they're saying that I play this move.
Right. And I think they did in fact agree, because I was noticing in that that previous one that this one was upside down, and then they also had this one as an upside down.
Yes.
I was thinking about that one as well.
And so in this case, black has played a really safe move. This has gone back, and I wonder what he's laughing about.
It's all smiles there from the captain.
They chose a fairly conservative move after all. And white will play here to capture the two stones, probably. Yes.
Indeed. And now we expect the Atari.
Well, black didn't play the Atari. It's probably better not to play the Atari, because black has all sorts of forcing moves in the area. Like, for instance, this move would be forcing.
Sure.
Anything in the area, like this move.
So you wouldn't want to take this Aji away?
Not necessarily, because since black does want to move out into the center in this fight, and doesn't want to be too close to white's wall, there's a lot of moves that might be more effective than this stone. So like, even if white pushes here, that will take away black's opportunity to play the Atari, but just being able to play on top here, and again, black would still have this forcing move.
Sure.
So all of the stuff that white does to increase this territory would help black move out into the center.
Right.
So black's willing to make that trade.
Okay.
So white has connected, and now black has to do something about the left side.
My first instinct would just be the hanging connection.
The hanging connection is pretty normal.
Rather than the knight's move.
The knight's move would be a bit weak in the fact that white would have potential to play Hikashi from up above.
Are there other options, like moving out to
if black really wants to put pressure on this white group, black would play here. And that would take away all of white's potential to play a forcing move from above.
Certainly.
And the weak point is that there's a weak point here,
right.
Which is threatening the cut. And if black is answering that, then there's another forcing move there. So, so this kind of thing would take away black's space.
Sure.
So sometimes it's impossible for white to come this deep. But even if white plays from here, then this will be a forcing move next.
Right.
But it's really good when white can play here immediately.
Sure.
And that depends on a number of reading issues. It looks like it's going to work in this case. Like what white has to worry about is this one.
Resistance.
And this one. But if white gets a cut here and black extends, then it looks like white can cut here and cause a lot of trouble for black, because the Atari here doesn't work anymore.
Right.
And coming next to the Atari, going straight down there. And then white would be able to play here and threaten to come here to make an Atari.
And this would capture the stones on the outside.
So black has to prevent that by playing something on top. And we can see that white's winning the race to capture here.
Yep.
So it looks like white can start down there, which would be the more effective attack. But this will be, of course, happening after white moves out here because white doesn't want to get close in either.
It can't do this immediately. Because
Yeah, so but when white does do that, it's better to have this stone here. So there's a lot of give and take here. It depends how black handles that will change how white handles the fight in the center.
Right. You mentioned that if black plays here, white's happy to.
For at the very least, white will have this forcing move. White might even try starting from here. And if black answers underneath, then white has a. So that's a very nice forcing sequence.
Sure. Trade-offs everywhere.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it seems like they are deliberating about that. Is there any trade-offs in the more?
Well, you know, when black
connection?
plays the hanging connection, then maybe white's going to play from above, or otherwise. Sometimes you see this Tessuji.
What? Just directly?
Just directly.
Wow.
Just again, it's a kind of a probe move, seeing if black's going to connect, or if black connects, then it's a good exchange for white, because later on in the game, white might get a stone somewhere around here, and then the opportunity to scoop out black's base is there.
Right.
So black sort of wants to play here, but then when white plays on top, there's this cut here that black has to worry about.
Because if I want to do this naturally, but
that.
of course after the cut, then.
And so then black would
squeeze
want to reduce the danger, but this looks sort of, you know, slow. So then black would actually play this way and get rid of the cut with this side, which is actually a very nice territorial move. And so I'm not really sure whether white has actually gained enough in this case. And so maybe white will just play from above after all.
I see.
So hanging connection is a reasonable choice.
Okay.
Or playing some kind of an extension. Like this one, I didn't really like it because white can play from above. But if black plays a wider extension, then maybe it's okay to allow white to have some forcing moves from above.
Right, because you'll get more territory.
Because black's getting more territory. Yes.
That's more efficient.
So there's all these trades that could just choosing a one-line difference here. It's not going to finish the game.
Sure.
Either way, but it is a point where stronger you are, the more you sort of enjoy debating which is better.
The more you get to glimpse into
it's a point where strong players tend to waste a lot of time because it's so much fun to think about it.
This is almost like an AlphaGo trap here, as all the players do seem to be deliberating on it.
Yes. Because there's a pro and a con to almost every move that you can choose here.
Very few absolutes, for sure.
Yeah, and I think they're talking about that very kind of
that particular one. Yeah.
Yeah, and black does want to continue in the area because the white cut would be a very big move.
And I imagine that all of what will follow depends very much on which move they make here, which choice they make, will determine how
the move that black plays here will change naturally the way white plays.
The way white.
Eventually, white would like to set up an attack against this black group because the black group is baseless. And as I was saying, black is counting on all these forcing moves that black has in the immediate area that are threatening to cut here.
To help it get
and
out.
Because of that, it's for the time being, the black group is fairly safe.
Relative to everything else, right?
Relative, well, yeah. There are actually, this is a relatively simple game, and that if black does play an extension on the left side, then that black group will be safe. This is going to be a white territory. Obviously, this is not going to die easily.
Right.
And so the game is fairly tame and
just these
uncomplicated.
Two groups.
Yeah, so it's just these two groups. And white's group is pretty close to a living shape. Like if white plays here, it's probably pretty safe to say that that's alive.
Sure.
There are exceptions, but usually it's going to be alive. And the black group does have an exit into the center.
Aha.
So now this is what black is playing aggressively. So if white does play something like this, and well, black might actually sacrifice these three stones in some kind of a trade. But let's say black simply answers here, and we get that result. Then at least black will be able to play here in the center. And white does have to answer that.
And do we assume that it needs to live at this point?
White has to live. But now that actually all of this stuff has actually strengthened black to the point that black has, in some cases, black has moves like this, for instance, to scoop out the corner.
Is that a better? Wow.
And well, sometimes it's the double hane, which is just a straightforward ko. It depends on whether white can count on the half eye here with the peep.
I see.
If white can make an eye here later, then this move would not be enough to kill white.
I see.
But if for instance, if we can say that there's no eye for white on the outside, this would be a very devastating attack on white, just because there's all these black stones. And so actually this move that I was so proud of here can have a detrimental effect on the cornerstones.
I see.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that we don't know 100% about.
White may need to make some preparations before.
And so that's the reason that white doesn't really want black to be closing white in here, and that's why AlphaGo played this move. It's very, very reasonable.
And now, if this would be a point that white would be very happy to have.
So black plays here.
To
So
forestall.
when black does want to add one more stone to the left side, this becomes an ideal shape, because black has a very strong shape here and up on the fourth line, and then gets the perfect extension on the third line.
Got it.
So black has played 2 moves in the one part of the board, spending 1 move there. But in return for that, has gotten a very efficient shape.
Sure. Now this one looks pretty interesting.
Well, since that is black's territory already, and there's a coming fight in the center, or it's going to be very important. So white, the moment this has become a black's territory,
there's no cost to white.
Yeah,
to
so
make
white can play a forcing move.
White makes it more solid.
Right, to make it more solid.
Right. There's no harm done to white, right? Because it was already black.
Well, it's a sign that AlphaGo attaches a high value to what's going to happen in the center now, because some players would want to have the option to play from this side. And when white has a stone here, and if we assume the whole center position becomes stable, which is not going to happen very soon, but eventually maybe.
It will, we hope.
Then there's moves like this, which can cause some trouble for the black side territory.
Right.
And so this is something that people will be holding in mind as they play the game. But playing here, when the center situation is more imminently important, so this is not going to happen in the near future. We don't know if white's going to play here, or maybe black is going to play here instead. And so that would just change that completely.
Sure.
And so I think AlphaGo is thinking that this move, plus the opportunity to play this move too, is maybe a low probability. So maybe it didn't come out very much in the value network or the Monte Carlo switches or whatever.
The policy network.
So this is something that some people would be looking forward to, but AlphaGo is willing to give that up to get some extra. Oh, and they haven't played this move yet, but
they haven't.
Obviously it's going to be bad for black to allow white this
to
one.
attach. Yeah.
There are a number of ways that black can answer this move. I think it's probably a good idea to answer it fairly straightforwardly.
Without trying to be clever.
Strong
with something
players,
like this.
Well, that also works.
Right.
That also works, but in some cases there's just too much bad aji.
Leaves behind.
Again, I would have to add a lot of white stones to make it really work.
Sure.
I love to do that, of course, because that gives white a good position. But in a case like this, black would have to worry about moves like this, which would create a semi-eye kind of shape. It would be very, well, these stones would be squeezed very severely. And so in some cases, this kind of move, leaving what we call bad aji, would be a liability for black.
Right. And if white isn't able to exploit that aji, maybe this is more
then
efficient.
Sometimes it becomes a more efficient move.
But
so early in the game, usually you see white will have the opportunity. Like this kind of stuff could happen too. This also could. Oh, they did done it. Well, okay.
What? I feel as strong as 5 dan-dans right now.
5 9-dans.
I feel that
that's
strong.
45.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Well, if you just add them.
Yeah,
usually you divide or something.
We were just suggesting that maybe they aren't additive, that we may not have 45 9-dan strength here.
Yes.
Or 45 dan.
They don't really add up. No, I don't think so. There's another bit of aji that I was going to talk about would be this one, in which case sometimes white can hope for this kind of cut. No, not playing that.
Oh, just cut directly.
Cutting directly is better.
Oh.
But it doesn't really work. Like, okay. Yes, but now the fact that black does have this bad aji here, it makes it easier for white to play loosely here. Because when white plays loosely, usually white would be worried about black pushing through and cutting at some point.
Oh. But I suppose that...
Yeah, but as this happens, we don't really know exactly what order of moves white will choose, but this is going to be bad news on the left side.
Right.
White might want to play that cut first. Just
because this is here and not here.
That does make a bit of a difference, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Like if it was here, then it would be super safe for black.
Right.
Yeah. So there is a difference depending on how black handles that made a difference in this move.
So each of these moves very much responds to the other one. Each move is.
So this kind of probe is a very professional-like move, and that the game will change depending on how black answers it. Yes.
I see. And in turn, the black team is aware of how all of white's answers.
Yes.
Right. Exactly. So it's the very delicate interchange of what each of those moves means.
Yes. And there's complete understanding here of what white is looking at.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we're actually able to intuit AlphaGo's ambitions, as it were, just by looking at the moves on the board.
It's very easy to attach a story to them.
Right.
And now black has to deal with the group on the lower side. And black would like to be able to do it in a clever way that makes use of this cut, or the aji of this cut.
Right.
So, you know, we know that this is a forcing move, and we know that this is a forcing move, and this is a forcing move, because if black cuts here,
the ladder will bend.
It's a kind of a strange little ladder that curls around.
A spiral
ladder. It doesn't really go anywhere.
Right.
But black can capture these stones with this.
Wow.
Black has all these forcing moves, but once black has used one, that's it. Like, that's the end of it. Well, I didn't quite get to that move before they played it, but this was what I was thinking of, because when black does this kind of thing, and white is very aggressive in the way white answers, then this is going to set up some combination with this. Like, if white plays here now, then black can cut, and when white extends, then black can play the tari here, and we have a double threat here.
Right.
And so if white is very aggressive in the way white answers that, then there's a lot of danger for white on this side.
So the idea is that just as black needs to be cognizant of his weakness when addressing white's thinness, white needs to be aware of its weakness when it's trying to push back against black.
And so instead of just playing this first, which would use up all of the potential, black wants to be able to force white to back down a little bit in the center here, and really wants to keep various possibilities
Keep it
open.
in its back pocket.
Even if black plays here now, it would be better than not having this exchange, because black is getting some more momentum towards the center.
Sure.
But ideally, black would want to not fix the shape here as long as possible. When black does fix the shape, black really wants to have a settled shape that he can be proud of.
Got it.
Yeah.
What is your opinion of white's shape here? It looks a little odd to me.
It's not complete, but this stone is sort of, it's a stone that white can afford to ignore. Like, it's just sort of augmenting the connection here.
Right.
But it's not a stone that white cannot afford to throw away.
Sure.
And so in a way, since it was a free exchange and it forced black to answer,
didn't give black any more territory.
It didn't cost a move. Right. And so the fact that it's efficiently connecting white's shape is good enough for the time being. So it's not something where we would expect any white territory here, or any profit, but it is an efficient way to handle the weakness there. So it's a kind of a good combination with the knight's move here, which is a weak connection. So it's making up for that.
It's reaching a little farther, I suppose, from where you'd have.
Well, this would not be forcing to the left side. So this would be a very safe way to play. But this is just gaining a move by forcing.
You got a tempo, almost a tempo. All right. That seems very explanatory. Thank you. And the captain seemed fairly happy with placing this one again. All smiles.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah. And it's tough for us to tell.
And at this point, it's sort of difficult for, as I was saying, black sort of hesitates to play the forcing move here.
Right, because it uses it all up.
The fact that black is hesitating to play the forcing move makes it difficult to choose the right way to make shape. So this is a kind of a point in the game where black, this was a nice exchange for black, but black still has to figure out how black exactly wants to use it.
Sure.
Like pulling black back here would be a very normal move, but then the joy of using this cut is partially disappeared.
Right.
Because black's already used the move to connect up here, and maybe he doesn't actually need it. But how far ahead can black, like pushing from behind here seems a bit vulgar. Yeah, so it's maybe not the best move.
You're going to get Hane on top.
And so eventually black really wants to have some stone in this vicinity to fix its shape, but he would like to be able to play it in, for instance, like this, in some efficient way that makes use of the cut here.
Sure. Once you set it, you can't unsay it, is one of those
Right.
things.
Once it's played, it's going to be the end of the forcing moves.
Right. And what about something more unorthodox, like out here, or is there any way he can get any direction?
Yeah,
out
well,
this
yes, it is possible. And again, if white does try to punish that weakness there, it's going to combine with the cut here.
Right.
So this is going to be bad for white.
Just as we saw. Right.
Just because this Atari is basically a forcing move.
Sure. Is that turn by itself?
The turn by itself would be
seems
possible.
really
Then
thick.
black would probably pull back here.
Aha.
So it's quite similar. It's one thing black could do. I don't really see any great advantage between that and compared to just pulling back.
Pulling back directly.
But pulling back is, black sort of wants to try to find a more efficient move.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Of course, in a position like this, people do think of playing elsewhere, like playing away, Teneki.
Sure.
And maybe the whole group is not going to die, but it would be a bit troublesome when white plays something on the top. But again, the question is, can black use the possibility of the cut here to make some fantastic sabaki here to save the group?
Right. Huh. Well, as expected, the black team is using their deliberative time very thoroughly. As you mentioned, though, this is so far a fairly straightforward game, only one unsettled group on each side.
That's right.
And we saw actually from the get-go where, as they chose for color, the black team...
they seem to be a bit disappointed, actually.
Yeah, you got the sense that they maybe
some
wanted
smiles.
White, as we heard yesterday that both Koje and AlphaGo are in agreement that white maybe has a slight advantage.
Yes.
Given a 7.5 point Komi.
That's what they are saying.
So perhaps having to relinquish the white stones at the very beginning.
Maybe. And just since this is a relatively simple game, it is a game where counting can be advantageous.
Sure.
Because the fight is just this one fight here.
Right.
And so after this fight is resolved, the territory will be very important. So black has a territory on the left side of the board, which is more than 10 points. And usually that's going to be more like 13 or 14 points. It's less than 15.
Okay.
And then black has some territory here, which is hard to say. But like if black plays something like this, then it's going to be more than 10 points. But if white plays here, most of that territory is going to be gone.
Sure.
So there's, we can say there's some black territory here.
Okay.
There's some white territory here. Like if we're going to assume that it ends up being something like this, there's still about 15 points of white territory here. Now, of course, this is fluid because eventually black might be coming in slowly from this side, or white might be expanding from this side.
Sure.
But since these moves are close to a living white group, a very strong white group, neither black nor white will be hurrying to play these moves. They have a territorial advantage, but they don't have the advantage of weakening
much
an
later in
opponent
the
group.
endgame.
So these are basically endgame moves, unless they take a part in making a living shape for the black
I
group.
see. So could we say then that if it's
So
you
we
know,
start
15
with 15
points here,
yeah.
and we had 15 points here,
Almost, yeah. And maybe a few points here.
if that balances the Komi, and the upper side is symmetrical, can we conclude
And the
that
upper
it's
side
even?
actually is different.
Okay. Oh dear.
Now, when you look at the upper side, you also want to look at the upper side's the way that the left and right sides are affecting the upper side. So the upper side is the same, but we have a black stone pointing out to the right side. So if we're looking at the right half of the upper side, it's not just the effect of this stone towards the upper side, it's also the black, there's this area which is more likely to be black's territory than white.
Sure.
Of course, if white plays first here, that will change it completely. But if black plays here, the change towards black's territory will be bigger.
Right.
Because there's going to be another stone here that's
Then if white were to able to play here, it
that
doesn't
would be a
affect-
dead end because of those two black stones.
Right.
And so actually, when black plays a move like this, these white stones look, the white stone looks a bit cramped, like if white plays there.
Right.
Later on, black can even jump into the corner. and white has a baseless group that has nowhere to go in this direction.
Sure.
And so actually, in actual play, white would probably find something a bit more tight. Well, in actual play, white might play elsewhere because there's all sorts of big moves on the board. But if we're going to confine ourselves to the upper left, white would play more tightly.
And then?
And no, that's no good. That's
Needs
it's
to be
too
even
loose,
tighter.
and even tighter. And this would give white the corner territory. But compared to a white move here, in which case black can play as loosely as he wants, a bit more loosely anyway, and expect more territory out of it. We can see that white has less potential here just because this stone is relatively, compared to this stone, it's weak.
Right.
And so actually, if we're looking at the upper half of the board, it's good to look at the upper half of the board rather than just the upper side like that. There's more potential for black. And so there's more potential for black, and actually there's more territory for black.
Sure.
But there's this weak group here.
For black.
Yeah,
and we don't really have a weak group for white because white has an option.
White has an option,
it.
and now white's connected out into the center. And so this white group is
so with two choices,
fairly strong.
White is fairly strong.
And
right?
AlphaGo, especially when it was playing Lisaro, and to a certain extent when it was in the Master Series, tends to play very safely. Like it doesn't like to leave weak stones hanging around.
Sure.
When it does have a weak group, it either throws it away very quickly, forces the opponent to capture it.
And
or
it turns out to be too small.
And it turns out to be too small. Otherwise, it makes it very quickly into a living shape.
Right.
And so this is an example of where AlphaGo already has one eye here with the potential to make two eyes. White has something that looks like it could be an eye if white makes a peep here. And this is a connected shape that if white plays something in the vicinity, this connected shape could turn into an eye. Like if we assume black pushes through here and white will extend here, this is connected, but if white puts one more stone in the area, this is starting to look like an eye. And so white has all these areas that white can turn into eyes. It'll take a lot of doing for black to actually set up an attack against this group. So we can call it it's not 100%, but it's a pretty strong group.
Sure. So black has slightly more territory, and black has more potential to expand, but black also has his weak group that he'll have, they will have to manage.
And I would be really worried with black if white played first in the center here and started an attack. But if black can find some very efficient way to settle this after white's attack, then playing here first, as I was trying to demonstrate, is a very effective move against white's corner in the upper left. So it's a move that black sort of wants to play, and compared to a white play here, which would completely settle that problem. And now if black approaches from this side, white will easily be able to make a life. It's hard to say whether white still wants to play tightly or more further out. This would leave a little bit of Aji here. And I would be interested to see how AlphaGo evaluates that, because this or this would be the more solid move. And it might depend on how AlphaGo feels about the overall position that would change how it plays this.
How it would evaluate its chances.
So that would be a huge difference, the first move in this upper left area. And so black sort of wants to play this, but they have to have a plan for this group.
How to manage it.
Yeah. Right. So the safe kind of move would be some move that protects this group. But you know, it's just not really all that exciting for black to be putting a stone in here because it's not going to make very much territory.
So the question is, can black even think about Tanuki right now?
Black would really, it might be a bit greedy, but of course,
daring.
When greedy works, it becomes efficient.
It's a bold move.
Yes.
That's right. All right. Yes. Greed that works is efficient. That's a nice way to rewrite it. All right, wonderful. So they're still conferring, and it doesn't appear that they're getting any closer to a conclusion. We were suggesting also about counting. One of the advantages of a team of 5 people is we were speculating that perhaps one player could be designated to perhaps whoever is most accurate
count
in
or
game.
think about the end game. Because they do have some players who are very good at the end game. I think Miyuting, I think Fang Hui also told us, but Miyuting is a very good end game.
Very good end game.
Yeah.
Chen Yaoye, I think also.
Yes.
Speaking of professional players, I see 2 of them waiting in the wings to come on up to
very good.
Up
so
to
black did play the safe move.
Oh, they just played it.
Yes.
Well, that's a perfect time then. It's so, as we just saw, we had black with maybe an advantage in territory, but very slight, an advantage in possibility.
White has some potential to attack.
Right, right. Please join us.
Please come in.
Please join us. Ha-Jin Lee, former 4-dan professional player, and Stephanie Yin, 1-dan professional from the Chinese Yuan. Thank you both. How are you doing? Oh, and just like we said, the Aji here is almost completely gone. What do you ladies think of the game so far?
Microphone doesn't seem to be working.
Doesn't. I guess we'll see soon.
Yes, so white played a very solid move here.
Very
this was
solid.
not necessarily, white didn't really have to play this yet, but it does set up an attack next, so black will probably want to, if black played this first defensive move, black probably wants to play another defensive move in the center. It would make sense to continue.
We would expect to see
Yeah.
that as well.
Yeah. I think it works
It's
well.
Very
back,
good.
yes.
Now you're
Yes.
So we'll leave
Welcome
it to you
both.
now.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I guess, what do you think of the game so far?
I actually just came back from a Chinese discussion room.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and all of the pros are seems unhappy with the cutting point at the very, very beginning.
Unhappy with?
Uh-huh. Because they were thinking, right? They were thinking, after black cuts there, black either is going to atari on the right side or connecting back. So if
this one.
right, so extending up is kind of unusual, and it doesn't need to cut there. Black can just extend it up directly.
Oh, black didn't need to play the cut
Right.
first.
Right.
Yes.
Why cut at all? Yeah.
Well, they spent a lot of time on this move, so maybe it was a change of plan.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing your analysis.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We'll
Very
see you
good.
in an hour.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Stephanie, founder of New York Go Association and New York Institute of Go.
I'm Hajin Lee, YouTube creator and a former professional Go player.
Okay, so let's start. So far, what do you think about the game, Hajin?
Yes, so we have seen very interesting variation over here from the beginning. And then black is now trying to make this group safer. So we are expecting to see maybe one more move around here. Because if black doesn't play around there, white could come over here. And then black would be driven to this side where white has many forcing moves around.
Yes.
So supposing black plays one more move, I think now the game would expand to the upper side and then to the right side. And the left side is relatively limited. So I think this is going to be a long game.
I think so too. Okay. The funny thing is, in the Chinese discussion room, they were assuming, all of the pros are assuming black is going to play this move.
Yes.
And since this is a team go, everyone has to collaborate each other. So at that time, they're assuming maybe team was suggesting this move, but it got rejected by the team. So that's why they decided later to play this move.
I see. Is that because maybe team prefers more complicated game?
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. All the pros suggest or saying meeting was thinking about them.
I see. Well, it will be interesting to ask players later after the game.
Yes.
What they thought about this variation.
Yeah. Black did play there.
Yes. So this corner, as Michael mentioned, has a way to live whenever white needs. Also, this shape over here has a little bit of space. So this white group is relatively safe.
So would you, where would you play the next? What do you think?
Yes, so that's a very interesting question. And then I would imagine white would want to tenuki from here.
Whoa!
And I was going to say somewhere else. And now we see this AlphaGo's favorite place, 3 point.
I think it's going to be one of AlphaGo's favorite moves now.
Yes. But I'm still not used to it. I mean, after seeing this move, we are thinking, oh, of course AlphaGo would play there. But before seeing this move, it's not one of the first places that comes to mind.
Right.
Right?
Because is it because when we're started learning Go, we we will learn in this position, unless there are two stones on both sides, and then a white should play the 3-3 point. Otherwise, it's not going to be good, right?
That's right. Yes, we learned that way.
That's what we learned that way.
Right, right. 3-3 point was always the place where you go if you can't live outside.
Exactly, right. Okay,
Yes.
so which side? I think black has to block either side in this
That's
case.
right, yes. My guess would be this side, because this side seems a little bit low, so that means it will be more difficult for black to develop this side. But on this side, because black already has some supports, black can like press this white corner to this area, and then Michael was showing this kicking and then the diagonal move here. And that means black will have this room to develop over here. But I guess another point would be if black can take sente after blocking this one. Because oftentimes we would see AlphaGo pushing over here twice. And then when black extend, white would tenuki. So in this case, that would mean white to have the turn to come around here. And then it will be difficult for black to translate this into territory.
I see.
So we can also think about this answer, this loose answer instead of this hane. And the point would be who take the sente and then get to go to the side.
Enclose the side, I see.
Yes.
And that side looks bigger than the side on the right side.
Yes, but of course, black could also consider blocking this side, and then possibly coming back over here around this point.
I see. Okay.
Yes. So what do you think? Do you have any preference in this position?
I would say I agree with you because
Yes.
this side looks wider. And it reminds me when I was a kid, my teacher always tells us if in a particular opening, we should always go to the wider side.
That's right, yes.
But maybe they're gonna do something else.
Yes, maybe. And I think in this team format, the players are able to read farther away and more accurately because they can discuss and they can put the stones on the board. So probably that's why they are spending even more time each move.
Yeah, speaking of the time,
Yes.
all of the pros in the Chinese discussion room,
Yes.
they got a little worried because they spend a lot of time in opening.
Right, right.
But it's still early. The game is still early.
That's
so
right,
they're
yes.
worried about the mid game and end game.
Right. Also because they will have to coordinate where they want to play.
Right.
So, it will be interesting to see. But it seems like they have quite good teamwork, just judging by looking at them working together.
Yes.
And they are all about the same age, all in their 20s, right?
Right.
Yes.
They're around 20s.
And I've been seeing them here in Uzan from the very first day. So they must have been studying these AlphaGo games together.
I believe that, and actually when I walked by one of the buildings yesterday, I saw 5 of them were discussing. I don't know what game, but probably the preparation for today's game.
Right, right, yes. Probably strategy-wise.
Yes.
We saw that AlphaGo was having a little more difficult time when the game was like very unsettled groups everywhere. So probably that was also their hope. But in the beginning, it wasn't very successful because White's area over here is quite solid and this group also safe.
Right. So maybe at the beginning, Black is already a little behind for the variations here. What do you?
Maybe, but even if it's true, probably the difference is not that big, I believe.
Okay.
But over here, of course, black has very important decision to make because the direction would completely change the game, the flow of the game.
Right.
Yes. So maybe let's look at some of the possible variations over here. So black wouldn't choose this more common response just because after these two push, black knows that white would tenuki, and then that wouldn't leave black much to do with this influence.
So I'm assuming black probably will choose the small knight move instead.
Right. So this would be one option where if white does this, then this could be a point to tenuki.
And this approach move is really attempted.
Yes. It's a very pleasant place, like pressing this white stone. I'm not sure if this is the best response, but this is the first response that comes to mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And then probably enclose the side.
Right, yes. This would be...
Or the exchange moving the corner is good for black? What do you think? If black can get sente, but...
Yes, and then connect.
Since black is already decided to giving up the side over here.
Yes, yes. So this is like determining, and then coming here. Yes, we will have to see. This one gives this area more strength, but then also these two white stones makes it somewhat easier for white to just focus on the upper side instead of worrying about also this way.
I see. Maybe the exchange move is not good at this moment.
Maybe, not sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they actually played it here.
Yes. Sometimes white can tenuki here right away.
Yes.
Because there is no one move that can safely kill these two stones. But of course, when black comes here, white will need to do like this, and then it can become ko. But white did answer here, and after this, white will hane. And if black wants to continue in this shape, black can hane this way, and then hane this way. So this is a typical sequence when black wants to just block all this area.
I see.
And then white would oftentimes cut this one.
And it kill the stones in the corner.
Right, yes. And then we would see this variation. But I doubt black would choose this variation at this point because after all these exchanges, white has the turn.
Right.
Yes.
It has the sente.
Yes, and then white will be able to take this side.
I think that they change. Is it still territorial?
Sorry?
I mean, the player?
I
think that they changed the person.
Yes, now
right?
it's Chanyao, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I think maybe this is one of their strategies.
Oh, yes.
Because they were talking about someone is very good at it in mid-game, someone is very good at end game. So
yes.
I'm assuming, I'm guessing, they're going to send the person. For example, Chen Yaoye is very good at the end game, so they like to send Chen Yaoye to play the games because when a person who is playing the game, he can concentrate by analyzing the games. So I think that this is one of their strategies.
I see.
They always want to save the most important person to another board to analyze the whole board situation. Yeah.
That's an interesting strategy. So they gave a lot of thought in this match.
I think so.
Yes, yes.
Okay, approach.
Yes. So white chose this approach so that white would be somehow reducing this black's potential.
Try to limit the potential on the side.
Yes. And black will most likely to jump out. Normal sequence could be this corner, but in this case, this wouldn't be a good choice because this area is not as valuable as the upper side.
Right.
Yes.
This is the normal joseki.
Yes. This is one of the first josekis that Go players learned. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, this is not good for black.
That's right, yes. This would be an ideal situation for white. Yes.
Okay, so I think white has to find a way to fight and take advantage of the wall on the right side.
Right, yes. So when black comes out, white will need to come back to the corner. In this direction, there isn't much place for white to go, and then the corner is still open. So it will be better to close this side. And also, this move is looking at this connection.
Right. So for the next move, I think black has to prevent the connection.
Yes, yes, I would expect that move. And white will probably need another move to secure the corner. What do you think?
Yes. Right. So it actually gives white two choices now. Either protect the spin another move to protect the corner, or settle that stone on the side.
Right. Yes. But it will be somewhat urgent to protect the corner, right?
Right.
Because black's almost surrounding the outside.
Maybe diagonal move.
Yes.
Is the most safety move to.
Yes. That looks good. And black will approach from here, and white will probably jump out. It will be very difficult to actually capture these two stones, but black can attack this stone while building this area. And if black can get sente, black can also block this way, and that would balance this game in terms of territory.
I see. I believe there will be some of the players will have the question between this move and this move.
Right.
Would you like to explain what's the difference between those two moves? Because this move looks very usual.
That's right.
Sometimes,
yes.
right? So would you like to explain?
Sure. Yes. So this is more common answer, but as we were pointing out, black has this support. So when black comes inside,
white has to block, otherwise it will connect.
That's right, yes. And then, yes.
So,
right. So there is this these weak points that white will need to worry about. Yes.
That's why white doesn't want to take a further step instead of take most safety play. I mean, move to protect.
Right. Yes. So because the corner is not quite strong, it's better to go a little bit less.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
So black is spending some time here, maybe wondering if there are better options. So sometimes black can also consider this attach.
Okay. What's the idea behind of this move?
Usually this move forces white to choose between the corner and this side area. And then when white chooses the corner, supposing this is not here, black can cut this one and then get this one stone.
I see.
Yes. And when white respond to this side, black would come from this side.
Oh, I see. So the attachment move here gives black more possibility to kill the white stone on the side if white still wants to protect the corner.
That's right, yes. In a way, this could be more aggressive move than just jumping out. Also, like giving more pressure to this white group.
I see. It looks they have a difficulty to decide the next move
Yes.
for the team.
Right.
I'm wondering what they're discussing about, but we can't really hear.
That's right. I heard there was suggestion that we have a microphone so that we can listen into their discussion. But finally, they decided not to, so that the players will feel more free to express their ideas.
I see. Okay. Interesting.
But at least we have the camera that we can see.
We can see their expression.
Yes. Actually, while Michael and Andrew were commentating, I was observing the players.
Okay.
And then I saw them like smiling a lot.
You mean Doria? Or all of them?
Yeah, in general, yes.
In general, I see.
So it seems like they are enjoying this experience.
Yes.
Yes. If you could team up with other pros to play against the AlphaGo challenge?
Of course.
Yes.
Pleasure to do that. I believe every pro is playing to play AlphaGo for any reason. Yeah.
That's right. Yes. Sometimes AlphaGo plays like a very obvious-looking move. Sometimes AlphaGo plays quite surprising move. But altogether, I think we are learning from like AlphaGo's moves in like different ways.
Yes. Okay.
So let's see. Can you think of any other possible response of black over there?
My first reaction was just to jump out. And double approach doesn't seem very good.
Right, yes. Because after this one, when white attaches, white will be connected to both sides.
I think now black is trying to focus on the right side instead of the corner. So, okay. Yes.
So it seems like it was pretty much the only choice for black. Because this attach move, it's usually only for very special occasions.
I see.
And after this, we would expect white to answer this way.
If I were white, I will probably jump in a corner.
Right, right. Yes. This direction would let black attack this white's corner either this way, like that, or later by going into the 3-3 point directly. So better to protect this area.
Is jump.
So we saw that one. And as you mentioned, I think this would be the best way to prevent white's connection. Actually, another way to block this connection is this peeping. But white would probably answer the same way.
I think so. So compared with this move and this move, my personal idea, I think this move is better.
Yes, it's better in terms of points.
Right.
Also because there is the end game that we can do later.
Or maybe there's still some AGs like for the later of game. This move might work as well.
Oh yeah, I think that works directly. Yes.
Blocking from the outside, it doesn't seem work because white has to protect the cut.
That's right. Yes.
And black can take those two forcing move to lift. And either here or here.
Right. Once black leaves inside, white will have no eye space.
So white actually is in trouble.
Yes.
Okay. So there's only way for white to respond that move is to block from
That's
the
right.
inside.
Yes. And coming out would be even sente.
Because still this move will work if white tanukis.
Yes.
And there's a cut.
Right. So there is this very good end game.
Yes.
This wouldn't work if this black stone was here, right?
Right, because we don't have the second sente there.
Right.
Okay. All right. Oh.
Oh, so black didn't exchange this one. So came over here directly. And it seems to me that white is not going to connect. So this move seems to believe that white is not going to connect directly.
Maybe black is thinking about a cut here.
That's right, yes. Probably because of this cut. White cannot save this one stone once it's cut. So white will need to just give
sacrifice
this
that
one.
stone.
Yes.
Maybe do this exchange move.
Yes, that looks good.
It's kind of
Maybe here.
and then white.
Yes, and then come out. Right. So this looks somewhat better for white, probably because this area is not that big. And that could mean that black wouldn't cut here directly.
Or connect here first.
That's right. So black can choose to block this one first. And of course, there is still that cutting point.
Right.
Now white can
play the bigger jump.
That's right, yes. Because now the corner is safe. But after that, black can get the center and then block here. Or even this could be another good place. Because although this group was relatively safe before, it still has a room to be attacked. And by blocking this side, black can hope to make a big territory here.
Right, this is a very big move, I think.
Yes. So in the actual game, white didn't connect directly.
Instead, white jumped here.
That's right, yes. And black attached here. This move is sente.
Yes.
White will need to probably diagonal move. Yes.
Very close.
Yeah, we are doing very well.
Yes.
So after that, black can come over here. So what do you think so far on the upper side?
So for black, I'm pretty happy with black settlement.
I would be happy too, because black seems to be building this very good territory.
Right. So what do you think about the whole board situation?
That is really good question. Because AlphaGo always looks at the entire board. It never focuses on one certain area, right? So when AlphaGo played here, AlphaGo was already thinking that this is good enough for white to continue.
I see.
But let's see.
Yeah, maybe we should estimate the whole board anyway.
That's right, yes. So how should we estimate this white's territory over here? Should we start from here?
I would say around 15 to 17 points.
Right. So if we imagine like black can get this one in center later, this seems like about 10 and 15. Maybe there's a little bit of thickness, but if we are a bit conservative, we can say 15.
Okay. And maybe
about 5
points?
Yes. So that's 20. And over there, maybe about 8, the corner. Yes. So 33. And then this here could be about 10, including the white's potential to expand.
I think so. 42. What was that? Sorry,
Okay, so
let's
yes, that was
15,
20, 28.
28? Oh,
yes,
28.
And then 38.
38.
Yes.
Okay, 38 for white.
Right. And then black over here, it's very tricky to count. Maybe, I would say maybe about 8. Do you think? And here it's maybe still not quite concrete point, but we could say about 2.
2 points.
With this potential, yes.
2 eyes, 2 points.
Yes, yes. So that's 10. And then over there, the black side, it does have some aji over here, but since nothing works at this moment, maybe we can just consider all of them territory. looks like about 14.
14, okay.
Yes.
So 24.
Yes, 24, and then plus this upper side, which has very good potential. Difficult to predict how big this is going to become. If Black manages to build about on this area, this would be easily 25.
25, yes.
Right.
I would say 25. 10.
So that would be about 50 altogether?
50. Right, 50. So
Yes.
white only has the 38.
Oh, yes.
20, 28, 38.
Right, right. So that
Which
would
mean-
be very good for Black. But it's white's turn.
It's white's turn, yes.
Right. And also, AlphaGo might not let Black take all this territory.
Right. And at the same time, white probably will attack the entire group.
Oh,
while
that's true.
I mean, not destroying the territory, but reducing the territory on the top.
Yes, that is so true, because this group is not alive yet.
And white is very strong on the bottom.
Right, yes. So white can use this weak group to reduce this Black's potential.
Right. Okay. There's some very interesting strategy like I like to share with people.
Yes.
Some of my students always ask me, they're between 10 Q to 5 Q.
Yes.
And somehow they're most of the time they're leading the whole board after 1 or 2 fights settled.
Yes.
But the game result terms they lost the game. So they always ask me, hey Stephanie, why would happen like that? And I always tell them the judgment is very important, because sometimes like every time when we finish the fight for professionals, we like to do the whole board estimate to see who's ahead, who's behind. It will change our plan or the strategy for the later game.
Right, yes.
So for example, in this case, if white thinks is a little behind, probably white will play more aggressively.
Right.
If white thinks, okay, maybe I'm already winning, then white will choose to play more softly.
Right, yes.
I think this is very good on strategies for people to see or to plan for the later of the game.
That's right, yes, balancing, like
Right.
where you want to go, and then like where you're strong and weak.
Right.
Yes. You always have to look at the whole board. And I think AlphaGo is very good at showing us how important it is.
Right. Much better, actually.
Yes, like the pair go we saw earlier, we thought Black was ahead because Black was building this big territory, and then also it seemed like White was failing to make something happen. But actually that was all part of the plan for White to become stronger in the center and then make that
The
co-happen.
invasion.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Very interesting.
Yes. So you always need to keep an eye on the whole board.
Right. Instead of just focus on the local areas.
That's right, yes. So
They're still
Yes.
deciding.
Right. They are probably not even feeling the time passing, like so like into
Yeah, especially there
discussing.
are discussions discussing something.
That's right. Time can just fly by.
Right. So they have 1 hour, 15 minutes left, roughly.
Yes. And then there will be countdown 1 minute 3 times.
1 minute 3 times.
Right, yes. 1 minute is relatively long countdown because sometimes we have like 30 seconds or 40 seconds. But this is not going to be enough time for 5 people to discuss and agree on one move.
Yes.
Yes. So I think they are discussing about some different ways to surround this
Yeah.
one stone.
You can actually see on the screen. You see it. It looks like everyone put the stones on the board. So
Yes.
I'm assuming they have the conflict ideas now.
Right, right. Yes, they can't agree.
how they are discreet
Right.
with each other.
So if black wants to be more aggressive, black can think
Yeah.
about this.
This is the move that I actually wanted to suggest.
Oh, I see, yes. Because if white tries to save this one stone, white will have to somehow swim out to this area where white doesn't have any support. So if white doesn't try to save this one stone, this could give more points to black than this one.
It's more efficient.
That's right, yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
So Dorian is smiling now.
Right.
Maybe.
The key point would be how much how many points black can build on the upper side.
Right.
Right. Over here, black could also think about getting some forcing moves beforehand. And then like go somewhere around here. This would be very ambitious plan.
Trying to surround everything at the same time.
That's right, yes. Because this is indirectly also blocking this area.
Well, if this is going to work, it's going to be very good for black.
Right, yes.
I see.
And also, I think this is a kind of situation where AlphaGo shows us really good moves, because this move would be what we often think about, but then there are these empty areas where AlphaGo seems to connect very well.
Interesting. See. Right.
Yes, so I'm curious what AlphaGo thinks, what the best place is.
Okay.
So let's see. It seems like Zhao Luyang is ready to play. Oh, yes.
Okay.
So they chose more aggressive move. Yes. Or rather more enthusiastic move.
Right.
Yes. Actually, this move can be a better move if they are really trying to make the game more complicated, because that will push white to do more on the upper side.
Right. Try to force white to invade later.
That's right, yes, yes.
And then the whole board will become more complicated.
Yes.
Oh.
So white came here.
This move looks like white is giving up that stone. Is it that?
Yes, it seems like white is trying to just
double honey. I mean,
here.
The honey move? I don't know. I'm guessing this move.
That's an interesting suggestion. And black might change mind and come over here.
Oh, I see. Because
And
that
this
stone is
right. This one is leather and
okay.
Right.
So I guess I only have one choice.
Right. But getting that one stone wouldn't be quite big enough, because this would be much more valuable than this one.
I agree. Okay, so the honey move maybe it's too much.
But we should also
Consider about this move.
okay, so this is a very taboo move. I wouldn't normally suggest. But, you know, we can be a little flexible here.
Yes.
And black would come out. It still seems bad for white. Not much space to go.
Right.
So, yes, black didn't play yet. What about this cut over here? Is it possible?
Interesting. What about black play here?
Then now white
now
can.
the honey move works.
Yes,
because of that
yes.
exchange move. I see.
Now white got some more move. Not sure about after this one. But still, this was a very effective reduction.
I'm kind of worried about the team now.
Yes?
Because normally when professional plays down a move, they already thought about the most likely variations. But after they played this move, it seems they didn't expect white will play here. Right? And then they have to spend more time to think about the next move. But the time is really important.
Right. Yes. I knew white would try to reduce this black area, but this was not the move because it looks like a bad move, honestly.
Right. It's kind of like helping move or a thank you move, I would like to say.
Yes. But let's see. How about here?
Whoa.
I know it's it's
blocking here.
Looking move.
I think you're hoping black blocks here, and then you will find a way to get out.
Yes. Because once white is all connected, black also needs to worry about these 3 stones.
Yes.
And also by saving this 1 stone, white is reducing black's territory a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it will work for black.
So if black has to just come out, white might be able to push out and then cut. Right.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, I mean, I thought this may be a possibility, but I actually thought this must be an overplay because it looks like an overplay.
But AlphaGo chose this move.
Yes, I mean, like black can Atari here. White will need to come out, and black will need to save this 1 stone. And I guess white can come out, actually.
But playing here, then it leaves 2 cutting points for black.
Right. If white connects here, black can cut this one. Yes. We'll have to connect, and then white can come out. And now this net and this cut is miai.
I see. So which means black can save 2 groups at the same time.
Right, yes. So this wouldn't be a good variation for black. So let's see. If black blocks here, white would cut this one. And seems like black cannot save this 1 stone.
Right.
Black will have to let white get this stone. And when white captures this 1 stone, white's shape here is alive.
So if the game turns like this, I think white will be very happy with
That's
that.
right, yes. You know, we counted here like 25 points, but now it would be like 10 maybe.
Right, and white has some around 5, more than 5
Yes,
points
5,
there.
6. So yes.
Then this move should be very good move here.
Right, yes.
Kind of like a bait.
Yes, I mean, if you weren't planning something like this, this would be a bad move. Because it is strengthening the black's shape. But with this, it seems like it's difficult for black to somehow contain this white. So instead of this Atari, maybe black can consider this Atari here. White will still need to come out. Black can save this one. And white can save this move. Then black will need to connect. White can exchange here. Yes. And then maybe even push this one. Although these exchanges are weakening this white group, this white group is relatively safe. So it's more important to live here first.
I think white has enough space to live.
Right, yes.
I see.
Another problem is that black doesn't have much to gain from attacking this white group.
Because the white corner is 100% alive, and there's no much territory on the outside.
Right, yes.
I see.
Mm.
Oh, they
Oh,
actually
so black
Atari
chose this one.
and white played here, and black captured.
Right.
That's white's turn now.
Yes. It will be either this Hane or
The
this
knight's
knight's
move.
move. Right.
Maybe
yes.
Hane is more safe.
Right. Yes. Hane seems to be safe.
Oh,
Mm.
apparently AlphaGo wants more.
Yes. This gives them more room to reduce this black.
And more territory for white self.
So this shape over here, we call it ponuki. And then the Go proverb says this shape is worth 30 points.
30 points.
Right? Yes.
But since it's already mid-game, so the situation change.
That's right, yes. So this is a situation where you can't take a Go proverb literally.
Right. I think at this moment, black is over-concentrated in the center. What do you think?
Right, black is quite strong in the center. And also this area is mostly blocked now. It will be difficult for white to come out. So that means now black has a new hope on this area. So black's potential area moved from the upper side to this center area. But first, black will need to block this side.
I agree.
So oftentimes, the way to block this side is to exchange this Hane. And then
it's because
double Hane, yes.
It's because if black play here directly, it gives white another option to capture the stone on the side, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
If black harness now, it's somewhat late.
It's too late because white can capture that stone.
That's right, white will play this one. Yes.
So that's why black wants to play that exchange move first.
That's right. Oh, I just realized that in this point, white might actually still choose this side, like this.
Because the outside looks bigger. It's more valuable.
Yes. Oftentimes, this corner is bigger, but this is exception situation.
It's more valuable on the outside.
That's right, yes. When black needs to connect the corner, white can come out to the center, reducing this black's potential area.
I see. So which means black will not have time to play that exchange move.
That's right. That's quite pity. Excuse me.
Okay, let's see what they're gonna do.
Right. So if black cannot Hane, another thing black can consider is to extend, in which case white will push once more, and then it's white's turn. White can probably come from this side.
Right. It looks black's territory is gone.
Right,
It's
yes.
disappearing.
Black can try to somehow block the center area, but I doubt this would be big enough, just like this, because this shape looks like maybe about 20, a little more than 20, when white has gained more than 10 points over there.
Right.
I think overall, black needs at least 15 to 20 more points just by comparing this area.
I see.
Maybe black can think about some way to
attack?
Yes, attack this upper side first, although it will be difficult. But since black is very strong, there can be a way.
I was thinking,
yes?
okay.
Yes?
I was thinking about this move, but probably it's not going to work because of this move here.
Oh,
this
that's
is
right,
a
yes.
sente move.
Because of this center, black cannot connect to this side.
Right. So it's not gonna work. And what about push and Hane directly? Is that going to work?
Right, that will lead to the double Hane. And
probably it's not going to work either.
So black can
has to connect.
Yes, connect. And I guess in this case, either way. Yeah, maybe this is better. And then block this one, and that.
Block.
Yes, and that. Oh, if black exchanges this one, that might change the capturing race. Because without this exchange,
Black only has 4 liberties, and white has 4 liberties.
right, without this exchange, white can play here, and if black tries this one, white can come directly like this.
If black extends it, white can block, and there's
Oh, but it still works for black.
right.
So it means black does have a
But
possibility.
exchanging here before blocking might be better.
Yeah, that would also lead to similar result. So that means white's just extending doesn't work. And of course, white cannot capture this one stone by ladder because there is this stones.
I see. I'm really worried about their time. They're
Right, yes.
spending a lot of time.
Yes, but I think this is a very good chance that black has to attack this group. Because once black saves this one stone, that will mean white has to find another ice space in the center.
Right. What about white Atari from this side? And it connects back. Would that work? Or I might, by simplifying the game, I might sacrifice the group over here and try to. This is my plan, but I don't know if it will work.
That's a very good whole board planning. Yes. So this one is Sente. Right?
And then maybe I will Atari here.
Right, yes.
And also, there's still some Ajis on the top.
That's right, yes. White can Hane here and sacrifice this 5 stone while saving this group. Yes, because then black has to come back here and white cannot Atari.
And then it's going to be a disaster for black, I believe.
That's right.
Because the 5 stones are in the center, it looks very small.
Right, right, yes.
Yeah,
so now that we know black could, so white has this way to sacrifice.
So then black cannot push in Hane directly.
Right. So black chose to Hane here, which could be a preparation for
attacking. I see.
Yes. Yes. And this would be a good time to tenuki from this corner, because if you exchange this one, you lose this Hane. If you lose Hane, you lose this
So we want to save for the later use.
Yes. So we would expect black to start here right now.
And block.
Yes. What about this one? Does this one work? Because if black cuts directly, then white can extend here, and the capturing rate seems to be in white's favor. Wow, black is doing all the preparations. I think this is a really good plan, because once things become really urgent in this area, you never know how your opponent is going to respond.
I think that maybe they're thinking about the code here, or
maybe just connecting even. And then this Atari. Yes, because for example, after all this exchange, one obvious difference is when black plays here. Even after this exchange, black can still connect.
Oh, I see.
Right? Black can easily connect like this on the first line.
Right.
And only because of this.
This move, I see.
Right.
Interesting.
Right. Once it becomes very urgent on this side, white could choose to answer over here in order not to give this
help.
Yes, spot to black. And then just give up this one stone. So that's a possible answer white could consider. That's why it's important to do this before starting anything here.
But why extend it here? Okay.
Yes.
So giving up that stone looks very painful for white.
That's right, because this Hane would have been better in the game. But now what matters is how much black can gain from attacking this group.
I see.
So that would be the very key point of this game.
I think maybe they're still thinking about the ko here, the ko flight. If the ko works, it would be better than connecting move here, right? But I'm not sure whether the ko will work for black.
Right,
connecting might be good enough.
Yes, connecting would be very, very certain, and ko would be somewhat uncertain, could be better, yes. And also in terms of confusing AlphaGo, could be better. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, you know, last year during the Isedor match, I had a chance to chat with Isedor Naindan.
Wow.
And then once we were talking about strategy to defeat AlphaGo. And then Isedor Naindan told me that, you know, I'm trying really hard to make many codes so that the game would be more complicated, but AlphaGo doesn't let me.
Oh,
that's what he said. Yes. So maybe the players over there might be thinking something similar. AlphaGo is not letting us to complicate the game.
I see. Okay.
So we haven't seen this exchange yet.
I'm assuming they're not going to do something like this, right?
I was actually just looking at that one because after this one, white will have to Hane from the inside, right? Because if white does that, black can live in the corner.
Yeah, like we showed it before.
Right, yes. And then after this...
And you can get all of the sentes there.
That's right. Black can not only get this one, but also this one.
I see. Very interesting. And then extending move here will work.
That's right, yes. Yes, this would be locally a loss, but not by much because white still has to play all the moves inside. And if that somehow gives black a chance to capture the whole upper side area, that would certainly worth the sacrifice here.
Right, that's right. Okay.
So it's possible that black might be considering that one.
This move.
Yes, directly. And also it will be interesting to see where black starts in attacking this group, whether it's this one or that one. Because after getting some sente moves, they both seem to work.
Right.
Yes.
Would you say that fight would be the last fight?
Like the critical last one? That would be my guess, but you never know. Because
you never know. Not like the game in the morning, right?
Right, yes, exactly, yes. Because during that fight, things change in other areas of the board.
I see, right, that's right.
Yes. But I am impressed with all these preparations of black, because that will certainly make the attack much stronger.
I see. Okay.
Yes. And if black doesn't succeed in attacking that group and doesn't gain some other big area, black won't have enough territory to, go against this.
Too big territory and plus the corner here.
Right, yes.
I see.
So we can see the players talking, and then Tang Wei-sing seems to be really enjoying.
Yes.
He has this big smile on his face.
I heard from other pros, for those 5 top pros, maybe you think what is the one for people to convince.
Yes.
because his style is very interesting style. He likes kind of jump around with very interesting plan. Yeah, so so that's why I think they have a different opinions of every move.
That's right. Yes. Having these diverse opinions must lead to more creative thinkings and plans.
Right. But the time is really important as well.
Yes. So over there we see Andrew and Michael.
Nicole?
Yes.
Welcome to the
Should we-
stage.
Yes. Invite them to the stage. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, they just played here.
Yes. So I was watching your commentary.
Yes.
Thank
It
you.
was really, you're doing a great job. You're
thank
hitting
you.
the point on all these places. And Hajin, you found the AlphaGo move there, didn't you? That
That's
nice-
Yes,
nice-
I was very surprised
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I found it.
It sort of looked like it might be a bad move, but it was very effective. So I was very impressed. You got it before AlphaGo did, actually.
Thank you.
It will think for 45 seconds.
Yes,
almost, no
yes.
matter
It has
what,
to think
though,
for
so,
45
yeah,
seconds.
yeah.
So you had 45 seconds to catch up there.
Yes.
Yeah, that was very good.
Yeah, and I think that you guys are dead on as far as what they're saying,
Yeah,
as far as
and this situation on the upper side, Black does have to get some kind of decisive attack because Black is the territory situation is looking pretty bad for Black at this point. So I think Black is preparing for a final attack here.
I'm so impressed at all of your abilities to put yourselves exactly in their shoes. It's very special for us to see.
Okay.
All right. So
So we'll see you in an hour.
See you in an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you so.
So now Black had an opportunity. Black sort of wanted to play the ko here to get some extra forcing moves. Like if White will answer this submissively, then Black can play the ko and then have another forcing move there that Black doesn't want to play yet, but will be able to play. Sometimes Black wants to play the peep from underneath. So you know, maybe Black doesn't want to play it yet, but it's going to be a forcing move for Black too.
Right.
But instead they chose this move, which is also forcing, but it's more sure. Like in this case, White would be taking the ko, or might even be playing elsewhere to force Black to play the ko, and then it would be some kind of trade with somewhere.
Sure.
And so this would be a less certain forcing move, whereas the actual game is a very certain forcing move.
Sure,
Black
and
knows
in fact,
that White
they
has to answer.
Even used another forcing move.
And used another forcing move.
And this
and
must
now
be their
we
plan.
see what Black was setting up, because this has a potential connection there.
Right.
And as Li Hajin and they were saying that this move seems to protect against the connection underneath. And so White can play on this side. But actually, with all these forcing moves, that has changed.
I can connect under with this one?
Oh, that's an interesting way to connect. That works too, actually.
It works. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
usually
goodness. You would play this one?
yes, you
I
play
see.
the large knight's move when it's reinforced by this stone on the first line. That's
I
the
see.
usual way. But just about any move actually will connect this Black group. Like Black could even play here and it's connected.
Wow.
And that 3-line difference there is protected by this
Because
stone
it's
on
got
the
this
first
stone
line.
on the first line. I see. I see. Okay. And so AlphaGo, rather than reinforcing that way, it seems to be trying to be lighter.
Yes. So White is jumping to the right side here. This now, we should do the other side though.
Oh, yes.
When White plays on this side, now Black can, at the very least, Black would probably start from here anyway. And you can see that this stone here is getting rid of the potential for White to do
A
the
double
double
hane.
hane that was so prominent in Hajin's commentary.
Right.
And so when White cannot do the double hane, then Black gets to connect underneath.
And this group is now floating. And
Yeah, and this becomes
Right.
sort of a wasted move.
Right.
So if White plays on this side, Black can connect. And if White plays on that side, Black can escape to this side. So
Sure.
it's better for White, if White's going to play 2 moves, while Black, for instance, does something like this, then it's better for White to be
aiming out.
more moving towards this side. And White doesn't really need to save these 3 stones if White can make a living shape
Sure.
here. And we can see that White's starting to put some pressure on this Black group also.
Right.
So although Black will be attacking here, White is starting to, just the hint of a potential counterattack makes it much more difficult for Black to have a more successful offensive here.
I see.
But so of course playing on the top would be a safe move, but now with this stone here, white would be able to capture those black stones.
And presumably have enough shape underneath to live.
Right,
Looks
of
like
course, that's
more than
big
enough
enough. That's
space.
way too big.
Yeah.
And just to recap the territorial situation, black has more than 10 points, but less than 15 points here.
All right.
And a few points here. So we're going to call that a minimum of about 15 points.
Okay.
And of course, if black plays an extra move here, that will change by more than 10 points maybe, but for the time being, we'll just call it 15 points.
Okay.
And then we look at the rest of the board. I can't really see very much black territory.
15 points is probably not going to be enough to
It's
win.
not going to be enough. There's a lot of potential here, which could add up to about 20 points.
Okay.
So there's a lot of potential there. There's about 15 points. As I was saying, this is still fluid, but it's not going to change in the near future. It's something that happens late in the game.
Right.
So there's about 15 points here, a few points here, so that's about 20. Now white has pretty much a solid 10 points in that corner. So that's 30. And then about 10 points here, so that's 40. If white gets a territory here, that's going to go up to about 50.
Right.
And so 20 points plus the potential, 15 points plus the potential here, and the potential here is just not going to be good enough because black can't play 3 moves at a time and get all of the potential. Black can get some potential here, then white's going to take the corner here. So black has to continue to be aggressive.
Right.
So white played here. There, that's my move. Yeah. I don't really, it's hard to explain why, but I have the feeling this is better than stuff like this because it's a valid connection no matter how many white stones come in the area. And so it's a more aggressive way of connecting because it makes it easier for black to swallow up these stones later.
Right.
And look there, that's a natural move. So AlphaGo apparently agrees with me that this is a good move. It is a kind of a loose connection in that black would like to be able to think of playing here at some point later. But the cutting shape that black has, although it seems to be hanging in there just barely on this side, the shape on this side is not so good.
I see.
So even if black gets this forcing move in first, the fact that white can force black into rather bad shape here.
Oh, this looks very constricted.
And added with the fact that, so this would at least be some kind of a squeeze that white can set up. So it looks, I wouldn't be feeling so happy with black. This is a key point in white's shape. It's a vital point that black wants to aim at.
Well, it seems also from your count that
black does want to continue to attack.
He needs to get almost all of it in order to be competitive.
Well,
probably just getting.
I just counted to give white 50 points, but we have to remember that's when black allows white to capture these stones.
Oh,
so without that, white has about something in the vicinity of 40 points.
Right.
And some of these territories, like this corner territory, if black plays here, that's going to change. And so some of these, and if black plays this
first
move,
to the corner,
then of course this white territory will potentially change too.
I see.
So that some of these white territories are fluid, but for the time being, we're going to call it 40 points for white.
Okay.
Now that black has taken away this territory.
Got it.
Black has something like 15 points to start with. Of course, these are fluid too. But now there's some potential for black to get something like 20 points added to that. And so even if white has played here, if black does play this move, it will be fairly easy for black to swallow up those stones. So that's a 20-point move that's waiting to be played. Still, that would just give black 35 points, so it's not enough.
Not enough.
So that has to be added on to some profit elsewhere. So like, again, this is really kind of the shape move, the move that black wants to play to reduce white's shape. So something like this could be one of the things they're considering. And if playing the hane here and doing the outright cut looks a bit dangerous, maybe they would just pull back here and sort of capture these stones while putting pressure on white.
While continuing to, right.
And so like this kind of continuation where black is playing both on the outside and on the inside, sort of trying to get both of the best of both worlds, you might say. And of course, white would have trouble making ice space. So there's some point in this sequence I'm just showing where white will have to do something else. Like, for instance, white might not answer that Atari here.
I see. We were discussing earlier how black was laying in preparations before starting their attack. And I was just guessing that the fact that white was responding to their preparations rather than taking a moment to reinforce what would be the target of the attack suggested that AlphaGo thought that it may have had a way through And your comment was that maybe I was incorrect in that
Well,
assumption.
that's one possibility. But there's also the fact that these preparation moves, including the hane here and all of the moves here, they were so big that white didn't really have any choice of leaving them.
They were too big to
So
be
even if, in the case of a human player, white might be worried about the upper side, but would still answer all of those preparatory moves.
I see. So we can't maybe necessarily conclude that AlphaGo has a
it all
foregone
read out,
conclusion,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Maybe it doesn't have a complete read on the situation.
Even if AlphaGo said that its winning potential was low, it would still be forced to answer all of these moves.
I see. Okay, and as you suggested, we did see that.
Black does sort of, although this exchange here, it loses the potential to force from this side, which is a really nice exchange. This is nice in the corner, but since attacking these stones is really important, and more important than moving out, than taking the corner here, it would just be bad in this case. And like, if we continue to have black play this move in the corner, which is territorially fairly big, there's also the added insult that white gets this peep here, and it's not very happy because this would increase white's eye space, and we can see also that black is not 100% alive. For instance, if white continues with something like this,
it's only one eye.
White has the peep here next that would kill this black group, unless black makes an eye here. But just the possibility hanging there would be not so good for black.
A bad feeling.
So at this point of the game, it becomes the value of forcing from this side is decreased to the point where it's worth. Of course, if white had connected, then black would not hesitate to play this exchange.
To get both of them, right?
Yeah, that would be okay for black. So naturally, white takes. And in this case, black would like to force again with this, but you see,
there's a danger.
It takes a lot of moves for this to bring any profit to black, because after taking here, black still doesn't really want to connect here. That's too many stones in one point. So black would continue to be playing stuff like this, and so it takes the tari here and taking and then cutting, and then finally it's a dangerous position for white. So in the meanwhile, white has been playing about 2 moves elsewhere, and has gotten some great shape elsewhere, and then again it's a ko. So a lot depends on how severe the ko threat would be then. And so that's where often in professional game you see a trade, but using 1, 2, 3 moves to just start the ko, and then maybe you're going to lose that ko. You have to be very sure that you're going to get enough back after giving your opponent 2 free moves. So I'm sort of doubting that black will be playing this move right away.
Are they considering maybe springboarding from this stone maybe to a cover?
Well, like something like this is a shape move that you can think of, but you do have to be sort of worried about this kind of thing.
I see.
Which is where having this would make a slight difference. Like having this exchange in would allow black to play something like this.
Oh, that looks fair.
And there's a very immediate difference here because this would cut black off. And having this exchange in just stops that. So this is it's loose, but it is a connected shape. Like white's Tessuji is to play like this. But since the center position here is very thick for black, black can afford to play on this side. And white cannot do very much with that stone. So having one Atari here would make a big difference to the fight in the center, make it much easier for black to play this capping move. But I'm afraid that it's not going to be forcing. So this is where you sort of wish that you could force your opponent to answer. And quite often, especially weaker players, fall into the fallacy of wishful thinking here and just play here. And if you smack it down and shout Atari, maybe your opponent's going to answer. Of course, it won't work with AlphaGo because it doesn't hear. It doesn't have the hearing sense. It does have visual.
That's right.
Graphics, but no.
I don't know actually if this one, unlike the DeepMind version that plays the Atari games, I believe AlphaGo is working from a logical representation of the game rather than just the pixels fed to it. So, but yes, it won't be intimidated in either case into just connecting.
So I'm sort of expecting if black plays here, white would be adding a stone to this group instead of answering. So maybe something like this to reinforce the connection here, or something like this to sort of start building a base. This would actually sort of make a kind of an eye here, and with a potential eye on the top, it looks like white is beginning to make eye space. So this would be a nice way to connect up these stones on the left, and in the meantime, make an eye here to get closer to a living shape.
Sure. If black does try to cap and cover and white comes out, is there nothing else that black can consider?
Well, without this exchange here, the knight's move looks a bit dangerous. And again, pushing also looks dangerous.
Sure.
We're sort of running out of moves. Like this move, white will push through and cut. Excuse me. And white has to is it threatening this stone, and also black has to deal with the cut here.
The cut again.
So again, that's trouble. So maybe the best local move would be to, after this, it would be maybe to play the Tari after all, or just to extend. But then, of course, white is going to be able to push through. And so, although there's a huge amount of black stones in the area, the fact that black has to run out with this stone, this group, means that it looks like white's going to be able to connect to the lower side.
It'll be hard
and so
to
that's
get
not going to be much of an attack.
I see.
So if we assume that this is not something that black can play first, then black has to play, as they say, play attack from the weak group. And so instead of playing from the center, leaning in from the weak group and reinforcing that weak group as black attacks would be theoretically be maybe the better way to do
the better
it.
direction.
Actually, I'm not sure about this white move, but even if white plays here, doing it in this order gives black more potential to have a good connection. Like if white cuts now, black can push once here. And we can see that with these extra stones sort of connected up to the black group, black has a much better shape in the center here. And white is sort of blocked out. And these two stones, even though these stones can escape, they're not the main group.
The important ones are the ones
main
above.
group is in trouble now.
Yeah.
So maybe this jump, if black wants to just close off the center, but they're still thinking about it, right?
Right.
And so the other move, this is a move that really looks good. It's a move that people want to play.
It seems like the vital point.
It's a vital point. It's a vital point. And as I was saying, if white plays here first, this looks like it's going to be an eye, and black has lost the opportunity to jump in here. After this, if black jumps in here, this stone is going to be captured.
It's just charity.
And so if black doesn't go that far, now we can see an eye forming for the white group. We can see there's this eye here.
Right.
And it looks like in this position, I've simplified it with some bad moves by black.
Right.
Black will not play those moves, but if we simplify like this, there's an eye here, and it looks like there's a potential eye up here also.
Right.
And so this group is one step closer to a living shape. And so this is a move that white is sort of looking forward to play at some point.
Do we assume also that black doesn't want to take that point for themselves?
Just, well, this would be sort of awkward because the move
You'd
black,
rather
locally the move black
take the
does,
stones.
and this does have the purpose of reducing white's eye shape while taking these stones. But black would really like to take these white stones while attacking, more as on the side. And so this kind of thing is definitely something that the players are thinking of, because this would tend to capture these stones anyway.
In this way, they at least are guaranteed of some profit from the attack.
Well, you know, black's it's not as if black is completely taking them.
Sure.
Like there's still some agi of white playing here, but if white starts doing stuff like that, it's just going to be too much that white's trying to do.
Right.
And black can just play the bad shape move. White has a lot of cutting points.
Right.
And so, in effect, black will end up capturing those stones. Although black is not really just grabbing them. Like this move would be just, please give me those stones.
Right.
And it wouldn't be enough attack on the right hand.
It's too modest modest of an aim.
So just sort of taking them, while not really using the move to do that directly, is maybe more efficient. Like if this happened and then this happened, black would have taken away white's eye space and then also played on the top.
Sure.
So this is the move that I sort of like to develop from this black group, but I would also like to have something extra in there, just to make sure white doesn't get eyes, and also to ensure, yes, as you say, some profit there, because that when this does become black's territory, it's going to be about 20 points.
Right.
And I'm adding the 2 points here. Notice that this is a 2-point ponuki unless black can make some special use of it.
They used to say it was 40, but now it's only 2. It's
30.
30
They used to say it
points,
was
right?
30 points. The
30
ponnuki is 30 points, especially when it's in the middle of the board, like this one.
Sure.
The ponnuki's at the edge of the board. This isn't a true ponnuki, but even if you have a ponnuki shape at the edge of the board, like it would be if it was like this,
this is not a 30-point.
That's usually just territory.
Right.
Like it doesn't have a radiating effect on the rest of the board, whereas these ponnukis in the center of the board usually radiate power towards the rest of the board,
Sure.
and they're very influential. That's why people say there are 30 points.
But in this case,
this white group is alive anyway.
this
This white group is very strong. So the only possible use, apart from attacking this white group, would be to make some territory in the center.
And that's it.
And when you're making territory, it doesn't really make any difference whether you have just a normal wall or a ponnuki. So this ponnuki, it only works well if it can be combined with an attack against this white group. So when we're talking about the black territory here, it's just 2 points.
Perhaps we should also clarify. Ponnuki means coconut, I believe, in Japanese. Is that right?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, I'm wrong? What is it? How does it translate?
Ponnuki is to capture,
Oh, okay.
or to take, to take off.
Okay.
And so that's the word that is used to capture a stone in Go.
Oh.
And more generally, it's when you're taking something out or taking something off.
I've
So
been
it's taking the white stone off.
laboring under
And
a
pon is
misapprehension
just
my
this
whole life.
kind of a satisfying sound that is added onto it.
A sound effect.
A sound effect like popping your lips almost.
Pow.
Yeah. And so it's a special nuki.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I learned something today. That's great. And they're still deliberating over how best to proceed on
Of course,
their
when
attack.
you take 2 stones, there's an animal named. It's a turtle shell.
Turtle
Yeah.
shell.
So
this one.
this is supposed to be 60 points. And they just say that because it's twice as many stones
twice
as
as many.
ponnuki, and there's no really logical, technical
Right.
explanation about that really makes sense. And I sort of doubt that. Like ponnuki is, as I say, they say it's a 30-point thing, but
you'll get in
it's only a
trouble.
30-point when
Yeah.
it's in the center of the board and early in the game.
Early in the game where
So
it has
even,
an opportunity
even
to
though
develop.
this one is in the center of the board, it all
Everything's
depends
all
on
settled-ish.
it depends on the attack.
Right, right.
So to make this worth 30 points takes a lot of doing.
Right.
Yeah. Whereas and then changing it to the turtle shell,
Not going to make
it's just
not going to double its value.
It's almost
here.
a joke to call that 60 points. Yeah.
Right, right. And in fact, as you were saying, if black plays here and makes this 20 points, it would be 18 and the 2 here.
And then
from
added
the
2 points,
right,
yes.
Right, exactly. Got it. All right. So we've discussed maybe a jump, maybe
A peep.
peeping at the shape.
And I'm sort of running out of, well, of course, the Atari here.
Right, but
and
we're concerned
that will lead to a ko, and it will make my life much more difficult because the ko is very hard to explain. There's going to be much more variation to what the possible futures might be, and so.
And with 5 players, they have,
They all have different. Okay,
Well,
I thought this was better. They played the capping move,
So
and you can see they played a very strong. They topped the stone down very strongly.
Yes. Decisively.
I'm sure Aja must have jumped a little bit, maybe, even though he has this very straight face all the time.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes.
In fact, I heard an interesting little tidbit while we were off there that just as Dr. Huang doesn't drink any water while he is playing, in a sign of deference to him, the players themselves are electing not to drink any water to try and get closer to AlphaGo or something like that.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So now this is the weakness in the capping move that I was pointing out. And so yes. So black plays here. So the idea is that they were leaning towards the Atari here, but they felt it might be advantageous to have this exchange in first before playing that.
Certainly.
And so that that would take me a lot of time to be sure of. Like where did they think white would play if black just played here? Like
presumably not the jump.
Yeah,
right?
but that is a bit of a thin shape.
Right.
So is this correct? So is this actually, this is another shape that maybe white could play.
Sure.
In which case black wouldn't want to play this exchange. And so it's, there's room here for having a different opinion about this. I have the feeling that actually this exchange, in that it's putting more pressure on the black group on the right, And actually, this white stone here is improving white's connection here. I sort of don't like having this stone in. I'd rather have it like this because there's still a good deal of distance between this white group and the white stones here.
It's not home yet.
But they apparently felt that maybe they were a little bit worried about this black group.
That's
It's
true.
still
It hasn't
unsettled.
been settled.
And so they didn't want white to give white an opportunity to cause trouble for that group.
We see Tong Wei Sing
And
standing
black
up there.
takes.
Chen
So-
Yao Ye there, second from the right.
Yes.
Is Zhou Riyang is the player placing the stones for the team, or Alpha Yang, as they call him.
So black takes the ko.
Right.
White hanes up. This is an important move.
Oof.
Like usually, especially a weaker player would be really worried with both sides, I'm sure, but especially with white with this cut here.
Right.
So some people would be thinking about how should I reinforce the cut.
Right.
Maybe some people would be thinking of playing here, but once white does something like this, it becomes easier for black to fight the ko because white's invested a move here. And so there's so when black does this, it's much more difficult for white to make a trade because when black wins, this is a wasted move.
Sure.
And so once white does something like this, white is eventually obliged, and of course winning the ko is not such a big thing either. Like if black gets something a lot on the other side, winning the ko wouldn't be enough. So white is eventually obliged to sort of answer black, and then white is in this position where
they squeeze.
White is in really a lot of damizumari.
Right.
For
Shortage of
instance,
liberty.
black's not going to play this yet, but we can see that this kind of thing is happening. White's going to be crawling all the way along the second line.
Right.
So that's exactly what white doesn't want to do.
Right.
But what white did was hane up, and what this is doing is leaving all these cutting points.
Right.
And sort of daring black to play the ko, in which case this ko, winning this ko will be very, very big. It's going to be almost decisive. So even if black plays a huge ko threat, for instance, like this, the ko here is bigger because white has played this move to make it a very big ko.
Bigger ko.
And so that's why the human team did not start anything here.
Yet.
And so white actually has found an efficient way to settle the shape here for the time being.
And so now do we expect white to play?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Very good. Okay. So now you see white is sort of curled around this zone. Generally speaking, the virtue of playing one capping move here, in a running fight like this, where both sides are trying to get out in the center, a capping move is usually considered to be a good move. The reasoning behind that is that when white gets to jump like this, white's moving forward 2 spaces with just one move.
Right.
Whereas after playing the capping, to get around this stone,
it's made
white had to use 2 moves.
Right.
Well, we have to subtract the black
subtract
stone.
one. Okay.
So white had to use an extra move to get around it. So it slows white down a little bit. And so that's why when you're attacking, using a capping move is quite often very effective.
I see. Sort of like a caltrop, just sort of to slow it down.
And now black takes the ko. And this is still a very important ko, because if white answers here to stop the double Atari here, again, we have a situation that's quite similar to what I was talking about before, and that it becomes easier for black to fight the ko because white has invested a move, and white can, after playing this one move here, it's very bad for white to allow black to win the ko, whatever white gets black.
Sure.
So if white does answer this, on the other hand, white will be ending up with a terrible, terrible damizumari, and that damizumari translates to a lack of liberties, and we can see this is going to be bad for white.
Right.
I'm just ignoring the ko for the time being, just to simplify my.
With each of these, that ko would have to be traded back and forth.
Like with all these black stones connected, the ko is very little damage to black.
Right.
And so it's a light ko for black. It's easy ko for black to play. So this would be a disaster. So if white's going to answer here, the move that white thinks about would be to play something like this.
Right.
And this gives black the double Atari here, which is very satisfying move.
And it enlarges that territory from
Enlarges
the
that
lower
territory.
right corner a lot.
And so what a strong player usually does is a strong player usually plays away. Okay, so that's what happened. So white played here. And this means that if black is going to play here anyway, then white got away without playing this move.
Without having to reinforce.
Without having to play that move.
Oh.
And so white got an extra move here, which was, as I was telling you, if
Saves
black
these
plays there
zones,
first,
right.
it looks like it's a 20-point black territory, right?
Right.
So this is about 20 points.
Well, 18 and a panuki, I think. Yeah.
You have to add that white territory here, yeah. So it is
that's
actually 20 points.
I see.
Yeah. And black is, and then of course, the move white has to be worried about is this one, of course, which starts a big ko. But again, as I was saying before, having black play this first, there's some trouble for black too, like when white wins the ko, now the outside black stones are potentially under attack.
It's a big stick with no eye shape. Right.
And so this is, leaving the ko at this point is quite similar to the move before, in which white ignored the threat here and haned up here to make the ko more threatening to black.
Right.
And so it's a very similar tactic in which white actually, although white is the player who should be on the defensive here, white is leaving the offensive potential here, just to make it more difficult for black to attack.
I see. So the black team needs to find a way then to utilize the fact that AlphaGo is sort of daring them to attack it.
Yes.
Right.
And let's just take another look at the territory, because when this group is settled, it is going to depend on the territory. So like there's something less than 15 points, that's still not changed, and some territory here. If we have black take the simple route, which is probably not good enough, but just for argument's sake, let's just do a little thing here. And white can play this one and take the corner territory. Well, either way, let's do it this way.
Okay.
And well, this is sort of ideal for white, because although black has gained some points here,
Looks very
this is still less than
concentrated.
15 points. So all of this adds up to, even if we add a little bit for the center here, black has something in the vicinity of 30 points.
Total.
And yeah, total.
That's it.
And white now has at least 20 points here, and a few points here, about 10 points here, a few points here. So that's already
40-ish.
something like 40 points,
Yeah.
40-ish. And this is really a weak territory, but it's still more white's territory than it is black. Like it's going to be something like 5 points of white territory.
45.
So this is a huge advantage
52.
for white. So black cannot allow it to be that peaceable.
Right.
And of course, white got in this variation, white got a lot back in the corner too.
Right.
So if black's going to, but if black is very slack in this play, black still has to worry about these stones too, because they're not 100%. So it's very difficult for black to get anything unless black can make the ko here work. So this is really black's best bet. But when you think of this move, you have to look for the ko
You have
threats.
to count all the ko threats.
You have to look for the ko threats.
Well, with a team of 5, presumably they have one person just counting the ko threats, or perhaps
Well, at least one.
at least one.
Maybe they have 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's only one of us who can
Well,
count the ko
if you're a
threats.
pro, you want to count them anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe they have 5 people counting the ko threats.
Almost
That
certainly.
sort of seems to be a waste, actually. But
Yeah. Those inefficiencies maybe aren't avoided in the...
Yeah, well, sometimes redundancy is good. Yeah, I'm
That's right.
told.
Redundancy, that's right. They know a thing or two about that, I
Yeah.
believe. All right, so do you expect that they will start that ko right now? If not, are there any ways that they can continue the attack in the center?
Well, the direct way to play is to start the ko. Of course, then you have to have a direct way to win the ko. So, as I was saying just now, black needs to count the ko threats to make that work.
I see.
If black can win the ko, like locally, there's no way for white to avoid the ko, because if white doesn't have enough ko threats, this is just a disaster for white.
Right.
So even if white is going to try to live in the corner, something like this would be very, very painful, and it would change that calculation I was doing before
So
by
much
more
more
than 10
efficient.
points.
Yeah.
Probably more like 20-point difference.
And a 20-point difference is about how far black was behind in the previous
Plus
one.
the fact that black's going to end up with Sente in this variation. It's going to get
even
to
better.
this side. So this is a strong player probably wouldn't even seriously think of this. And this is the kind of variation when I do it, the pros watching this program will be laughing at me because I'm doing this stupid. I'm just trying to explain.
Well, it's illustrative.
Yeah.
It's very helpful for...
So once black does this, there's no way white can afford to lose this call. And so the only way white can afford to lose it is to instead of doing something backing up like this, white has to find a valid co-threat. So like, for instance, for the time being, it's white's turn to take the ko. I think moves like this might actually be valid co-threats for black. Oh, black went
Black
for the
has
ko.
started the ko, that's right.
Something like this looks like it could be a valid co-threat for black. And white has to, now there's the question of what co-threat shall white use? Something like this looks like it could be a big co-threat, but we have to be sure that that black group is actually going to die.
Oh yeah, I suppose it would be interesting if
after
it
this,
actually
I guess
lived.
it does die actually, because this is not enough room. This would die.
Sure. And if we
this
switch,
looks like it could work,
but
I think it's going to die anyway when white plays here.
excuse me.
But white has to read that out. Otherwise, this is a big co-threat. But this is a case where I would have to count the score again.
Sure.
Because this would be really big too. And oh yeah, black has played this co-threat, so there's a slight loss there for black.
Right.
So this would be another thing I would have. My feeling here is that this is probably good enough for white. So maybe black's going to answer that co-threat.
Okay.
And then you see it goes on for a while. And so it gets more and more likely that I'm going to be going off on a tangent here and doing something completely different than they do. So let's just follow the game for a bit. So white took the ko.
And black's first co-threat was up here.
That's a big co-threat.
Is threatening to presumably
Not
kill the
only
whole
does it
group.
take the 3 stones, but the whole white group there is in danger. So
I see.
white's going to answer that one.
And it did.
Yes. So black takes the ko.
And now
so I'm sort of expecting this co-threat, just because there's the potential to continue like this, to sort of squeeze from above, and then to play the forcing move from the corner.
Oh, goodness.
This is a kind of an old joseki in which white is giving black an over-concentrated shape. It works really well when this area, the whole area, is a black's territory anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
But black can't possibly answer all of those moves as co-threats, can he? Can they?
So, well, we just have to judge this position.
I
like
see.
if this is good enough for white, and this is something like 20, 30, 40 points just down here. Yeah. And so then white has 50 points, almost 60 points. So this territory, black actually needs another stone here to make it territory.
Yikes.
So this is 25, probably about 30 points max. And then so it's, black has less than 50 points. How much did I say white has? Something 60-ish, right?
60-ish, yes.
So that's not good enough.
Right.
When they take a stone in this game, we have a big sound, don't we?
That's right.
Yeah. So white took back the ko.
They have
so
a microphone
So now
right
black
next
has used this co-threat.
to the bowls.
Now if black pushes through here, this is going to be very destructive to white's shape, because white would like to be able to bump against it, but there's this cut here. And this is a kind of a situation where the ponnuki maybe is worth 30
It's
points,
becoming
because it's very
the right
effective.
spot.
And if white pulls back, then not only has white's eye shape disappeared, but these 2 stones are cut off. And so that reinforces the black group, and it takes away any potential extra eyes for the white group. So this would be a lot of trouble for white.
Is black ever aiming to draw back, maybe, and start
Maybe, but
continue the
as I
attack
was
on
saying,
the
this is looks like an eye for white.
Oh, too much to
usually
being
this is
already
an
alive.
eye, and there's some potential for an eye on the upper side. So when black draws back, white will just answer it on this side and still have kind of an iffy potential to live. It's not completely alive. Like in some cases, even in this shape, black can attach here and come in here to make it a false eye. So sometimes it's not an eye, but you can see that black's shape on the outside is a bit flimsy.
Right.
And so sometimes that will not work.
Right.
And of course, white has a good shape on the outside here, so it's going to take a lot of work for black to
actually
cut
be
these
able to
stones
cut
off
it off.
anyway.
I see.
So how far in the ko have we? Black played this
Just
co-threat
one.
and took back,
And then
and
white
white played
has
the
cut.
cutting move.
And black
So
is
you can see that white. Well, of course, white is a computer, an AI. So maybe it's not reasoning the same way as I am. But we can see that white is sort of expecting this area to become black's territory anyway. And so white is feeling free to play this exchange, and eventually this one, and again continue this way. Actually, this final move here is probably not a valid co-threat. So it's a move that white wants to play, but I don't know if it's going to be a valid co-threat. but all of the moves leading up to that were probably valid co-threats.
And they don't cost white anything because you're suggesting...
It's a play that white would be doing anyway in the end game. In some of the positions, like white doesn't really, if it weren't for the ko, white would not be committing himself to playing that one variation. Like there's other ways. Like if this was a strong group, then white would be thinking of other moves like the attachment from this side or developing territory here.
Right.
So in that case, if white has a position here, then this exchange could have a negative effect.
Right.
But this is something, the possibility of this is low enough.
But there's no danger to committing itself because it already is aware that it is, it's more likely to result in an over-concentrated shape for the black team.
There are both possibilities still.
Right.
But the point is that the ko is so important that white has to find co-threats anyway.
Sure.
And so these are co-threats, so they have a possibility of losing points, but they also have the possibility of being good yosei moves.
Right.
So there is some danger here, but it's not enough danger to lose the game because white does have a territorial lead.
I see.
And also, even if white ends up losing a few points here, winning the ko is much more important.
Right.
And like this ko is almost a vital point of the game. It's very important to white to be able to win this ko. And if white does have all these ko threats, like if white still has this ko threat remove, and if black connects, then white will have this ko threat here. So white has 2 more ko threats. If black takes, then there's no way this has been a bad exchange. This is already a good exchange for white.
Sure.
Because now white still has this kind of stuff.
Still has a later potential, right?
And so at least 1 more ko threat. If black plays for the local profit, white has 2 more ko threats.
Right.
And so, so this is worthwhile exchange. There's also the possibility here, like what happens if white pushes through and does something like this? Will this black group die or not?
Does that actually also threaten this one as well, or is that?
Well, with the ponuki, that's a bit far in the future.
It's a bit more stable.
Yeah.
Huh. So black's co-threat was to kick here in the corner.
Interesting. Yes.
I was curious if this was a valid co-threat. I mean, AlphaGo answered it, so presumably it was.
Well, this would be pretty big. It would trash the whole territory here. And we'd have to look at this. I wouldn't be counting this area, so this area becomes 10, 20. And black still has this move to reduce the corner.
Sure.
So that would be 10, 20, something like 30 points for white. And this territory is actually pretty big now. It's more like 20 points.
15,
and
but
so
it's much
black,
larger.
it looks like the game is at least pretty close now.
Pretty close.
So this is a huge move.
That's
so white played the
AlphaGo's
hane.
response.
Black took the ko. White played the tari. And we can see that black is trying to win the ko now by playing this move, reducing white's ko threats.
Reducing the ko threats.
And locally, if black plays something like this, now it's completely different from what I was showing before, because playing here is not such a big move. White can afford to play away and finish the ko, in this case, because white's still keeping most of the territory there.
Right. The bottom isn't completely...
This is permissible for white to allow black to play. So this kind of this move here as a ko threat is not very big.
Right.
Although a move like this, okay, white just took the ko back. Oh.
Very exciting move.
Yeah. A miracle there. So this would be rather small maybe.
Not enough.
But this would be, of course, bigger.
Sure.
Because this would continue this way, making a bit more damage.
Sure. And this was indeed their next ko threat.
Okay. And if white connects here, even if black just connects here, this kind of thing is a bit more trouble for white. Like these 4 stones are left behind. So maybe white's going to answer that. But of course, this stone is not going to be wasted completely because black, even if white pulls back here,
that still sits behind.
There's still a bit of aji to this stone to move out here. So like if black plays the hane here, we can see that white is running low on liberties. So there's some potential for this stone. So it's not a bad ko threat, even if we're looking at this move in itself.
Okay.
And white did play the cut.
And rather than take the ko back and use this connection as a ko threat,
you would be really afraid that white would just trade now, because this is a huge move.
Right.
So it makes sense that they connected.
Right.
So what will AlphaGo do?
Indeed, the extension.
And black takes the ko.
And he's immediately ready to go, take the ko back.
And so now, since black has played the capture here, white is starting to run low on co-threats.
Aha.
And so we have a, I mentioned this co-threat as a potential.
And
there's also this one. Oh, sorry about that. This one here. And I'm not really sure offhand whether this is going to kill the black group. It's actually pretty dangerous for black, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Also, there's this move. And again, there's a lot of reading involved in deciding whether that's going to kill the black group, because if we say white, let's say white plays here. It looks like it might be a ko at least, for instance, if black plays here. Even if we allow white to push through once here, which is, black could sort of sneak out, yes.
Right.
But
And
even if we have
sacrifice
this kind of position, then black can at least get a ko in the corner.
Aha.
So we would have another ko there, yes.
Right.
So, of course, black is losing the whole territory on the left side when this happens, even if white just plays this way. So there is the question of, is that good enough for white?
Right.
Yeah, so this is another possibility. So this is a fairly big co-threat. This is a big co-threat. And this is a co-threat that is big if it can capture, but you know, if white fails to capture this black group, it could be a fairly small move.
Now, as we were watching, I heard Hajin comment on the idea of playing the smaller co-threats before the larger ones. Smaller, but still bigger than the value of the ko, presumably. And so
well, we've been playing a lot of co-threats.
That's right.
Well, in this case, actually, white was playing fairly large co-threats, but the point is that they weren't losing very much.
Right.
And so they were moves that white might have been thinking of playing anyway.
Right.
And so white played, and since the game is sort of, although it depends on this ko, there are a lot of positions in the case that black wins the ko, where we have to look at the overall territorial position.
Right.
And so playing co-threats that don't lose very much give white more room to make some kind of a compromise.
I see.
And so that's the value of playing these co-threats that
really
aren't losing anything.
Right.
And since white does have a territorial lead, white is trying to make some kind of trade to simplify the game at this point.
Sure.
And black is trying to get the most out of this ko. And so that's what we're seeing happening here. And at this point, both players have been using about 5 or 6 co-threats each.
Right.
We're coming to the stage where they're running low on co-threats, both sides.
Co-threats that they are happy to make.
And so they
It's
have
just
to
the ones you don't
actually,
wanna make.
although as a general rule, it's correct to use the small ones first.
Well, I was hoping to use that as a springboard to ask about AlphaGo's next co-threat, which was the Hane.
Really? Wow.
Right.
Well, you see, this would have the double value of really adding some, well, there's a lot of territory added to it, and saving the cornerstones, and adding some extra
Stability.
stability to this white group here.
I see.
And so, and of course, eventually you have to just count the score. Black would follow up with this, and white would jump out here. So black would get all of this territory, and in the meanwhile, white would be getting some more here.
Right.
So that's 10, 20. This would be getting closer to 30 points. No, I'm wrong. Well, then it's more than 20 points, though.
Okay.
So 20, 30, 40, 45. At least 45 points for white. This would be 10, 20, maybe 30, 40. So it looks like it's hard for black to give komi.
Still
that
wouldn't
was
be
just a very, very simple
rough estimate,
count. Yeah, it's just an estimate. It looks like it's pretty close on the board, maybe. So with a 7.5 komi, that's really tough for black.
Nowhere near enough, right?
And so it was a valid co-threat, so I answered it. The weakness of that co-threat is that it could be taking away a potential eye from white.
Right.
But as I was saying, they're both running out of co-threats. Like playing here and trying to attack these 5 stones, although it's really
small?
nice shape, it's just not big enough as a co-threat. Anything in the upper left corner there, that's already got so many eyes that it's hard to kill. So that's not good.
Group. Right.
This white group is strong enough that if black is going to lose the ko, then it's actually, black has to worry about, white would finish the ko this way, getting a huge territory in the corner, And black would have to worry about this group too.
Right.
So it's not as if black could actually go for the kill, I don't think.
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
too lively for that.
Yeah, so black is running out of co-threats too. Let's see, where would black play? Did black play?
Yes.
Oh, black plays cut here.
Cut. Right.
That's an interesting move. Wow.
Co-threat.
Well, crawling here is actually pretty big because it would have the follow-up of this move. Yes. So this is really big just in the corner territory,
right?
Plus the extra value here. So white answered that. So that ends all of black's co-threats in this area.
Right.
Like the biggest move in this area would be this one, but that's white would allow black just to take those 2 stones.
Right.
Black also has something here. This is actually pretty big, but when white answers it, it's a pretty bad move because it's going to do a lot of damage.
A lot of damage to this extra liberty.
That looks a bit dangerous.
I see.
Yeah, so I don't really like that move. It's something that black might be doing as a last resort. It's better style maybe to play this way, and then maybe capture some stones here, forcing white to live on the side. So then we'd be counting all over again. Yeah. So this is something that could happen. White played this co-threat, as I expected.
Oh, and Zhou Riang reaches to play, but does not, turns back, is conferring with his team again.
Okay, yeah. Well, black has a choice of capturing. Black has taken the ko, white played this as a co-threat.
Right.
So to answer the co-threat, usually black would play here. Sometimes this is better to take away white's eyes a little bit.
Sure.
Of course, this would give white a lot of co-threats.
A lot more co-threats.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So this is the safe move. And then, of course, if white uses this as a co-threat later, that would be a big dent in white's territory.
Sure.
So then maybe black would have the option of finishing the ko.
To ignore it.
That would make
I
something
see.
like at least 5 points difference.
I see, I see.
So black connects, and white takes the ko.
Right.
So black is really running out of co-threats. The only co-threats that look good to me are here in the lower left area.
Which again seem to be damaging the territorial prospects.
Well, this
here on
one
the
would
left.
not. This one would not. This
okay.
is the one that I'm sort of leaning towards, but I haven't really calculated what happens when something like this continues.
If white just looks to
when
live
white wins the
simply.
ko.
Right. AlphaGo's 45-second thinking period before taking the ko back.
Yeah, yeah.
Just saw that.
White did take the ko. So now, if black plays this co-threat, we have to. I don't think black's going to go after the whole group, but maybe just to cut white off here.
And
Getting
then maybe
some
try and go
territory
after
here.
those. Oh.
And then it would be something like this.
Again, turning that panuki into some
into
more
territory.
Yeah.
And it looks like, although there's some weakness here and the difference here, but locally there's this attachment here, but I would be a bit afraid to try to use that if I was white. So let's call this a black territory. Looks like it's about 30 points in this area, so it's 45 points. Roughly speaking, 45 points. So that's, black has more than 50 points.
Oh.
It's really big.
Promising.
But when you look closely at the whole board, that's the only black territory.
Oh.
And I already added this to make it 50 points.
Sure.
Yeah. So white has more than 20 points here, more than 5 points here now, and about 10 points here. So it's 35, 40, and in this variation, white has won the ko. And so it's white's turn now. So white can play here to start an attack on the black group.
55 points easy.
So 20. So maybe white can win this way. So did they do that? Oh, white answered.
Oh, yes, and white answered.
Yeah, okay. So this was actually maybe pretty close. But now there's the question of what co-threat is white going to use?
Do we assume that this means that white will also answer other co-threats in the area, or are those
Oh, yes.
also
Well,
damaging for black?
This would make it a bit smaller. I'm not sure that white would answer this one. Because
there's
when
a
black
wedge.
does something like this, it's a really uncomfortable situation when white cuts here first.
Oh, cut first.
Yeah.
And I need to answer this way.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then comes out once.
Yeah.
And then comes here. This would be a unhappy situation for black.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a bit, the cutting process is much more awkward. Like black could make it work by playing this first. I mean,
as a co-threat.
before cutting.
Right.
But you know, this is giving something back on this side.
Right.
And it would change the way white makes a life. So it might be less value for black.
Aha.
So where did white play?
White cut here.
Okay. So now this is a chance for black to finish the ko, yes.
And
yes,
they do.
And so white's maybe going to crawl.
Mm.
Or can play straight down, one of these two.
Mm. That's a very interesting exchange here.
And white has answered this ko threat, so this is the position.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then the crawl.
White crawled.
We assume a hane?
So the hane,
Mm-hmm.
and white will hane here, and black will connect here. I'm expecting white to use one stone here.
I see. And now black presumably will need to find some connection for this group?
Well, the normal move would be to play there, yes. Mm-hmm. So if we're calling that a white territory, it's more than 20 points. So that adds up to about 50, 60 points for white. Black has, this is all black's territory. So this is 20 points, 30 points, 40 points. Black has close to 50 points too. So this was a reasonable trade. A lot depends on, it could become a close game. I'm sort of trusting AlphaGo's
endgame
judgment.
abilities, right?
Yeah, but it looks closer than a lot of the variations that I was looking at.
Sure.
Yeah. And so white played here. This is a way of locally taking sente, because black does have to go back to protect here.
The cut is still dangerous.
And without this stone now.
Is it worthwhile to force here first?
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. But still, I think this cut is
big enough
that black probably wants to answer here. And then, but actually, looking at it again, maybe this is a bigger move.
Oh.
So this is 10, 20, 30, yeah. That's 40, about 50 points in all. It might be a slightly less, but about 50 points. And this is like this, so this is a white, this is a black territory.
Right. Is it worth considering maybe instead of connecting out this way, but with this extra one here, maybe
that's a big
sliding
move.
down
That's
here
a big
to
move.
make a territory?
Yes, that's a big move.
Okay.
Black could play that way. Okay, so it's proceeding that way, and I think black will continue with this, because now this is a big move that white has to play.
Sure.
And so white has something like, white has less than 20 points here, more than 20 points here. So I guess that's about 40. So that's 50, and plus some territory here. Black has a lot of territory here. This is 20, 30, almost 50 points here. So
just on the right side alone.
And then there's no other black territory. So
50 points, and that's it.
But actually, black does have some potential in this area, plus the ponnuki. So it's, although black has about the same amount as white and has to do something for komi, there is some potential to catch up part of the komi on this side.
Sure, sure.
At least. So I'm not so confident for black, but it's going to be a close game.
Okay.
Yeah. And we have to remember that this white group is not 100% alive yet.
No. Oh. It happened exactly
white didn't play here. White played here.
Predicted, except do you think this is white taking aim at this black group on the whole, or?
Maybe. Part of it is that this is starting to cut this black group off. So it's big in that way. It's capturing this stone, so it's reinforcing
securing
white's group.
the group in the middle.
And you know, AlphaGo really is very attaches a big value in securing safe life for groups. So
certainly.
Taking this stone sort of settles this group. It does start to threaten, like if white forces with moves like this and this, white can take away black's eyes there. So even this ponnuki is not
necessarily
guaranteed to be an eye. Yeah, it can become a false eye. And so when white cuts it off with something like this or like this, black does have two, relatively actually three possible weak groups that they have to worry about.
Right. And the black team was very quick in deciding not to answer at all, but only to go after these 5 stones. These 5 stones look like they're just territory. They have, I mean, they're big, but they're
the territory
just points,
is big because if white plays here, this is going to start to develop into a white territory. And also, when black plays here, black's helping these stones on the left.
Oh, I see. So it also reinforces.
And at this point, I think playing defensively is probably not good enough for black.
I see.
As I was counting, the game seemed to be close on the board. If we're saying black plays something like this, the added safety and the added few points will probably put white ahead on the board.
I see. And there's still this cut here,
There's
I
still
guess,
the
where
cut.
white can make almost
Eventually,
10
black
points.
will have to get back to that. So
Right.
this cut here and something on the left side are almost Mii points there.
So black needs to manage what has turned into a couple of floating groups, almost.
Black has to manage these weak groups. I think at the point of the ko, it was already a difficult game for black. And so black is trying to catch up in territory as much as possible. And then they have to deal with the weak groups.
Right.
And if they can do that skillfully without giving white too much territory wherever, like this area in the center has some potential if white can
turn into a lot of
if white can push black around a little bit here and get a stone something like this, then this could turn into a fairly sizable territory.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we could say that it began, when the ko began, it was still a difficult game for black, and it remains a difficult game for black.
But black is catching up in territory.
Right.
And trying to confuse the issue a little bit, and has some potential gain in various points of the board. So and maybe even in the center here. So complicating things.
Right.
So like black is going to play some more forcing moves here. Hoping for some connection at least, or maybe even some territory in the center.
Right.
And black has to do something on the left side fairly soon too.
All right.
So black's really busy, but is catching up in territory.
Well, if black's really busy, I think we should probably take a break. I
Okay.
see two folks
Yes.
waiting in the wings. Would you like to join us up on stage again? Hajin Lee, Stephanie, please join us. What do you guys think of the game so far?
Okay, actually, how was that? Okay. I actually just came back from a discussion room again.
Yes.
And fortunately, Koji was there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Koji has some opinions on the current game. He thinks white is a little ahead right now.
Sure. Sure, it does seem difficult, but they seem in good spirits. How about the spirits in the discussion room? Is anybody, is there good cheer? Is anyone finding a way through? Find a way for the human team, or any promising ideas?
No,
Not that we've seen so
I don't want to talk about that.
Remains difficult. All right, well, thank you very much. Take it away, and good luck.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So the game is getting into an end game. We see these 5 stones. It's a very big point. This cutting point is another big point. So I think we could consider these 2 points as Mii.
That's true. And I think for black, there's one group black has to pay attention, which is the group on the top. It's
That's
not
right.
100% alive yet, because all of these exchange moves are the sente moves for white
That's right.
to destroy the eye shapes.
Yes.
And then the early capturing move here, shape here, it's not real eye yet.
Right. Yes. Ponuki can become no point.
Right. So I think this is the one group black has to pay attention.
That's right. Yes, because of all these weak points.
So black played here.
Right. To connect these 2 groups, because actually this black group was not quite alive yet either.
That's true.
Right. Another thing is that when you see 2 equivalent big places, you have no hurry to take one of the 2.
Right, because you can always take either of them.
That's right. Yes. So over here, if white just tenuki, black will be able to block here, make some points. So white might exchange this one, which is almost sente. Because if black doesn't answer, there won't be much point of exchanging this one. White can still cut these 2 groups off.
Right. So black has to respond that move.
That's right, yes. So the board seems to be almost settled. And we all know that in this situation, AlphaGo's counting becomes really advantageous.
Right. And also, they only have a 15 minutes left.
Yes.
So when they are about running out of the time, do you think probably they're going to be only one person who's going to play the game, the rest of the game, right?
That's right, yes. Because in countdown, it will be very difficult to coordinate every move.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
But they could agree on the sequence of big places, maybe.
I agree.
Right. Another thing is that it's good to know that AlphaGo spends about 40 to 50 seconds every move. So you can even consider how they can use that time for their advantage.
Right.
So white saved the 5 stones, which was quite big. And now black could consider this connection. And this Atari over here is another big point.
Right. So there are 2 now. Still have a 2 left.
Yes.
Blocking.
But black blocked here. Right. Another thing of this shape is that black can later squeeze like this. Yes. Reducing some white's territory here and building something bigger. So in that sense, this blocking over here is later looking at about this area to make a big territory.
It's a potential.
Yes.
What about the corner? The corner is dead. Oh, there's no exchange move there. Okay, yes.
Right, yes. So not sure about this exchange because you don't make these exchanges without purpose.
Right. Let's see what AlphaGo is going to do. There'll be a reason why he played AlphaGo played it there.
Yes, probably just making center exchange. So let's see. White could play somewhere around here to prevent the black's territory becoming even bigger.
Oh.
Yeah, these are all center exchanges. Black will connect. Right. If black doesn't connect, white can Atari here and live in the corner. Then around here, I wonder if this move can be center because this black group is not quite alive yet.
There's some potential cutting points.
Right. If black needs to connect this group, then it will become easier to reduce.
Okay.
Oh, white is playing all the center moves, or the forcing moves.
That's interesting. It's a sente.
Yes.
During the end game move, there are probably three types of moves.
Yes.
The first is a double sente.
Right, yes.
And a single sente. And then the last is a gote move.
Right, yes.
Which we always follow this order to
That's
finish
right.
the end game move.
Yes, yes. And also when only one side is sente, there is your sente and like playing the place that your opponent would have in sente, but it's gote for you.
Right. But sometimes player take the reverse sente.
That's right. Yes, yes.
Okay. So black didn't answer it here.
Right. So this is exchange before answering this move, because if white comes over here, then black can connect to this side.
Right.
So white responded here, and black can connect. It's still sente.
It's still Mii. Black can connect to either side.
Right. White could continue to insist, or white could go to
go somewhere else.
Right, right, yes.
Okay, it seems this area is not settled yet.
That's right,
Like
yes.
you mentioned, maybe some moves are around here.
Right, yes. Over around here seems to be the last good place. In terms of points, this push is good place. This cut and this knight's move.
Right. There are three, the biggest, the three endgame moves on the board.
Right, yes.
And it's white's turn now. So white obviously can take two. Black only can take one.
Right, yes. So maybe black is thinking about doing something more here.
Is it a possible for black tanuki there?
It is possible it will become cool. So for example, black takes another big place and white cuts here and black tries to connect.
And then Atari, right?
Yes. And black will do this and it will become cool. But this cool doesn't seem to be a good idea for black because if white wins, white gains quite a good points. If black wins, black doesn't gain much.
Right.
Right. After this, black can have this Atari, but this doesn't mean much. And this white group is almost connected, so it will be difficult to attack.
Right. So, what is white thinking about then?
They are probably counting and like thinking about a way to turning the game around. Because it seems like white is slightly ahead.
Right.
But something we noticed is that AlphaGo would allow the margin to become smaller.
Oh.
So
I
maybe they could somehow use that for their advantage.
I see. Okay. So black decided to tanuki.
Right, yes.
Is there any way to connect if white plays here?
I wonder if this move works.
I looked at that move.
Yes, let's exchange this one first.
Okay.
And then do this. And that.
It doesn't look it will
right,
work,
yes.
right?
Yes, it doesn't work.
Interesting. So maybe the endgame move here is bigger than connecting there.
Yes. And also, if black thinks they are behind, it could be a good idea to just have a call,
right.
just for the sake of having call.
Yes.
Because call can often change some landscape on the board.
Right.
So let's see. So white still has this open area, but most human player would think about starting the call right away as white.
Because it looks very big. It looks like there are at least 15 points.
Yes.
And it's very hard to find a move more than 15 points on the board.
Right.
Large knight's move.
Right. But it seems like white also doesn't want to start call, mostly because it creates uncertainty on the board.
I see.
And also this move is looking at this black group, which is somewhat thin over here.
Right, the cutting points, right? The honey, maybe?
Yes.
Or double honey? Or maybe I can even connect. I think honey, Atari, force black to capture, and then I can eventually cut.
Yes, that would cut this group.
Because this is a sente for white.
That's right, yes.
The whole group is very dangerous right now.
Right, yes. So it will be very risky for black not to answer this one.
Right.
But then maybe that's what black wants.
Right.
Yeah, taking some risk and get more points.
Get the rest of the big endgame moves.
Right, yes.
There's no eye shapes on the bottom.
Right.
This
Because
is
this is not Sente.
this is a goatee. White has 4 liberties, and this move won't work here.
Right, yes.
Right. There's Atari.
Right, yes.
Okay.
So because this and this area are ni, black cannot get one eye. So if black wants to respond to this move, probably around this area would be the place to look at. And one good side of having a stone around this is that it will become somewhat more difficult for white to start ko, just because when white loses the ko, this white group can be in danger after like black moves around here.
Oh, I see.
But black answered here, which is a more proper way.
Is there any cutting point for white over here, or white is totally safe?
Let's see.
This is a white's Sente move. Let's just assume it's on the board.
Right. Well, how about this one?
Yeah, right. So probably white won't play here right away.
Right, yes.
And then I don't think black is able to cut white.
Right. Black does have these forcing moves. But after all that, can black cut? Maybe around here.
It's
But
hard.
white can play this
Or I
one.
can just jump over here. It's kind of hard.
Right. Yes. Because of all this weakness.
Right.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be working.
Then
Right.
white doesn't have to spend another move to protect here. Maybe
So-
start a ko.
Right.
Don't know.
After that, white handed here. It's probably not to save this one stone because when black cuts, I don't think this move is possible. Black can come over here,
I don't think either.
and there's no way to save this stone.
Right.
So this must mean white wants to get maybe around here. Oh, something like this one would work.
Interesting. Pushing directly normally is the first reaction, but
Then white can cut here. Yes. Reducing this black's potential area.
right.
And white played here instead. And that's looking at this cut. So black will probably need to connect
And then maybe this move.
here. Yes. And
And
then
white no, black has to connect.
right. And then white can play here.
Whoa, it looks like Tessuji. So I have
Yes.
to Atari.
Right.
Oh, I think now black is in trouble.
That's right, yes.
I can't connect anymore. Instead, I still have to protect those 4 stones.
Right. Then white can save this one
Squeeze.
stone in Sente.
And then
And then
This
maybe
one
come around here.
here, right.
Yes. So this would reduce this black's whole potential area, at the same time
Right.
making this black group dangerous.
right. So black played attachment move on the top, tried to
Yeah,
protect the cutting point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And here white could either block this one or come out. It's both possible.
Right.
And black exchange it here. And probably Atari this one. Yes.
I think I have to connect. as
Right.
white.
Yes. And here, black could connect, because if black pushes through, white
There's a
can yes
double Atari.
cut here. So black will need to connect.
What about can I push? Whoa.
Actually, something like this could work.
Okay.
So it seems
apparently
like this connection is
it's a-
actually an overplay.
Mm-hmm.
Also because white could cut here
Mm-hmm.
and then cut this one. And then Atari, yes,
Atari here.
yes. And black will need to either connect or take. But either way, white can cut here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It seems white has a lot of ways to save those 2 stones.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So black needed to connect this way. And when white cuts here, this is a very good gain for white.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And even
Even
white-
more.
Yes, even more. Because if black connects here now, white can do this.
Mm-hmm. And
Black will need to connect, and
And there's
white
a
can do
wedge.
this.
mm-hmm.
Yes, this would be a disaster for black.
Mm-hmm.
So that means black will need to. Black can't even do this because there is still this one.
Right. Maybe connecting on the top. Does it
oh.
work? So
Right.
then it gives white chance to connect, but I don't think the white will.
Right, right. Yeah, white probably doesn't even want to.
Yeah, I think the purpose of these moves is just to try to reduce or get away some points from white.
That's
from
right.
black.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. So this Hane and the peeping move was really good combination.
Yeah,
Looking at
it's
this,
like a combo.
yes, yes. And with all this, white gained like easily 5 points over here,
Mm-hmm.
and black's territory is quite limited.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Okay. Black can connect it on the top. That's right.
I see. White will probably cut here,
Mm-hmm.
and that would force black to cut this one. If black doesn't, white can connect here, and this territory would become much smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Black can't even block directly.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So black will need to cut here.
It's white's turn. Oh, white cut it.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so now it's black's turn.
And now white got even Sente.
Yes.
I must say that was really good gain for white.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. Why don't we try to estimate the whole board right now?
Yes,
Since
should we try?
everything, the most biggest move are already taken by both players.
That's right, yes. So Michael has been estimating this black's territory as about 55, but maybe there were some changes, so let's quickly count again.
I will pay attention.
Yes,
with the
but
game.
maybe let's not
Let's
lose the
see.
game. Yes.
let's see the fight, the co-fight over here.
Right, right. My intuitive answer would be that the game is good for white because before it was slightly ahead for white and white gained some points.
Okay, so black.
So black will need to
Yes.
connect and that will lead to call.
So let's just simply count how much territory does black have.
That's
over
right,
there.
yes. So there are 10 dead stones inside. 34.
Oh, plus this
40,
two.
Yes, 44, 46.
51.
52.
Maybe
54 with the 2 captured stones. So it's still about the same, I guess, with these captured stones.
52,
54?
54, 55, around.
Yes, yes.
And then there are
And about maybe 5 points in the center, approximately. So that
60
would
in
be
total.
about 60. And white has over here about 22.
there's around 18 over here.
So
So
that's
the
40.
40.
And about here, maybe about 4 points, 44. And over there, 10 points, 55.
55.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's about 60 to 55. But then there is this ko.
Right. Oh, maybe that move will work. Maybe we misread something.
Let's see. Oh, I see. Is that because white is here? I mean, if it was here, I don't think anything works.
Is it because it leaves a possible code there?
No more, because this would be sente.
Oh,
and then this is sente, and then after this there is this cut.
I see. Interesting. Okay, but white, instead of blocking there, white pushes first.
Right, yes.
And then there's going to be another trade, I guess.
Right, so this one doesn't work for black. Black will need to choose this one. And that. And cut, yes.
Maybe I'll just extend it. It's the same.
Or maybe we can do this and then tenuki.
Tenuki, yes.
Although there is a ko, it's not that big. And also
Or
because white can
connect and
do
dice.
this, yes.
Or maybe some already.
That's right, yes, that would be a big place. So this gave black about 5 points, and white about 7 points.
And something over here, because we're counting about 5 points for white, but now it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe around 7.
That's right, yes, white has more points. And also white got here. So that would make the game even more in favor for white.
I'm assuming probably it's even game.
Before Komi.
Before Komi, yes.
But then on the first game against Koje, we had a similar calculation, and it was a half game.
That's true.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
So let's see
wait.
where it goes. Yes. So after this exchange, there's no other way for black. Black will have to capture this one, and then white will probably exchange the Atari.
Black is thinking, I guess there's only way for black to play.
Right. The team's probably discussing the endgame sequence after the exchange.
I see. I actually have a question. So after they run up their basic time, and one of them has to sit there and continue playing, right?
Right.
Is it possible, or is it okay for the whole team and analyze the best sequence of the endgame move and tell the person who is playing, or
I think so. I think
you
that's
think so? Oh, okay.
Yes, because they are discussing all together anyway.
Okay, I see.
So that shouldn't make much difference. So after this exchange, before taking this one, I think AlphaGo might want to exchange some forcing moves around here. Because with this cut, I see many weak points around here.
Right.
So black will have to take. And when white comes around here, black will probably need to do something about here. And then white can take here.
Right. Because of that move, right? If black's tenukis, is it because this?
Right. I was looking at that.
And push.
Maybe it's not cut. There is no way for white to cut directly.
But there's some ajis, I believe.
But for example, if black comes here, white can push.
Right, and then
that create the pip, yes. And then there is a cut.
I see.
So maybe black could block this one instead.
Oh, they take. Except here, the hane.
Oh yes, this is sente. Because this cut is very big. Black will probably answer. This is the most common response. But then black could make tiger mouse, thinking maybe black would want to start ko later.
Right.
Yes. And this kind of strategy could work very well against AlphaGo because it creates uncertainty.
Right. Okay. Black connected.
Yes, black connected here.
Okay. White's turn.
Yes. So now that this place is settled, I would say pretty much that knight move is the only big place.
I agree. So this move looks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, around 8 points, maybe even bigger than 8 points.
Right, yes.
Yes. Okay, white played here.
Yes. And that's also somewhat threatening the entire black group.
Yes.
So black could attach here to maximize the area.
Probably white will Hane here.
Yes.
Extend.
Right. Yes.
Over here. And then there's a... probably it's okay. But
right. Yeah, maybe here. Push. Connect. And maybe around here could be the next big place.
Right. Looks very big.
Yes.
This is also Sente move.
Right.
Because all of the groups are already connected.
Yes. Right. And that would be almost at an end of the game.
Seems white is leading the territory.
Yes.
Okay, it's black. Oh, black. Oh, there are only... Is it a Byumi time or...?
Yes, the team went into countdown.
Okay. So they are using the last minute or the Byumi time already?
It is already Byumi time.
Oh, yeah, there are
the
3 periods there.
Yes.
Okay. I see. Let's see. Who's
and
playing?
they changed the sit.
Oh, okay. So now it's Tang Wei-Xing playing.
Is that because Tang Wei-Xing is the best in endgame? Do you think?
I'm not sure, actually.
So black hasn't played here yet. Let's go back. And here.
Okay.
Right. Black could also start the ko at the top. Oh, black played there. This move is somehow looking at this push. But then white could connect easily. And this group is already alive with these 3 stones. This move seems to give smaller territory than attaching here. So I'm wondering why this one instead of that one.
That's a great question.
Or maybe white could come around here, or even
very
that.
Similar concept. Okay, probably black will play here.
Yes.
Is the tiger mouth okay? Maybe not.
Right. Let's see what happens if white harness, black would Atari.
Connects.
And then cut here. Then these white stones, they are...
No, there's a... there's a connected in Dan. Is it?
Which one?
Atari here.
Yes. There is this one. Yes. Oh, what about here? Does that work?
But I think white will be able to make a light there.
Yes. Okay. Is there a way for black to exchange this one before?
It's pretty hard.
Then this would be too small. Right. So white could hane here, and black can't cut. But AlphaGo hasn't played yet here, right? Yes.
No, not yet.
White could also come around here. That's another option.
Right.
If black Ataris, white can just save this one and let black takes this one. But white hane. And then white can connect. If black tries this one, white can simply cut here.
I don't think there's any way for black to kill those 4 stones.
Right, it doesn't seem possible. So in that way, this Atari would be a bad move.
Right. But black has to connect anyway here.
Yes, then white will need to connect. And black can exchange this one. And maybe even exchange that one. Not sure if that is good.
Yeah, black has to connect.
Right. So white will probably block this one.
No, probably white will not go there. Instead, is there something over here? But probably I can just sacrifice that stone. Is there any cutting point over here?
Oh, do you mean like the core is not big?
But maybe this is not what AlphaGo wants to do.
Right. But AlphaGo could actually peep here now. And then if black answers that way, white can do this one, which is Sente.
Try to fix the cutting point by Sente.
Right, yes.
Oh, actually, white blocked here.
Yes, because blocking here seems to be very safe.
I think probably AlphaGo thinks it's already...
yes, it's already decided.
AlphaGo is winning already, so...
So black can peep here, and then maybe block this one.
I don't know. Maybe this move it's better. Or here, there's a push.
Right, because of that. Yes. And then white can come over here. And
7 points.
Yes.
Okay, so...
Oh,
what
came here.
Oh, whoa. Interesting.
Oh, I see. It seems like black wanted to just get Sente over here and get this one stone so that black will have the chance to come here.
Right.
This seems to be a very big point if white cannot capture this one stone.
What about white is trying? It's not going to work.
Right. Yes. After this, white will have to, come back here and black can cut.
I see.
Right.
But actually, they did this way.
So it was really good end game. So now it makes more sense that black chose this one instead of that one. Right, because this one was the big point.
I see. Atari.
Yes, and then we'll do that. And then white can maybe Atari this one. So they are following this sequence. And then after all these exchanges, white could
either exchange push.
The pushing seems to be a very good place.
The whole group doesn't look
right.
like it. There's only okay, but it's, I think it's okay for now.
Yes, right. Or this could be a very safe move too.
So after white connects here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points.
Yes.
So if black starts a call,
and then if white has to come back,
and then there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 points difference.
But then because black took 1 point, so it would be 4-point difference.
4 points. Sente.
Right. Yes.
Right. Okay.
So it would be reverse Sente 4-point, which we would often approximate as 8 points, right?
Right. Okay, that's very big.
So black just cut here, and white will probably block this one. Or white could play here first, still the same sequence.
Oh.
Nah,
white.
This one should be Sente because white's connecting would be too big.
I think white is trying to finish all of the Sente moves on the board.
Yes. At this point, it's a good way to simplify the end game.
Right.
Doing all the end Sente moves. And then...
So there's no big difference between right now and before when we were estimating the game.
Right. There was some reduction in white's territory in this area when black cut here.
Do you remember how many points we did over there? I forgot.
Good question. No, I don't remember.
I think we were counting like 15 points or something.
I think it must have been more than 15 points.
Okay, before kill that stone. We did an estimation
okay,
before.
Sure, yes, right.
So now I think it's bigger than 15 points, isn't
right.
it?
So if we consider white playing here, yes, black blocked and white hasn't played yet. That would be about 18. Yes, if it's like this.
Right, 18 and... Yeah, we were counting about 18 and... No, 22 and 18 here and 40.
Oh, yes,
right?
So there was 4 points reduction here.
Right. And there's no different over here, I guess.
Was there 1 point gain after this?
1 point gain. Okay. 10, 11... No, 18, still 18.
Okay.
I think I counted that point.
Right, okay. So that means 36. And then is that, that has some.
After this move,
yes,
there's
more points.
15.
Okay, so that's 51.
51. And let's assume there's only
6.
6. Okay. So 8, 9, 10, 11.
So 62.
12. Okay.
And maybe 63. Or more or less 62.
Okay.
Yes.
63.
And black took here. And it's white's turn. White will play here. Yes.
62.
And then over here, this black's territory had no change, so it's 54.
Plus those 5.
Yes, 54 plus 5, so 59 and 60.
Maybe 1 point over here?
Yes, so let's say 61. And then over here, about 6 points.
4, 5, 6.
And then 7. So 68.
68.
What was white again? 62.
That's 62 or 3, if I remember correctly.
So that's 6 points again, like we're talking about 1.5 difference. Half to 1.5.
I see. No, it's still very close game.
That's right.
But white is slightly ahead.
Yes, white is only slightly ahead. But actually, something we did is that we assumed black already won this call.
Oh, yes, right.
right. So black will have to start the call. Maybe now is a good time.
Actually, white has a 7 points over here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And because black has the throw in first, so we don't count that point for black.
Oh, we do count because white will come here instead of taking this one.
Oh, yeah, right, exactly.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Oh, but black came here. Is that enough if white attarries here and then connects?
I guess black has to play here, isn't it? Or no? Maybe not.
Because we were thinking maybe this is a good time to start the call.
Yeah. First of all, maybe black is worried about black is not going to win the call. Second, there's no eyes here.
Right.
So
yes.
if white trying to do something over here, and the whole group looks very dangerous.
I see. Yes.
Okay. So Atari.
Right.
Connect.
Change it. And it's white's turn at this point.
I think connecting it should be the biggest
right
on the board.
Because that's easy 4 points. The only exception is that if AlphaGo believes white has more co-threads, then
yes.
there is no reason to play there.
Extended.
Or another explanation could be that connecting there is not good enough for white.
That's true.
If the game is even closer than we think.
What? Oh, and black started ko.
Yes. So it's really interesting. White will take that one. Black has some co-threads here. What is the best way?
Oh, actually, there's no 18 points here because if this is the sente, there's only, but almost 18 points.
Right, but then white has possibly 1 point here on this side.
Yes, right.
So black has this co-thread. And where else? Oh, there is this co-thread. Oh, wait, white has
A lot of the
1,
co-threads.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't think the black will win the ko.
7. White has like 7 co-threads.
Pushed. I think the black has to capture.
Yes. And then
we'll
take this one.
Take the ko back.
Oh, yes. So
But I think a black is still continuing the end game. Even though white connects here, black doesn't lose anything. Right.
Right.
So it's better to start a ko.
Right, yes, yes. Nothing to lose.
Right.
So black ataried here.
I think
And white came here. Which is
this is a
quite
very big. Whoa, this is a big move.
Yes, and then here.
And all of these points.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's a 12. But if black has a chance to play, or maybe just here.
Yes.
The following moves will be these.
Wow, yes.
Well, this huge, this move.
Right.
So there are 7 points left. So 5 points over here. And
easily 2 point.
yeah, 2 points here. So it's a 7 points.
Right.
Wow, it's really big.
And white let the ko go. So white came back here.
Okay.
I think it would have been interesting if AlphaGo insisted this co-fight because white had so many co-threats.
Right. Captured.
Yes.
Oh, not yet.
But most likely, white could take this one, but eventually when black takes, white will need to come back. And black will be doing this later. Yes. After that, black will have the chance to take this one. And white connects. Somehow I'm getting the feeling that the game is very close.
Right.
I wonder what the discussion room is saying about this game.
Yeah.
Is Tang Weixing discussing with the other team members?
You mean at this point?
Yes, because it seems like he's just playing.
I think they don't need to discuss with the team anymore because this is not. This is small endgame moves. There's only small endgame moves left on the board.
Right.
And then
Yes.
block.
So yes, that has been done. Yes. So white will block there. And then, is there any other big place? Black could exchange somewhere around here. Maybe about that.
Okay. Oh, some sente moves in the center. Right? Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And that's almost sente, because if white doesn't answer, this cut is very good point. Yes.
White has to come back.
Right. And black can do this.
Yes, really big.
Yes.
And then connecting will be another sente move.
And then take this one. Yes, that would be too good. So white will need to connect. Yes. And then black pushed here. So black gained 2 points here. I think we gave it 1 point before. Right? And
Yes.
this is no point. So 1 more point here.
But white gets
Oh, that's right, yes.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Right.
13, 14, 16,
Yes.
17, 8, 4 points here. I don't know how much point, how many points, maybe 2. So white actually increased 6 points.
How many points did we give this before? 15?
I forgot.
Okay. So
Maybe
now
we should
it seems to
recount
have
again.
16 points. And this is 22, did you say?
Let me recount. 10, 20, 21.
21, I see. So that's 39. No, 16, 21. So 37. 37. And then over here we had a 6 and 8 and 10. So that's 47. And then this one was
11, right?
oh, because I just
Oh, you
took
didn't
that
count.
one out.
Okay, that's okay.
Just to
So-
make it simple.
Okay, 10.
And then over here
37 plus 10, 47,
18.
47, 57,
And
65.
Yes.
It's
65.
elementary math,
Yes.
elementary school math.
Right.
65 for white.
Yes.
Okay.
One second. When white played here, where did black play? Here. I see it. And then white exchanged this one.
And
Certainly the game's moving very fast.
yes,
Yes.
we will catch everything.
Right.
And then, whoa, AlphaGo.
Oh, I think
played-
this move is
It's an announcement.
yes.
It's the
I
announcement
like
of
that.
winning.
Yes. Yes, it is an
Yes.
yes, because that must be surprising to the team pros.
Yeah.
Not necessary, completely not necessary. But in any case, black can continue, maybe about here.
Or maybe
Or
honey.
yes, or even that, right? Over here also there is that.
65 for white.
Oh
What
yes,
about black?
65
Yeah,
for
let's-
white, and then black has
59 were there.
yes, and then 4 over here.
Oh yeah, 63.
So 58.
59 plus 4.
Right, because I didn't count
Oh,
this
you didn't
one.
count.
Yes.
No. I mean after the 5 points, it's a 59.
That's right. And then it's 63 here.
Yes, 63.
And then over here there was 2 points, right? Black connected it here.
Yeah. Okay.
And then this is another 2 points. 4, 5, 6,
7.
6 or 7.
What was that? 60.
So basically it's
70. 70 for black.
right.
And then
65 for white.
So it's
So
about
yeah, 1 or
2.5
2 points.
2.5 or 3.5 points.
Yes. So after that one, was there any other exchange? Oh, we haven't seen this one yet. Anything we missed?
I don't think so. Okay, extend it.
Yes. So over here, this is 1 point. That is another 1 point over there.
This can be exchange move.
Right,
Or maybe
yes.
a push.
And over here, guess something like this.
Right. Okay, push.
Yes. This is Sunday. So the game is almost over. At this point, both sides will be very, very precise.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh yeah, black just played here.
Yes.
Okay, it's white's turn.
Right. So this game was really interesting, especially on the upper half. Right. And then when white was weak around here, I was hoping Xirwie would show his superpower and kill the thing. Right?
Yes. So I wish that happened too.
Right, because I remember seeing these master review videos from the American Go Association, and you and Ryan explained that Xirwie is really good at killing big groups, right?
Right. He's very good at fighting. But I think since this is a team goal, they have to coordinate together.
Right. Yes. Right, yes.
Okay.
White came here. And then black will, yes, come either way. Now white can push this one. And then probably come out, yes.
Sente 2 points probably here, right?
Yes. So we can expect this probably immediately.
Okay.
Yes. So the team players, they did catch the corner, but it wasn't quite enough.
Right. I think at that time, white was trying to simplify the code.
Right, yes. Yes. Once white cut here, it was not really possible for black to answer because then there would have been many more code threats in the area.
Right. So before that announcement move, actually there was another announcement move according to Niewei Ping Naidan, which is here. They were talking, including Koji, they were talking about honey here before this move.
Right.
Because it looks very small. Those 3 stones are actually not that big.
That's right, yes.
But AlphaGo played here, we can interpret this as an announcement move.
That's right.
Yeah.
That things are going well.
White pushed.
And then white hasn't played yet. But white will probably do this right away because it's a 2-point difference. And if white doesn't do this, black can do this in Sente.
Right. So it's a Sente 2 points. Right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So the game is almost end.
Yes.
Right.
White played here as we expected. And black probably will block.
Yes.
And white connects. And these are probably the Sente moves.
Right. Yes.
And then there's some
right,
Sente
there
moves
is
over
that.
here.
And then this one. Yes.
Probably Tang Weixing is counting the points now.
Right, yes.
They're tired.
When you're in countdown, it doesn't make sense not to play too fast because every time your time becomes refreshed. So you can use this turn to think about the next turn.
Right. Okay.
Right. I think another AlphaGo move that showed its confidence was over here, like when black had it. Because Michael was talking about like jumping over here
yes,
or
but
going
yeah.
somewhere else. Yes.
This move. Actually, Koji has mentioned this move too.
I
He
see.
said
Yes.
if he was white, he would probably play this move as well.
Oh, I see.
Because at the time, it was attacking the whole black group over here.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Did we miss any move on the board? Block it.
So
Connect.
yes, white connected, and let's see. This hasn't been done yet, and it seems about right. Yes. There is no other place. So it seems like it's about time to invite the other team.
Oh, they invaded.
We can see the end all together. We are the commentator team.
Black just played tier. Is it the move trying to confuse AlphaGo? Very interesting. It looks like a go tier,
Wow.
isn't it?
Well, yes. Interesting, isn't it? But yeah, maybe it doesn't actually work.
One has that.
White
that
could
sense.
just block there.
Yes. But of course, if white blocks here, then it's a potential 1-point gain for black. Maybe. Yes.
Whoa.
Now that's a big gain for black.
Wow,
And
that
this move
really
works.
surprised me. Yes.
Now, Hajin, I was really impressed
Yes.
when you calculated the game and
Yes.
said that it was 5 points on the board.
Yes.
Because I think you were right. And
Was I?
you were doing it without a board in front of you.
Right. He
And
was.
you
had a
had to
count
do
on
the
background.
commentary while doing that, and I think you had it right. And then after that, I didn't see any conspicuous.
The result is AlphaGo wins by resignation.
But I'm not sure now. I think it might be a bit closer.
Right. Yes.
Actually, the chief referee is just called the names of the team players.
Oh, the clock.
Yeah, they just actually pronounce the Chinese names of the team Go players.
Right, they have read out the names of the players, but I don't believe I heard that they had resigned. And we're receiving instructions that the clock has stopped, so perhaps there's something going on with the referee here.
Right now, they are counting the stones, we believe.
As before we were about to come up, we had counted that there were maybe about 20 moves left to play, and that we could count that AlphaGo's 10 of them would take about 30 to 40 seconds for each one. So we were thinking that it would be about 5 more minutes, so perhaps they've forestalled that particular inevitability. Certainly it seems as though they were trying to catch up, but you mentioned that white...
Here.
Yes, as
Yes.
an announcement.
Right.
Yes.
I believe they heard that announcement loud and clear.
Yes.
All right. So I guess maybe a question that I have for all three of you is, do you have any intuition about where black may have gone wrong, where the black team may have gone astray? Any guess as to where the mistake may have been?
Well, I was sort of doubtful about this first exchange in which black had an insecure group. But the exciting part of the game, I think, was in the upper half of the board,
Right.
where white jumped into the 3-3 point in the upper right and then invaded the upper side. And then Hajin's move here to reduce the upper side. And so that fight there on the upper side was the decisive part of the game. And the way AlphaGo handled that was probably... So I think all throughout this variation here on the upper side, the game was gradually getting better and better for
white,
AlphaGo.
crystallizing towards
Yes.
a result there.
How would you say that?
Right. Yes. It seemed
I
like
think your move was maybe the decisive move.
that was a lucky coincidence, I believe. And I was also trying to just think about all the possible moves
And
because
we have a result, excuse me.
Oh,
It
that's
says
right.
that white is won by resignation.
that's right. Yes, yes.
Okay, well, if white is won by resignation, I guess we must conclude our broadcast. I think that there is another press conference following this match. And if it is as before, it will take place in another half an hour following the conclusion of this broadcast. So stay tuned for that, and thank you, commentators. It's
Thank
wonderful
you.
to hear your
Thank you.
insights.
Yes.
And thank you all very much, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be the final game between Koje and AlphaGo of the Future of Go Summit, so be sure to tune in tomorrow morning as well for that, or evening, depending on where you happen to be
Yes.
listening
Yes.
in from. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
媒体的朋
Dear
友、各位
guests
棋友，
and
大
fans
家
of the
下午好。
media, and also all the fans of Go game. Good afternoon. This is relatively a light and interesting day.
大家一同来
We are here
一个
to explore
是不能算完全算比赛吧，我觉得是一个活动。
a
这个活动应该是前5
really interesting event. We should not exactly call it a game. It's unprecedented in the history. It's like a kind of empathy between human being and the machine. It ignites the sparks. Let's invite Gu Li and Fan Hui to actually share their insights with us.
胡老师你好，大家好，
Hello.
大家好，这个又咱们讲今天这个回顾了。
So it's us again to actually review today's match.
这个意义重大呀，这个可以说是
And that's quite a
配合下双人赛、配对赛，
exciting
人
move.
类历史上第一次。
And this is also an unprecedented Go game, first time in human history.
挺好玩，我觉得。
A human player paired or teamed up
我觉得在
with a machine.
白客机飞的时候，让我
And actually, when the white do the knight's move, this jump, I've never seen this kind of jump before. Yes, actually, I've watched this for several times. So the black do the push, and then the white concede,
我是以我的水平能够理解。
and that's quite normal moves. And the black here, yeah, extend the side.
老师讲的这跳
When I learned the Go games, the teacher always told me don't do the jump here because this shape is not good.
但是那个 AlphaGo 认为这个
But for AlphaGo, it believes
对
that's the right move. Is there anything wrong with my black?
如果是他来下的话，
I can't say that it's problematic. It's just the white might choose to do the knight's move. What does that mean, the knight's move?
请教你啊，
I would like to have your opinion, Mr. Guli. I will actually select to do the band, the push.
他会选择
Will AlphaGo selects to do that? No, it will select to do the edge. So each
具体往后面的变化太深
will
了，
have their
就
own
不容易能看到。
side. I do think that this choice is different from our human player, but this jump is really interesting, quite unexpected. Well, for this, I understand that's quite consistent, but the move on this part, I'm not very
那
clear.
实战的话，你是抽，
Well, in the actual game, you first do the push, and then you do the bend,
然后你是
and then
对对
actually you do the cut. Yes, I opted for this cut.
段外，
And for alpha, it actually selected to do the cutting point here. And for the knight's move,
这样看这个飞是
it really feels, yeah, that's a plausible move.
连段。
And you might need to select to do the cut here. Maybe we need to have a more global view. Atari.
引证这个是，
Yeah, let's do the ladder. And then the big knight's move.
然后和白棋这个
And
加
the
过来，
white do the pincer, attach. And then the
没飞，
honey.
然后这时候呢，他下这步棋，
And for this move,
当时的表情
my facial expression is like this. I think it's too much because there is the edge, there is the cut, and there is the
白
pincer.
棋又不能让黑棋
And the white
通过这个段好像就
could not let the black to really get through this easily.
让黑棋度过的话，
If the black could really get through this, then this attach of the white is not valuable, it's low value.
后来我相
And
信
then
我和梁好像连笑也认为，
actually, I discussed with Lian Xiao, and Lian Xiao has the same opinion. He should do the block here, and then we do the band,
白的可以靠那个，
the honey.
可能会有一个比较复杂战斗，
This could be a more complicated fight, and it's quite dangerous
这
for
是比较
black
复杂了。
by
下
far.
下
It's really complicated,
当时连校班的时候，
and nobody knows what will be the variation later on. And for this stone, and then we do the pencil here, and then we do the attach, and then artillery by white, and then honey, honey again, and cut, and then descend, and then attach. And for this honey, well, we could not do the honey here. And actually, we should do the connect here. That's Lian Xiao's choice. Lian Xiao's choice is honey, but I don't think it's a good move. So that is to actually do the Atari. AlphaGo, after that move, believes that it's to the advantage of the black, but it's of course far from the end game. This is a quite interesting place after the take, and then the bend, and we believe that this is quite lonely, and that's our feeling. And then he did the knight move, and I did this move actually, and there are a lot of commentaries saying that they should do invasion and honey, but we think the honey is too thick. AlphaGo believes that it's influence, and we do think it's to the advantage point of black. AlphaGo is quite aggressive, and this move will not be made. It thinks they should do the placement here in line 5, and actually to get this take, and it looks good, looks beautiful. If the white did this, then it will be full cavalry trade, and then if go to the up top, and actually it will have a better shape globally, and I don't think actually feel that way. For me at that time, well, it's really to my regret. I didn't thought about that move. Well, the shape looks really good. And if we really want to make this lift, and then the black should build the influence outside. Yes, actually, yeah, if I, on the hand side, this looks really good, a good shape. That move is really unexpected. I never thought about, we could actually do the placement here. If I could do the jump here, then it's more efficient to move. And actually, black is good by far, and the black still is looking for the best move possible, and it's trying to find a maximized solution. And also for this extent, but the black do the shooter, and then the white attach, and they will actually do a sante, and they do the jump. And then if you count all the miss and count all the eyes, all the points, it seems that the value might be lower in actual game. And this is a Kote, and for this honey, it's really unexpected. It should be here, and it looks too loose. But for the local points, it could be tighter, but that's the focus. Yeah, that's quite unexpected. And later on, there are all kinds of fights, quite exciting, and there is a very tight fight. So after the take and the cut, and I really actually gave up some, and I could actually do the attach and I do the connect, and then it would be better for the black, and for the take, and so this is live. So AlphaGo always believes this should be live, and I've never thought about it. And for this jump, AlphaGo has been pondering on that for a long time. It wants to make the top part thicker, and AlphaGo is actually trying to build a thicker influence in the center. I only have observed that in the later part of the game, and AlphaGo's style is really eye-opening, a brand new way of style, of Go playing style. Maybe you could try it, Guli, next time in your match. Yes, I will try it. So maybe we should finish the wrap up by far. We don't have enough time. And for the team goal match, from the video, everyone is happy. You know, all the human players have had a quite interesting discussion, happy discussion on the game, and especially on the coast race. And after the coast race, it's not that optimistic. And actually, you know, I have to do the co-fighting because if you don't do the co-fighting, it might be worse. And of course, there could be different variations. And they actually lost many points. And for the latter part, it will be more difficult. Yes, indeed, they lost many points, but this is quite experimentation. The main purpose is to learn from each other. So we see that the player Yi Yangzhou has kept the smile on his face for all the game, for all the duration of the game. Thank you. That concludes today's wrap-up. We would like to thank our two Go players for their wrap-up, but actually I want to hear more, because for today's two matches, it seems to be too short, and actually for the national Go team, we do have this kind of matches, and we call them the so-called pressurized, high-pressure Go matches. And today we have two matches, morning the pair Go match and in the afternoon team Go match. Therefore, we don't have enough time actually to make this match long enough. And I believe that all the human players have experienced quite a happy day. We would like to invite the 7 players onto the stage. Please take seats. And also Mr. Dave Silver. Yes, we have. Maybe we should first let Mr. Silva to actually share your insights for today. Because we have a big team of 7 players, so we would like to give you the advantage of speaking first, of being a one-person team.
So first of all, I would like to thank all of the players for making today such a special and enjoyable experience for all of us. Today wasn't really... Today wasn't really about winning or losing. It was about exploring the different formats and different possibilities in the game of Go and seeing what we could actually learn from this. We started with the pair Go, and I think you'll all agree it was a really beautiful game. And I think all 4 players made some really amazing and creative moves. It felt actually myself like watching perhaps 4 painters working together on a shared canvas, all with different styles and all combining together to make something truly, truly beautiful. And perhaps this gives us some insights into what the future might look like when humans actually work with their AI tools and use them to give them insights and build on those insights using their own human intuitions to create something more than they would have been possible before. The Team Go game was also really enjoyable to watch. In fact, I was sitting in the match room, and one of the things which really struck me was how much the players were all smiling and really enjoying the experience. And so it just really made for a very special and unique occasion. So again, I just wanted to thank you all for really participating and making this a very special day.
Thank you very much, Professor Dave Silver. Thank you very much. actually, you have helped me to paint a mental picture in which, in my imagination, I can just feel it was a fantastic experience. It was a fantastically beautiful picture, which is like on a canvas co-created by 7 artists and 7 painters. What about Lian Xiao? Would you like to say something? It's my great pleasure to be able to participate in a AlphaGo game. Prior to attending this conference and watching AlphaGo playing the game, I was imagining what kind of moves and what kind of imagination would AlphaGo have. What's going to be AlphaGo's style? Is it like a wild imagination or something which is totally beyond my imagination or expectation or something? So today, after attending the same game with AlphaGo, AlphaGo acts like quite like a human being. So my feeling is that. So you can see that, for example, AlphaGo is kind of very confident. So in the very beginning, you can see that he gives me a lot of confidence when we first started. And later on, I think maybe I should take over the helm a little bit. I should, for example, heat up my fighting spirit, but to no avail, actually. But as the game unveils later on, I found that AlphaGo is doing pretty solid. It's very stable performance, so it's not so aggressive as I could have imagined. So AlphaGo is also waiting for the right timing and the moment to come. So AlphaGo is also very patient as well, step by step, until close to our target. And later on, if I remember correctly, so actually maybe Google's AlphaGo didn't do the best move at some point. So, but we won by luck, I think. So that's why actually this is an unforgettable experience for me as well. So partnering up with a computer algorithm is my pleasure to be able to do that. Well, Lian Xiao is very modest, right? As a matter of fact, you can see that actually AlphaGo is associated with a lot of mystery and mystique. I think it's based on a human brain processing. It is a deep learning. It is on the basis of human beings. It's also, for example, guided by the human being as well. So you inspired me to think about how this AlphaGo game will play out, like a 1 plus AlphaGo pitting against each other, how they are going to coordinate across the teamwork, and how they are going to agree on the same page and drive out some consensus. And also, actually, what about Gu Li? So, Gu Li, would you share your take on the game? Well, thank you. It's my real pleasure to have the opportunity to team up together with AlphaGo to play against my teammates. Actually, when I'm starting to build up my position, I think I can understand AlphaGo's mindset. I can understand the rationale behind why AlphaGo is moving a particular move. I think maybe things are working towards our favor. But in mid-game and towards the later stage of the game, honestly, so when we have the recap of the game, you can see that, for example, there is one move I could have done better. If I could have made the right move, actually, we would have, for example, got upper hand or better position. But it was my issue that led to the later development of our position. So I am thinking about, so actually, I could have done better, so that the things will be working towards our favor. Unfortunately, I didn't do it right, so I tried to calm myself down. But later on, it was too late to reverse the result and direction of the game. So actually, I see some posted comments on the WeChat saying that, for example, sometimes we only think about males' opinion. Actually, for example, we are criticizing, for example, a lot of female Go players. But now you can see that, for example, today I learned a lesson. So AlphaGo, in terms of its capability and also strengths, you can see that by far I think they are doing better. AlphaGo is doing better than human beings. So for some moves, I could not follow the footstep of AlphaGo. So I think it's natural for me to lose some position. If he is a real talking human being, he will criticize me for being such a lousy team player. But I think my face is saved by the fact that AlphaGo is not able to talk to me. Actually, just now, all the audience had already realized that the jump done by AlphaGo is very inspiring for all the players. We have learned a lot from AlphaGo. I think this is a very unforgettable and memorable. For the group and team Go game, it's a very short time, but 5 pit against one, I think the time could have been longer. So in the future, we hope that we can allow for more time for you as well. So this is a very interesting attempt. What about Zhu Yang? Can you share your take on this issue? So this time, by working in a team against AlphaGo, I think this is a very exciting moment and opportunity for me. I would like to acknowledge the great collaboration and the trust by all the team members. Thank you very much for giving me the main role to become the main driver. But honestly, today I didn't do the best I can, so it's not very satisfactory for me. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not totally my fault only. It's not totally my fault, maybe. Why did I say that just now is because honestly, I think maybe I should bear the bulk part of the responsibility. So actually, when I, for example, have the draw, actually I got the black ones, black stones, and then actually the other four are just starting to criticize me at that early point, saying that you are doing a lousy job doing the draw. So when I get to the black stone, actually I feel, oh, it's the end of the day. I'm sorry for that. So that's why, from our perspective, actually, we are ill-prepared for taking on the black stones. Because you can see AlphaGo playing the white has a lot of moves. You can see that, for example, as a matter of fact, maybe it is easier to play the white stones. They have a lot of flexibility, so they have an easy day or easy job compared with our black stones. So for move 4, actually, they, for example, took us by surprise, beating our expectations. So that's why for the first battle, so we were losing our upper hand. So later on, as you have probably have imagined or expected, throughout the whole game, actually we didn't find any clear breakthrough or opportunity to reverse the game. I didn't do particularly well today. If I have another chance, maybe if we are on the white stone side, maybe I could have done better. Thank you. Yesterday, one of the journalists asked me, so why is Zhu Yang the main player for the group Go game? I told him that actually Zhu Yang is a balanced player and well, with a balanced personality. If there is, for example, debate or a quarrel amongst the team members, Zhu Yang is the one to balance everything out by calming everybody down. So today, the clock is ticking and the schedule is very tight. That's one reason. And the other reason is that, as Zhu Yang rightly pointed out, that they would like to be on the white side. So actually, when I'm the judge panel chief, actually I saw them. I asked him, for example, do you want to take the white stone? Actually, yeah. That's it. Later on, actually, we are going to leave more time for Q&A for journalists friends sitting in the audiences. And there is another interesting question. So when you are almost, for example, almost about to lose, you can see that, for example, Tang Weixing, actually, for example, there is something missing in the position for the last 2 steps. So actually, let me answer the question raised by Zhu Yang. So the draw in the very place in the first beginning. So yesterday, Koji actually, for example, asked for taking the white stone for the last game. So for us, we were thinking about as well. So we were having the debate. I raised my suggestion to Zhu Yang. I'm saying that, for example, maybe, for example, when we do the draw, actually, we should use a different strategy. But he didn't listen to me. So that's why he drew the black stones. So that's one reason he didn't listen to me as to the strategy. So I asked him to draw 5 different stones, but he didn't listen to me. So that's why. And also, when we are almost about to lose, actually, for example, they are saying that maybe I say we should continue, keep going, keep going. Yeah, that's what I said, because I'm very curious to know that whether AlphaGo will retreat a little bit. I found it retreated a little bit, but actually he has a very stable performance, not a very obvious retreat. So you're asking about the last 2 steps, the positions. Actually, I'm saying that we are trying to make some, for example, tentative steps to make sure that we can observe whether AlphaGo will retreat a little bit or not. So, but actually, so we are very curious to know whether AlphaGo will keep its stable performance. So AlphaGo is willing to take some step back in order to gain a bigger step forward. Thank you. So you can see all the players are very lovely. Actually, they are very, for example, straightforward and outspoken. So I hope that everybody can learn to play the wonderful game of Go. Now, I would like to leave some time for Q&A for the journalist friends. If you have any questions, you can put forward your questions. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I have a question addressed to Lian Xiao. Just now you mentioned that, so actually when you're playing the game, actually you said you have been injected a vote of confidence by AlphaGo. What kind of injection of confidence by AlphaGo? So is it like, for example, you believe that you have a very strong team player, or you believe you have a great collaboration amongst your team? So I think AlphaGo has given me a lot of confidence when we are about to lose the game. So actually, he seems to be very aggressive when, for example, when we are on the losing side. And then AlphaGo is very calm. So it gives me a lot of confidence. I think maybe things are not as bad as I have imagined. I think we are not there to be on the losing side yet. So that's why AlphaGo gave me a lot of confidence back then, in the sense that at the time when we are on the losing side, AlphaGo is keeping the stable and calm mindset. So that's why it gives me a lot of confidence. Thank you. Well, I can only say that, for example, this is, for example, wonderfully played by the four in the game, in the PairGo game together. So you have, I remember the two of you raising questions today, so maybe we have to leave some opportunities for other journalists. So we have to balance our opportunity to all the journalists. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I come from Sina.com. I have one question. Last year, when AlphaGo is pit against Isidore, so you can see that all the Go players and fans actually used to have an anemic attitude towards AlphaGo. But this time around, you can see that Gu Li and Lian Xiao are working with AlphaGo together, and as team members, they are playing with AlphaGo to play against each other. So actually, I want to ask this question. So what's your take on the following issue? So what's your, do you observe any change of attitude for artificial intelligence? So in your mind, do you think, for example, Gu Li and Lian Xiao, by being the teammate of AlphaGo, have you gained new insight and knowledge about AlphaGo? Thank you. So this is a question addressed to Gu Li and Lian Xiao. You go first. Okay, the bigger brother first. Well, thank you for your question. Since last year's match and to Master and to this times of, for example, AlphaGo playing against Koje, we are the eyewitness to the development process of AlphaGo in terms of technology improvement. So for professional Go players, I think this is very helpful, especially when you are playing together with or against AlphaGo. And then this will be very inspiring for us to understand the uncertainties and help us to make a better prediction in the future as well. So we are very lucky to team up together with AlphaGo as a team member this time. So this is a very interesting game and very new game. So actually, a lot of things have taken me by surprise because me and Lian Xiao have sharing some similarity. We thought that we are very aggressive. We are having a lot of fighting spirit. So that will add up the uncertainty level of our game. But when I'm playing with AlphaGo, I feel that AlphaGo is very stable player. So I feel very happy about that. I secretly feel happy about it. I secretly wish that AlphaGo could be more aggressive instead of being very stable. But when he is so aggressive, I believe that we're on the losing side already.
But I'm really very grateful that I have the opportunity to actually partner with AlphaGo, although there is only the opportunity of one match, but I do want to learn a lot of things from this match. And with AlphaGo, the Go seems to have more variations. Last year, we were not that clear about the really Go skills or talents of AlphaGo. We have never expected that AlphaGo could improve itself so much. We really admire AlphaGo's team who could actually build such a great and cool system. And then we have the Master, and we discovered that Master could actually broaden the horizon of Go game, and it could bring more imagination into the Go game. And now we really feel the robustness, the power of AlphaGo, but I don't think AlphaGo is invincible. We do think there's still more room for AlphaGo to improve. It plays the game very much like a human player, but it's a human being, maybe several hundreds above our current time. Well, Lian Xiao is not that talkative usually, but he really amazed me by his comment. Hello. I'm from Tencent Technology Channel. The question is for Mr. David Silva. My question for you is, there's so many top Go players gathering here in this week in Wuzhen. And my question is actually whether could AlphaGo technology could be opened to all the Go fans, Go professional players, and what kind of investment actually AlphaGo could actually invest in this. We know that AlphaGo by far has won all the matches. And do you think that in later we are going to hold this kind of Go games in the future?
So thanks for the question. So up until now, we've been very much focused on doing research and focusing on the question of how strong a Go player we can make and addressing this fundamental question of research in this most challenging of games. And this week, we're still continuing to focus upon the event. And at the end of it, I think we'll take stock and make some decisions about what to do next. But right now, we're just really enjoying being here. And it is really a privilege to have all these professional Go players with us. And we're learning so much from them and understanding more and more about the strengths and weaknesses of AlphaGo. So it's really, for us, it's just the perfect opportunity to continue learning and continue improving AlphaGo.
This gentleman, please. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to bring the question. And I am from Yikewei. And we do have two very happy and interesting matches, so I would like to also ask light and interesting questions. My questions are for the 5 players. Do you actually have your own different roles, like in your training, like 2 playing AlphaGo, while the other 3 play on behalf of the human players in your daily training? And my second question is for Mr. Yang, and I know that you constantly update your blogs. What are you going to talk about in today's blog of yours? About role-playing in training? No, we didn't do that in our past training because we don't know what kind of roles we should play. And we are just, doing this kind of brainstorming. Everyone is sharing is sharing ideas with each other. So really, we will let Yang to actually make the final decision to talk about something about blogs. Well, in fact, I might be more vocal than the others. So about whether I'm going to update my blog today or not, actually I don't have time today because for the first 2 days matches quite wonderful. That's why I updated my blog. But today I didn't play very well. I don't think I'm in the mood to actually write new blogs today. It seems that our reporter knows very well about our players, about this kind of role-playing, changing the roles. The problem is that our 5 players could not do this kind of role-playing because the match is only having 2 hours and 30 minutes for each player. Okay, actually, the lady over there. Thank you. I'm from the South Metropolitan newspaper. My question is for Mr. David Silver. You talk about last year's match, AlphaGo versus Lucido. Through last year's match, actually AlphaGo has improved itself, but you have never revealed any details. What kind of weakness has AlphaGo actually found out after last year's match versus Lucido? And also, the second question is actually for the Chinese team. That is actually, and so Mr. Dave Silver, maybe you should answer this question. Is like, what kind of weaknesses could you actually discover for AlphaGo in this week's matches?
So last year, I think we did discover some interesting weaknesses about AlphaGo in the game against Lucidol. And in particular, he found a brilliant move, move 78 of game 4. And I think he really, once he found that move, we saw that AlphaGo actually behaved strangely. And we've seen in our own subsequent exploration that really led us to try and understand more about these areas of knowledge where AlphaGo was perhaps weaker than it should be. And so we spent quite some time trying to understand these areas of knowledge and improve on them. So I think we do know exactly, we've seen examples of this already. So I think what we've tried to do is to build on that and try and just continue to improve until we see that AlphaGo has fewer of those types of weaknesses. What we don't know is what weaknesses it still has. And to be honest, I myself am not a strong enough Go player to be able to answer that question myself. And indeed, in our team and in the West, it's very hard to find such Go players who are able to really expose the weaknesses in AlphaGo. So really, I think one of the interesting things for us is to come here to a match like this and play against many, many really top professional players and see if they can discover weaknesses. And it's already been fascinating just in discussions today to hear that they feel that there are still rooms for improvement, and we're trying to understand what those are. And this is leading to hopefully further improvements. And I think this is the way that research progresses, by trying to have such challenges and build upon them.
I do feel that's a very good question. And as for whether we could discover the weakness, what kind of weakness, we have identified, Mr. Silver said, I'm not going to tell you now. And maybe I should ask Fan Hui, maybe we should ask Fan Hui this question. In this week, for the past few matches, what have you identified as the weakness of AlphaGo? As a professional Go player, from the first match back 2 years ago with AlphaGo, I actually joined AlphaGo. To my luckiness, that I could actually play with AlphaGo repetitively, every day. Well, actually, a lot of professional Go players really envy me for being able to do that. Well, the most valuable lesson that we have learned is that maybe it's not more about the weakness of AlphaGo, but what we could actually explore together with the professional Go players. Well, you are not telling us the secret yet. Okay, this journalist, please. One question for Mr. Fan Hui. And I do say that you are placing the stones together with the professional Go play. It seems that you have the Kung Fu theory book in your hand. And you are just randomly revealing 1 or 2 great moves from that Kung Fu Master theory book. Well, Google, AlphaGo is always talking about sharing. And Will you actually share the details how AlphaGo is evaluating each move, the whole board game during the match publicly, to the world, to everyone who are interested in Go game in the world? Will you publish those data?
Thanks for the question. So we are actually planning on sharing some material, but we would like to wait until the end of this event to announce the material that we are exactly planning to share. In addition, we do always publish all of the methods that have gone into AlphaGo, and I think actually from a research point of view, this is the most important knowledge to share. This is actually, if you think of the Kung Fu Master Book, really this is the ultimate Kung Fu Master Book, which is the recipe by which you make a Kung Fu Master, and I think that is actually more important than the moves of the Kung Fu Master itself.
Are you satisfied with the answer? Actually, it seems that the question has been brought up for the second time. Okay? Due to time limit, we would like to have maybe 2 more questions. Okay, my question is also for Mr. David Silva. When we are designing this paired Go match, what is the expected learning points from AlphaGo's team? And also for Lian Xiao's team, what is your deepest impression about the team match today?
So I really hoped that we would start to see in this match what it would be like for humans and machines to work together, and we wanted to see how humans could use their AI tool to really understand and work with it. And I think it's been absolutely fascinating to hear Lian Xiao and Gu Li talk about their experiences, because it really sounds like they were working with AlphaGo and understanding AlphaGo's perspective and using that perspective to actually improve their own game or change their decisions or work with it in some way. And I imagine, if we could try and get inside the head of AlphaGo, that it's also observing its partners' moves and seeing what's happened to improve the recommendations and the decisions that it makes itself. So I think this is what we had hoped to see, and I think it's really been a fascinating experience to watch this unfold and see how the 4 players interacted together.
Actually, we still need some time to digest all these takes and learnings from today's matches. The lady, please. I have one question for Mr. David Silva. If AlphaGo plus human being, and then is AlphaGo paired up with a human player versus AlphaGo itself, who has the better chance of winning?
So I think that's a very interesting question, and I think at the moment human creativity and intuition still adds huge amounts of value. So, but I mean, we didn't have an opportunity to run that particular match this time, but so I guess the question is open to future research.
Well, it's getting a little bit late. I understand that you have more questions than you could have time to ask, so see you tomorrow. With that, we concluded today's press conference. Thank you.